Hello everybody, welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Just want to do a quick mic check here, audio check. Okay, sounds like we're good. How's everybody doing today? We're starting a little bit later today because I had to run some errands. Get some shopping in and all that fun stuff, you know that kind of stuff. So who's with us? Dreamer Landry, therapist you know, good morning, good morning. Willow Johnson, hello. Widespread Panic, your daughter's building a snowman right now in Georgia. Wow, that ain't right. I hear that. Evil Queen, 3 inches in Decatur, wow. Do you guys shut down when that happens? Like usually when you get a ½ inch of snow in Atlanta, they just shut it down. Everyone in my family is happy. I'm sitting here huddled by my heater. Nice. Equinox, good morning to you. Fala, morning. Good to see you. Brat, good to see you. Snow later this evening in Virginia. Roanoke is where Fala is. Good morning everybody. Thanks for coming in. Mandy Strong, good to see you. Lily Wayne, good morning. We're all doing well. Julie, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Pammy, oh yeah, speaking of praying, sending some to California. Yeah, I hear you. OnlyFan, hello. Kathy Swan, JM, Erica Hubner, good to see you guys. Thank you so much. Christina Fortunato, hello to you. Trying to figure out why your freezer won't close. Well, that stinks. Kathy Swan, wind chill is 23 here in north central Florida. Yeah. I woke up, it's actually warmer. I literally just got back from the store and it's a lot more mild. Actually, I think we're supposed to be, it's 50 degrees right now, 51. We're actually, heat wave, 66 today for us. Whoop, whoop. So there you have it. Little Miss, hello to you. Gordon, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whoever's checking in, wherever you are checking in. We are going to pick back up on Florida versus Segura. Henry Segura is on trial for the unaliving of his girlfriend Brandi and his son by Brandi, JaVonte, and then Brandi's 2 daughters, Tamiyah and Taniyah. And this happened in 2010. He wasn't arrested until 10 months later. Then he went to trial in 2017. Ended up as a mistrial, and then now this trial is happening in 2019. So this is a rewatch until live trials kick in, which I think some are, but there's one coming out of South Carolina I want to follow. So that's going to pick up on Monday, Tuesday. I think jury selection is Monday, but we'll pick up on that for sure. That looks like a good one. So Segura's been in jail this entire time. So he was in jail from 2010 to 2011. He got arrested to 2019. So, we shall pick up on Henry Segura Day 2. And let me get myself sorted out here. All right. Get my logo there. All right. Actually, I think I need to switch logos. Put that over here. Put me over here. Okay, Day 2, here we go.
.51. Let the record reflect Mr. Segura is present with his attorneys. Any outstanding motions or issues we need to deal with?
Other than the macro pressure on her, he'll be here at, I think his flight arrives at 9:15, so he'll be here for lunch here.
Okay, so we'll plan to take it up at lunchtime.
Yes.
So, just arrange some sandwiches. It might be a short lunchtime. Anything else from the defense?
There you go. Do it.
All right, we'll plan to start with the jury at 9.
You may want to.
Everybody be seated, please. If the witness would face the clerk and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, it is.
You can have a seat. Good morning, folks. I'm sorry, too many things going on at once. Appreciate you being back here this morning. You may proceed, Mr. Fuchs, or Ms. Dugan.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Will you state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Joanne Maltese, last name is Maltese.
Thank you, Ms. Maltese. And where were you working in November of 2010?
I was working at the Tallahassee Police Department as a forensic specialist. I was the supervisor at the time of the forensics unit.
And how long did you work at TPD in that capacity?
I worked at TPD for 26 years and in the forensics unit for 18 years. Supervisor for 6 or 8.
And are you now retired?
Yes, I am.
And when did you retire?
December of 2017.
Can you tell me a little bit about your education? You said you were with TPD for 26 years, but your education to work in the forensics department there?
My courses for the forensics unit, I received over 1,500 hours of specialized courses to do with crime scene, including photography, blood spatter, latent print examination, crime scene reconstruction. I also taught Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy, the basic recruit class in crime scene and an advanced crime scene course, which I also taught for police officers.
Okay. And did you respond to 908 Saddle Creek run on November 20th, 2010?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role there that day?
That day I was the role of the supervisor, overlooking the crime scene techs, getting them what they need, offering any assistance that I could do.
What were you and your team wearing when you processed the scene?
On that particular scene, we entered with Tyvek boots and complete suits on.
Now those Tyvek boots and suits, is that something that forensics wear or that like first responders wear when they're responding to a scene, clearing a scene?
Typically, it's going to be the crime scene units that will don that kind of safety equipment to preserve the evidence. Typically, the officers first responding will not don that type of equipment.
Okay, so they'll have on their regular uniforms, and y'all wear the Tyvek equipment to prevent any contamination when you're processing a scene?
Yes, once the scene's been secured.
Okay. I want to show you a couple of photos that we looked at yesterday. Here in 70 EEE.
This photograph represents the exterior of the house, the outside of the house, the side of the garage, and the front door. This is the exterior of the garage door, and on the left side is the front door.
And what are all these tiny dots and arrows that we see?
The markings on the garage door depict blood spatter, or small dots of blood, as well as the documentation, the scales that give us measurements and lines to determine where the blood spatter was coming from, where each drop was coming from.
Okay. You've obviously dealt with a lot of blood working in crime scene for that long at TPD. Have you also had training in the areas of blood spatter and blood direction?
Yes, I took a course in Miami-Dade down at their training bureau for blood spatter.
Okay. And was that like a 40-hour workshop?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Have you also, when you taught at the law enforcement academy, did you teach in those areas as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you trying here to see if you could tell anything about the blood direction of the blood spatter in this photo?
Yes, in this photo, I'm depicting where the blood came from. So the point of convergence, or potentially where it came from and where it was going.
And can you tell us a little bit about what you see as far as the blood direction in this photo?
The markings in the photo, you will see small circles drawn. The small circles in Sharpie are where the actual blood drops were located. The lines that go through the blood drop, and they are drawn to where the blood was coming from. So the blood drop in the lower left comes from somewhere in the center of this photograph, this portion of the photograph enlarged on the screen.
And how are you able to tell where it came from?
How you can tell where it came from, blood is very viscous, it's thick, slightly sticky, and when it's flying through the air it wants to stay together. It's very viscous, and when it hits something, it's kind of like the reverse snowball effect, where a snowball, as it's rolling down the hill, gets bigger and bigger and bigger as it's collecting snow. Blood, once it hits something, it will continue to roll or slide, and it's losing mass, so it gets smaller and smaller and smaller as it hits something and rolls or slides. So when we look at the drop, the big end, where it hits, is going to be the thickest, the widest. That's where it hit and came from. As it's rolling or sliding along, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller because the mass is smaller, and it ends in kind of a point or a very small area. So that's what you can tell where it's going.
So where's all the blood kind of converging from in this photo?
There are blood drops up on the top right, and they are coming from more of the center of the photograph. There's one in the bottom left coming from the center.
Okay, so it's all converging from the center of this photo, and the blood is flying back towards the house.
Correct.
What about if you just have a drop of blood on the ground? What could you tell about the direction of that blood?
Very similar when blood is dropped. If it's dropped at a 90 degree, it's going to hit and make a circle. If it drops at an angle, it does the same thing as it does on this wall. It's going to, where it first hits the ground, it'll be wider, and then it'll slide a little bit, so it'll be elongated.
What is cast off?
Cast off blood is something that is cast off your hands. If you have a cut and you're flailing around, the blood that flies off your fingers is going to be cast off. If you have a weapon and you're hitting someone or hitting something with a weapon that has blood on it, the cast off is going to be the blood that flies off in any direction.
Obviously, there's a lot of blood in the house, especially in the foyer area. Were you able to give us any insight into the blood direction in those areas?
No, we were not. There was so much blood, and that it was all overlapping, that we could not come up with any point of convergences where it actually came from.
I wanted to show you 130A. What do we see in this photo?
This is the foyer of the inside of the house, with the front door at the top of the photo, and suspected blood all in the foyer. The purple that you see is a dye reaction from amido black. I'm sorry, not amido black. Leucocrystal violet that the crime scene techs used on that. It reacts with proteins in your blood, or proteins in particular, and when it hits a protein, it will dye it or stain it purple.
Okay. So throughout the tile foyer area and the carpet area, we see some different spots, some different swipes. that could all be, you're saying, from where the leucocrystal violet has picked up some type of protein from the tile or the carpet that was left there at some point.
Yes, it illuminated or it reacted and turned some substance on the carpet in the foyer purple. And it would have to be some protein based.
And what's the purpose of putting that on there?
To see if we could find any shoe impressions or any type of impressions in the carpet that are unseen by your eye, but might still be there, microscopic blood or any type of thing that may be on the carpet. But let's try to identify any patterns.
Okay. Were you able to identify any discernible patterns when you put down the leucocrystal violet?
No, not on the carpet.
Do you have any training and experience involving latent fingerprints?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that.
Latent fingerprints, I became a latent fingerprint expert in 2005. Several hours of training and experience, as well as a one-year training course at the Tallahassee Police Department, where we did internal and external testing annually for our proficiency. I also was a lead crime scene person in latent print examination, and I taught it.
And have you ever testified in court where you've given an expert opinion in the field of latent print comparison or analysis?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Over 30 times in federal and state court.
So there were 2 latent prints of value found in the home, one from the bathtub faucet in the common bathroom, and then another one on the garage doorknob. The doorknob leading from the garage door into the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Which one did you process?
I did not process either of them.
Okay, I'm sorry. Which one did you make a comparison on?
I compared the one that was on the doorknob of the garage door going into the kitchen.
Thank you. And whose latent or whose standard fingerprints did you compare it to?
I compared those to Henry Segura and Brandi Peters.
Did the latent fingerprint leading from the garage door into the kitchen on that doorknob, did it match either Brandi Peters or Henry Segura?
No, it did not.
Okay. Could that latent fingerprint be from anyone who has been in the home and touched that doorknob?
Yes, anyone who's touched the doorknob.
Can you tell when a latent fingerprint was left?
No, I cannot.
Was the print entered into AFIS?
Yes, it was.
What is AFIS?
AFIS is the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, which is a database in the state of Florida of any arrestees, as well as some job application fingerprints when you're fingerprinted for a job.
Okay, so if you've been arrested or convicted of a crime, then the fingerprints are in AFIS.
Yes.
And does AFIS continually search its system for matches?
Yes, this particular fingerprint that was entered, as well as others, if we don't get a hit on it or a match, it will continually search. And depending on the type of case, it will search forever until there's a match. And once there's a match made, then the Tallahassee Police Department will be notified.
All right, and there was no match identified for that particular latent print?
Correct.
That's all.
Question?
Ma'am, you talked about how a latent print can be deposited and, if undisturbed, can remain discoverable for an indeterminate amount of time, generally speaking. Is that right?
Yes.
What types of factors can impact how long a latent print can be lifted and processed?
You have many different factors. You have weather factors, whether it's been washed away, whether other people have touched it, pretty much those type of.
As we're talking about here, there's a latent print lifted from the inside on a doorknob. Can things like changing humidity, changing temperature, things of that nature impact how long a latent print is going to remain discoverable?
If they're extreme changes.
Mm-hmm. And over time, that latent print will degrade, which is to say that the oils that caused it to be deposited in the first place will evaporate over time, correct?
Yes, if it's made in oils, yes.
And you wouldn't expect a latent print deposited on a commonly touched surface like a doorknob to remain undisturbed or uncontaminated for weeks or months on end. Would that be fair to say? Thank you. No further questions.
Can you redirect?
Yes, sir.
All right, and juror, I have a question of this witness. All right, you can step down. We need to keep her further.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prince, you need her for any reason. All right, you're excused. Thank you for being here. Call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Flanagan.
You would face the clerk and be sworn, please, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Have a seat. Slide up the rail, please, ma'am.
Good morning, Dr. Flanagan.
Good morning.
Will you introduce yourself to our jury, please?
I'm Dr. Lisa Flanagan. That's Flanagan.
Thank you. And where do you work?
I work as a medical examiner in this district.
And how long have you worked as the medical examiner here in this district?
I've been in Tallahassee since 2005.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education, your training and experience to become the medical examiner for our district?
Yes, I received my undergraduate degree from Florida State University. I then attended the University of Florida College of Medicine, and I received my MD degree in 1990. And after that, I completed a 5-year residency program in pathology, and I did that at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. And that included training in anatomy, pathology, clinical pathology, and a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology, which is my specialty. And I've worked full-time as a medical examiner in Florida since 1995.
And are you a board-certified pathologist?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
About how many autopsies have you performed?
At this point, over 4,000 or 5,000.
What's the purpose of an autopsy?
We perform autopsies as part of a death investigation. So there's certain cases where when an individual dies, the medical examiner gets involved to do an investigation. Those are homicides, suicides, accidents, anything that's not natural or a sudden, unexpected death. So we will do a complete investigation, and part of that usually will entail performing an autopsy so we can find out if there are any injuries and disease processes.
And have you ever testified in court where you've offered an opinion in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I've testified multiple times.
Okay. About how many?
I didn't count, but over 100.
Okay. Those are all my questions as to this witness's qualifications.
Any board IRS to her qualifications?
No, I'm sorry.
Today I want to talk to you about 4 autopsies that you performed on November 21st, 2010. What were the names of the individuals that you performed autopsies on that day?
I performed autopsies on Brandi Peters, Tamiyah Peters, Taniyah Peters, and JaVonte Segura.
And what information did you receive prior to the autopsies?
I was notified that the 4 individuals were found deceased in their home.
And did you perform the autopsies in the same order that you just named them off in? Brandi Peters, followed by Tamiyah, followed by Taniyah, followed by JaVonte Segura?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you take photos during the autopsies?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
As part of the autopsy, the main reason we're doing that is for documentation purposes, so I will take photographs throughout the entire process. The initial photographs before I do anything with the body, and then as I go through cleaning the body, removing the clothes, and documenting everything.
I've left a couple of items up on the stand for you. In the folders in front of you, 102A through VVV, 104A through R, 106A through I, and 108A through I. Are those the photos that you took during the autopsy and selected to show in court here today?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And were those the only photos that you took? Or that were taken?
No, I took many more photos.
Okay. What was your reasoning on selecting those particular photos to show the jury today?
These photos, some will show the body before I did anything, and then as far as all the injuries, there was documentation of all the different injuries on the bodies.
So you tried to select photos that would show the process as you went, and then also all the injuries that each victim had?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And looking at those photos here in court today, would those aid you in explaining the injuries to the jury?
Yes, they would.
All right, so by stipulation, those are all already in evidence, but I want to move on to the next thing in front of you, the body diagrams that you see. 132A through I for the record, and 133A through B. Who are those body diagrams of?
These are body diagrams of Brandi Peters and Tamiyah.
And what are body diagrams?
At the time that I'm doing the autopsy, I use body diagrams basically to jot my notes down on and to try to draw the injuries just so later when I generate the report, it's documented.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so I'd like for you to take us through each one of these autopsies one by one as you did them. So we'll first talk about the autopsy of Brandi Peters. She's the victim that you did first, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So how did you begin the autopsy when you received your body that day?
Take the initial photographs and start the documentation.
Okay, and so you start with the external examination of her and you start taking photos from there?
Yes, she was fully clothed. She had significant injuries and there was blood on the body.
Okay. When you received her body, was it in a body bag?
Yes.
Right. And what was she wearing at the time?
She was wearing a yellow shirt and blue jean pants and socks.
And how old was she?
She was 27.
I want to show you the first page in the body diagrams, 132A. What do we see here in 132A?
This is the diagram of her face and the injuries that I've documented by trying to draw. There was a large open wound on her forehead and several smaller lacerations.
And were any of these wounds in 132A fatal for Ms. Peters?
Yes, the most severe injury on her whole body was the injury there to her forehead, where it basically was open, where I could see inside her head.
You should have a pointer there.
Thank you.
The wound right here. This was all crushed in and fractured, and the brain was exposed.
Okay. And then 132B?
These are diagrams of the right and left sides of her head. The upper photo on the right side of her head, there are several lacerations, and this diagram also shows a gunshot wound there to her right ear.
And then 132C.
This is documenting the injuries on the back of her head. There are several lacerations, and there's also another gunshot wound that I found on the back of her head.
So you're trying to draw the lacerations that you see for the approximate orientation of it, writing notes about those, and then if you see a gunshot wound, you'll detail that?
That's correct.
Okay. What do we see in 132D?
This is a diagram of the top of her head showing the lacerations that were here on her upper forehead and also an injury here on the right top of her head.
And then 132E?
These are brain diagrams, and on these I was documenting areas where there was bleeding and tissue injuries of the brain itself.
132F?
These are diagrams of the skull. This lower one is the top of the skull. The diagram above that, this is the base of the skull, so that's what her brain would be sitting on. So that's a diagram that after the brain's removed, what you would see as far as the base of the skull.
And then 132G?
This is documenting all of the gunshot wounds. There were 8 total. She may have been shot 7 times because one, I believe, was a re-entry, but this just shows the location of all of the gunshot wounds on her body.
You see numbers next to them. How did you give them a number or determine what number to give them?
I don't know the order that they were inflicted. The numbering system is just what I came up with as far as documentation purposes.
Can you go over with us each one of these, where they're located, before we see them in the photos?
Yes. And I have a clearer copy here that I can see. What I labeled gunshot wound 1 was here to the right ear that you saw in the previous diagram. Number 2 is here on the back of her head. Again, you saw that in the other diagram. 3.
They were either of those gunshot wounds deep?
No, the one that went in her ear, it just went a short distance, and I recovered that projectile from the right side of her jaw, so it did not enter her cranial cavity.
And did the one at the back of her head, did that one penetrate her skull?
No, it went a short distance under the scalp, and I recovered that projectile, so it did not cause any significant injury to the skull or her brain. Gunshot wound 3 is what we term a graze wound. It's just an injury on the skin itself from a projectile grazing across the skin. Gunshot wound 4, which I believe is a re-entry of that graze wound. I think the projectile grazed the arm, then entered the chest up here. That wound track went through the left side of her chest and injured her left lung, and I was able to recover that projectile from over here on the left side of her torso. For number 5, this gunshot wound here, it entered above her breast on the left side, and the path of it was actually going downwards, so it perforated the left breast, then re-entered the upper abdomen, and I was able to recover that projectile from the skin, so it did not enter her chest or abdomen. Gunshot wound 6 is here on her back. That wound track was going towards her left and it did injure the left lung as well. And I recovered that projectile from here, like her lateral shoulder on the left side. Gunshot wound 7 is here, and this was just in and out on the superior part of her shoulder, so the bullet entered and just tracked under the skin and exited. And then 8 was a wound here on her forearm that did the same thing, just entered, tracked under the skin, and then exited.
Okay. Looking at 132H from the scene.
These are diagrams of her hands, and she had significant injuries on her hands. There were fractures of 2 fingers on this side, and then a fracture of her middle finger, and the tip of her left little finger was partially amputated. There were abrasions on the backs of her fingers, and then some skin tears as well.
Okay, and you said, are these injuries what you would characterize as defensive type injuries?
We use the term defense type injuries because when someone is fighting off an attacker and they're trying to protect their body, then they'll put their hands up or their arms, and injuries that are inflicted when someone's trying to protect their body are the wounds that we will call defense type wounds.
Okay. And 132I.
I made a second diagram of her hands documenting her fingernails. She did have some acrylic fingernails. Some were broken. Some fingers didn't have the nail. But this diagram is just documenting the injuries of her nails.
Okay. I'm going to show you the photos that she took during the autopsy of Ms. Peters. What do you see in 102A?
This is a photograph of one of the initial photographs of her body, which is how she was before I did anything with her. So you can see her clothing. There's blood on the clothing and on her body, and this is what she looked like when I first saw her.
What it could be?
This is an initial photograph showing the lower part of her body. She had blue jeans on and socks.
102C?
This is a view just from the other side of her body showing the blue jeans with blood on them and her socks.
102D?
And this is showing the other side of her, again, before I do anything, so it's just documenting the state of her body.
And 102E?
This is showing her face before I cleaned any of the blood off. She did have a wig on, and here you can see it's kind of pulled back.
See in 102F.
This is after I cleaned the blood off her face. There are a few of these lacerations on the skin, and right here on her ear is the gunshot wound.
What is your G?
This is showing her forehead with an injury here where the skin is split, and these other individual injuries. These are impacts to her head that's causing the skin to split.
102H? 102I? 102J? 102K? 102L? 102G? 102H? 102I? 102J? 102K? 102L? 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 102J? 102H.
Another view showing that cluster of injuries on the right side of the forehead, the injury here along the hairline, and part of the larger wound on her face.
One 102I.
This is showing the large gaping wound. There may be multiple impacts here that created this. The skull is fractured under here. There's bruising of the skin of her eyelids, and there was actually some froth here where the blood was mixing with the air that was in her sinuses.
In 102J.
There were several injuries of her scalp, so in order to be able to document those, I had to shave her hair, so that's why her hair is gone here. And this is showing several of the impact sites on the right side of her head.
And 102K.
This is showing more towards the top of her head, so there's a large laceration here on the top of her head.
One 102L.
This was the laceration on her upper forehead, and once I shaved the scalp in that area, I could see it was a continuation. So it continued under the hairline.
102M.
This is documenting the wound there on the top of her head, and you can see it has a curved configuration. And they're small tears here, so these wounds I can tell are caused from something blunt striking her head, and it's splitting the skin. It's not caused by something sharp, such as a knife.
102N.
The left side of her head, there were not as many lacerations here, but there is bruising on her cheek.
All right, and you also did an internal examination of her head, correct?
Yes, it is.
So what we're about to see is going to be the inside of her head after you peel it back, her scalp to look at these injuries, her skin to look at these injuries.
Yes, as part of the autopsy, I will make an incision on the scalp and reflect it back so that I can look at the underside of the scalp as well as the skull.
All right, let me see 102O.
This is showing the scalp reflected back, so you are looking at the right side of her head. Here at the bottom is her right ear, and so an incision has been made over the top of her head, and the scalp's been pulled forward and backward. And what this is showing are all these areas of hemorrhage that were associated with those impact sites that you could see as far as the lacerations.
102P.
This is another photograph of the scalp reflected, and this time it's the left side of her head where there are areas of hemorrhage here, but not as much on the left side.
102Q.
This is showing more the top of the head, so the scalp has been reflected back and is covering her face, and this is her upper forehead area where there is an actual fracture of the skull.
So this would be the underlying portion of the gaping hole that we saw.
No, this would be the underlying portion of the laceration that was the upper forehead that extended into the scalp that was covered with hair.
What do we see in 102R?
This is a close-up of that. There. So you can see the circular configuration of the fracture itself. There's some hair that's embedded, that was carried down and embedded in the fracture line, and then some radiating fractures that extend from the edge of it.
102S.
This is the left side of her head, and what this is showing is another depressed fracture that was here on the left upper forehead. And this is not as round, it's more oblong, but this is a depression.
And then 102T.
This is a close-up of that injury where this portion of her skull is actually, it's a depressed fracture.
So you said that all the injuries that we just saw in her head, those are a result of she being struck with an object, impacted with an object in her head.
Yes, multiple times.
Okay. Would there be, can you give us an amount of force behind these blows?
I can't give a specific number, but there's significant force that was used on her head and face, resulted in all the injuries of the skin, but also resulting in depressed skull fractures and several contusions of the brain itself.
And you said in the body diagram that one of these moves in particular was fatal.
The one to her face, where there were several blows directly onto her face, that was what basically opened up her skull and exposed the brain.
Was this trauma to her head, was it likely caused by a fist or an object?
There may be some impacts from a fist, but most of these would be from some object, an object with some weight that is used with quite a bit of force to cause the injuries that I'm seeing.
Could these, the lacerations and the fractures you're seeing be consistent with being struck or beaten with a firearm?
Yes, they could be.
And why?
Well, they're the two depressed fractures, one's roughly round and the other's oblong. That could be caused by the butt of a gun. The other lacerations may be caused by impacts with the gun that just split the skin in various orientations.
I want to show you what we've pre-marked and shown to defense as State's Exhibit 147. And by stipulation, Judge, 147 will be entered.
Is that correct, Mr. Prince?
Yes, sir.
Could be admitted.
All right, looking at State's 147, there was no gun recovered in this case, but what you're looking at here, I showed you this before court today, correct?
Yes, you did.
And this is a .32 revolver. And I wanted to talk about, you said that the circular fracture and the oblong fracture that we see in 102R and 102I, or the circular, impression and the oblong impression, those could be caused, you said, by the butt of a gun or the handle of a gun?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that, looking at the different surfaces of this revolver here, the handle, the trigger guard, the hammer, the barrel, the muzzle, a gun is an object with multiple surfaces, right? A cylinder?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And any, combination of those surfaces could have possibly caused the different types of lacerations that we see on her head.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. But these two in particular, the oval and the circular, would be consistent with the handle or the butt of a revolver of this type.
Yes, there's a curved surface here, but yes, that area, it may not be impacting the skull exact same spot on the gun, but it could be different angles of the gun striking the skin to result in different configurations of the fractures.
Okay. What do we see in 102 view?
This is a photograph of an x-ray that I took, and when someone's been shot, we will take x-rays so that we can see where the bullets are so that they can be recovered. And in this case there, here at the bottom, this was a tongue stud, but there's a projectile that was here on the right side of the jaw, and that was the projectile that came in the right ear wound and just traveled a short distance there. And then up here, there's a projectile, and that's the one that's on the back of the head.
What do we see in 102B?
This is showing the back of her head with all of these injuries, and with the x-ray, I knew there was a projectile or a gunshot wound back here, and it ended up that this actually was a gunshot wound.
And then 102W?
This is a photograph showing the top of her head, and I have a probe in the gunshot wound.
Were you able to tell from this which direction the projectile traveled?
Yes, I have the probe showing the direction it went, and I recovered the projectile. This photograph showing the projectile where it was embedded in the scalp itself.
And then 102Y, what do we see here?
This is a photograph of that projectile. So during the autopsy, I will recover the projectiles and secure it as evidence.
This is then at that point we hand it over to law enforcement.
Yes.
What do we see in 102Z?
This is a photograph of the wound here, and there's black soot around the entry wound. And I called this a loose contact, so I think the gun was very close to her head with that wound, because soot that came out with the projectile was deposited around the wound.
So for soot to be deposited, you said the gun would have to be at close contact?
No, I said a loose contact.
Loose contact, thank you. And when you say loose contact, can you give us any range of feet, anything like that?
It's within inches, or an inch or so of the skin, just enough for that soot. It's not spread very far, it's just right around the wound.
What do we see here in 102AA?
This is just a closer view of that same entry wound showing the soot.
102BB?
This is showing her earlobe pulled forward to show that it did perforate the earlobe and then entered behind the ear.
What do we see in 102CC?
This is a photograph with the probe through the wound showing how it perforated the ear and then re-entered behind the ear.
And were you able to, where the projectile traveled, able to recover this projectile?
Yes, I was.
Alright, and 102DB, what do we see?
This is a photograph of the x-ray showing the projectile that goes with that wound tract.
And 102DE?
This is a photograph of the projectile after I removed it.
What do we see in 102 FF?
This is a gunshot wound that I called a graze wound. So it did not go very deep at all. It just traveled across the surface of the skin.
And then 102 GG.
This is a close-up of that injury.
Did you see any type of stippling on this injury?
There was a little bit of stippling here, and stippling is caused by unburned powder flakes that come out the end of the gun. They have a little bit more weight than the powder or soot, so they can strike the skin and actually cause these little abrasions that they won't wash off. They're actually injuries of the skin, and that just indicates that the gun was close enough to the body that the unburned powder flakes were striking the skin.
How close would a gun need to be to cause stippling?
It varies with the gun and the type of ammunition, but within a couple feet.
We see in 102 HH.
This is what I call the re-entry wound, so it grazed the arm and then re-entered the body here on the right upper chest.
And then 102 II.
This is a close-up of that wound.
Was there any soot or stippling from gunpowder on this wound?
No.
She did have a shirt on though, correct?
Yes, she did have a shirt.
The bullet passes through clothing, and sometimes the clothing keep you from seeing soot or stippling that may have been there if she hadn't had shirt on?
Yes, it can shield the skin, and then the soot and the powder would be deposited on the clothing.
What do we see in 102 JJ?
This is after her chest plate has been lifted off, her anterior chest. So what you're seeing here are her lungs. Here is the right lung, and then the left lung is on this side. And so this is what the lung should look like, but her left lung, you can see the wound track here where there's hemorrhage and an injury where the bullet passed through the lung.
What do we see in 102 KK?
This is a photograph with the probe where it's showing the direction that the bullet traveled. So I have it oriented where the entry wound is, and then this was the path that it took through the torso.
And 102 LL?
This is a photograph of her chest after I've removed the lung, and the probe is showing the path that the bullet took and where it exited the left side of her chest.
Were you able to recover this projectile?
Yes, I was.
What do we see in 102 NN?
This is a photograph of the chest x-ray, and you can see here outside of the chest cavity in the skin is the projectile.
And 102 NN?
This is where I recovered that projectile. This photograph shows her arm here and then the left side of her chest, and the bullet was just under the skin, and so I had to incise the skin to remove the bullet.
And then 102 OO?
This is a photograph of that projectile.
Looking at 102 PT, what do we see here?
This is a photograph of her left breast, and There was a gunshot wound that traveled downward. It entered here at the top of the breast and then perforated and exited the bottom of the breast.
And 102 QQ.
This is a close-up of that wound.
And 102 RR.
This is the one that you just showed was the entry wound, and this is a close-up of the exit wound from the breast.
You told us earlier how clothing can kind of act as an intermediary to keep you from seeing soot or stippling. Does hair have the same effect?
Yes, if someone shot in the head, in the scalp, the hair there can shield it, and she also had a wig on that would shield it.
102 SS, what do we see?
This is a photograph with the probe inserted to show the wound tract and then how it continued to re-enter down here on the abdomen.
And 102 TT?
And this is a close-up of the re-entry wound on the abdomen.
And did this bullet cause any significant injuries?
No.
102 UU?
This is a photograph of the x-ray of the abdomen, and it shows the projectile that I recovered.
And 102 VV?
This is a photograph of the abdominal skin, and I recovered the projectile from the skin, and it did not enter the abdominal cavity at all.
102 WW?
This is a close-up view of the projectile that is situated here in the skin.
102 XX?
This is a photograph of the projectile that I recovered.
102 YY, what do we see here?
This shows her back, and right here on the left side of the back is another entry gunshot wound.
And 102 ZZ?
This is a close-up of that wound.
102 AAA?
This showing the inside of the left chest cavity after the lung's been removed. So it entered her back, and it did pass through the left chest cavity and injured the lung.
And 102 BBB?
This is showing the left lung, so there was the one wound tract here through the front of the lung, and then a second gunshot wound tract through the back of the lung.
And 102 CCC?
This is a photograph of the x-ray showing her left shoulder area, and this is where I recovered that projectile.
And 102 DVD?
This is where I incised the skin to recover the projectile.
102 EEE?
And this is a photograph of the projectile that I recovered.
What do we see in 102 FFF?
This is an injury, a gunshot wound of the shoulder that just passed under the skin.
Okay. Looking at 102 GGG, what do we see?
This is showing the entry wound, and here you're seeing stippling where the gun was close to the body for the stippling to result.
And you said before that would have been the gun would have been within a couple of feet?
As a general estimate, usually within a couple of feet.
102 HHH.
This is showing the exit wound. So it entered here at the top of the shoulder and then passed just under the skin to exit here with the left upper back.
About 102 III.
This is a photograph with the probe along the wound track just to demonstrate the direction and path that the projectile took.
What can you tell us about her orientation to the gun? It was gunshot wound.
I can see the direction that the bullet traveled, so I know the gun, for this particular wound, the gun would have to be in front of her and slightly to her left.
About 102 JJJ. What do we see here?
This is her right forearm, and you can see the two wounds here when there's an entry and an exit.
And the last one, you were not able to recover a projectile, right?
Right, for these two wounds, this one on the shoulder and the one on the arm, the bullet exited, so I did not recover the bullets.
I'm sorry, so what do we see in 102 JJJ?
Another perforating gunshot wound with an entry and an exit.
What about 102 KKK?
This is a close-up of the entry wound, and here you can see the stippling around the wound.
What about 102 LLL?
And this is a close-up of the exit wound for that wound track.
What about 102 NNN?
This is a photograph with the probe through the wound track.
So no projectile recovered for this one?
No.
So how many gunshot wounds total did Brandi Peters suffer?
I documented 8 separate wounds, but the one on the arm may be the same bullet as the one that entered the chest.
It might have been one bullet over 2 entry points.
Right, so at least 7 times.
Considering all of these gunshot wounds, can you tell whether a suspect was shooting up at her or down at her, or her orientation for every single one?
They all have different orientations, some from the back, from the side, so I think she was trying to get away and moving and fighting.
Okay. Did any of the gunshot wounds cause significant injuries?
The only significant injuries were the 2 that injured that left lung, but those would not be immediately fatal, and she would still be able to function after sustaining those.
So you said, so she would still be able to run after sustaining those gunshot wounds that entered her lung?
Yes.
Okay. And would she still, you said it would be consistent with her moving around and not being stationary when she's receiving all these gunshot wounds?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us the order of these gunshot wounds? Can you tell which one came first?
No.
Can you determine whether she was shot first or beaten first?
I can't exclude that they're both going on, but how she ended up, I believe she was being shot, that it wasn't killing her. I mean, she had 2 gunshot wounds to her head, and neither one of those did anything. Several of the others were just entries and exits that didn't cause any significant injuries. So she was still functioning after that, and I believe after that was when she sustained all the head injuries.
take photos of the injuries to her hands?
Yes, I did.
Looking at 102 in. What do we see here?
This is her right hand, where you can see there's some swelling. There's actually a fracture of her finger and all of these injuries to the skin.
And 102
This is another view showing the purple swelling and injury of that middle finger.
and 102 PPP.
And this is showing the palmar surface. Again, you can see here the purple discoloration with bruising and fracture.
And 102 QQQ.
This is an x-ray of her hand that demonstrated the fracture of the fingers.
Let me see 102 RRR.
This is her left hand. Again, similar injuries. There's purple discoloration, which is bruising. There's some abrasions. There's a fracture of the middle finger, and then there is what I call a partial amputation of the tip of the little finger. The tip of the little finger.
102 SSS.
This is a photograph of that injury on the finger.
102 TTT.
This is a photograph of the palmar surface of the left hand with these areas of bruising at the base of the thumb and involving several fingers.
102 UUU.
This is a photograph that's showing there's an actual injury of the web between the index and middle fingers where there's a skin tear.
And then 102 BBB.
This is a photograph of the x-ray of her left hand, and you can see here the middle finger is fractured.
Looking at her nails, I guess she had some natural nails and some acrylic nails.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at these injuries to her hands that you've shown us, are these more consistent with her hands hitting another person's body or hitting an object?
I think it's an object striking her hands to result in the fractures, but she's not going to generate enough force hitting something to cause the degree of injuries that we see here.
Okay, so the injuries that we're seeing wouldn't be caused by her striking out at someone, they would have been caused by an object striking her in the hands.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay. And when you say an object striking her in the hands, I know you talked a little bit about defensive injuries, and by that you said you mean if she were to be being beaten in the head and putting up her hands like this or like this to cover herself or to try to shield herself?
Yes, these are all injuries that are similar to the injuries that she's receiving to her head and face.
Okay. If she were to have been able to try to stop defending herself for a minute and be able to strike out at her attacker, would you expect to see injuries on that attacker if he were to be wearing long clothing or long material over his skin?
No, not in areas that are covered with clothing.
Okay. Does clothing act as an intermediary? Just as you were telling us about earlier, that sometimes does for gunpowder, it can also do the same thing for someone striking you with a hand or a nail?
Yes, it can. The clothing can protect the skin.
Okay. hands and her head were the only parts of her body that you saw injuries that were consistent with being struck by an object, correct?
Yes.
Did you also do an internal examination of Brandi Peters?
Yes, I did.
Right. And in that internal examination, did you look at the contents of her stomach?
Yes, I did.
What were you able to tell us about the contents of her stomach?
I described it as brown, cloudy liquid, and she did have a few fragments of some harsh digested food.
What does that tell you?
Just that she had eaten within a few hours.
Okay. Are you able to give us any specific amount of time?
No.
But it's just within a few hours?
Right, she still has some food that's being digested in her stomach.
There's a reason you're not able to give us an exact time because people metabolize food at different rates.
Right, it varies. Depends on what was eaten, how much liquid is in there, because the stomach's trying to digest it before it moves it into the into the small intestine.
So too many variables for you to give us an exact amount, but it's within a few hours of her eating that she would have died.
Yes, it has not cleared out of her stomach.
I couldn't be, I'm sorry.
It has not cleared out from her stomach.
What was the time frame you said?
Just within a few hours.
Did you also do a sexual assault examination kit of Ms. Peters?
Yes, I did.
And what is that?
It's just evidence that we collect as far as swabs of the vaginal area, anus, mouth, and that sort of thing.
And did you so you took swabs of all those different areas of her body that you just named?
Yes.
Okay. And then at that point, did you put the swabs back into the kit, turn it over to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice any injuries or signs of trauma when you did the pelvic exam for her as part of the sexual assault examination kit?
I did not notice any injuries at all.
And were you able to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
And what was it?
I ruled the cause of death as blunt traumatic injuries of the head and face and multiple gunshot wounds.
So what would be the main cause?
The main cause would be the impacts to her head with the injuries. Obviously, the open wound on the face, but all of the traumatic injuries of the brain.
We might get a good stopping point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, before you move into another room, we need to take a break.
All right, we'll take 15 minutes. Either side need anything? All right, just leave your notes, have it step out.
All right, chat, we're going to recap what we saw, which actually let me end the poll, which was, do you believe a cartel member did this to Brandi? To which you said 20% said yes, 28% said no, and 51% said not sure yet. Good one, chat. Always waiting for more info. All right, let's recap what we've seen so far. So this is day 4 of Florida versus Henry Segura, and started out with Joanne Maltese, who's a forensics supervisor. Super Ball is on the printer. She didn't talk very long, so she basically she analyzed the blood drops on the in the house. She talked about cast off and how it drips. She talked about latent fingerprints. So she didn't analyze, or she didn't collect them, but she analyzed them. Or actually, she compared them. So there's fingerprint on the bathroom faucet and then a doorknob leading to the garage, and she compared. She compared fingerprints to Henry and to Brandi from the doorknob leading to the garage, and the fingerprints didn't match. So to me, that would support the theory that this was not Henry, that there was somebody else. So that would support the defense's theory that this would be a cartel hit. All right, so next up was Dr. Lisa Flanagan, who is the ME, medical examiner, and to me, my personal opinion, this is always this is always where you hear the most about, how it happened, So she did autopsy on all four, and in the order that she did those autopsies was Brandi, Tamiyah, Taniyah, and JaVonte. And she showed body diagrams of Brandi and Tamiyah, and the reason that she did that is those were the two that were shot. Taniyah and JaVonte were drowned. So they talk about Brandi first. She said there was a large open wound on her forehead. The most severe injury was her forehead, where she could see inside her head. Her skull was crushed and fractured, and the brain was exposed. There was a gunshot wound to her right ear. Back of her head, there was a gunshot wound and several small lacerations. Injury to the top right of her head. There were 8 total gunshot wounds, 7 because one was a re-entry. So number 1, and not in any particular order because she couldn't determine that, but the way she diagrammed it was, 1 was to the right ear, and that was a short distance. So it didn't go deep. It was a short distance. 2 to the back of the head, that was also a short distance, and that was just under the scalp. So it didn't actually go into her brain, or it was just under her scalp. So it's not like, and they talked about a .32 caliber. There's 2 different types of ammo, long and short rounds. And if you don't know which one to put into the gun, it's going to fire, but it's not going to be as powerful as if you were using the right proper ammo. So this goes back to, do you believe this was a cartel member hit? Did the cartel do this? And, well, we'll get to that in a second. First, let's go through Brandi's gunshot wounds here. So 3 was a graze wound, and 4 was the re-entry into the chest, left side of the chest, into the lung. 5 was left side breast going down, then re-entering in the upper abdomen. So that's weird. So I guess it went just straight down. 6 was in her back, going left into her lung. 7 was her left shoulder, and that went in and out. And then 8 was a forearm, and that also went in and out. So a lot of these bullets were just almost superficial. Her middle finger was fractured. Her left pinky finger was amputated. She thought that was, the ME, Lisa Flanagan, thought that was a defensive type injury. There were abrasions on the back of her hands. Her fingernails were broken and or removed. Oh, hold on. Polly. Come on, freak. Yeah, I know. Yeah, hi. Hi. Oh, sweet little girl. Hi. Yeah. Come say hello. Come say hello. Hi. Polly makes her entrance. There were lacerations on her face and a gunshot wound on her ear, forehead where skin was split. So there were several impact sites on the right side of her head. Top of her head had a large laceration. Her left cheek was bruised. Top of her skull was fractured. So there were oblong wounds on her skull. So several contusions on her brain. Blows to her face opened up her skull and exposed her brain. I mean, she was just pummeled, literally pummeled to death. The object had weight, so it wasn't a fist. You couldn't do this with your fist. It had to be some object. They thought it could be the butt of a gun. I mean, that's why there's this blood all over the place. So there were circular and oblong fractures. They talked about the gunshot wound to the back of the head. So there was soot and stippling. So we were wondering like how close, was this far away? So the ones to her head were close. they had stippling. So whoever did this, she was probably maybe, I don't know, maybe she got shot first and then they just beat her face in. I mean, that's like real personal, right? That's like when you know, we watch a lot of movies and people, you know, they start pounding on people, you know. So unfortunately, that's what happened to Brandi. And generally, those are personal attacks. Like you have a personal beef with the person that you're doing that to. So the projectiles were not going deep, you know, and they were just grazing the skin. That's what I was kind of getting out of all this. You know, these are not. And again, we'll get to the cartel. Okay, so direction of the shots are all over the place. Only major injury was to the left lung. So none of these gunshots really did her in. Seems like Brandi was running and fighting. So she's running and whoever's shooting at her is shooting at her, except the ones that are near her head, because then those were they were stippling, so those were right up close. She has injuries to her right hand. There's swelling and fractured finger. Her left-hand middle finger was fractured. We heard about her pinky that was like amputated, and maybe the gunshot, maybe she did this, and the gun, maybe, I don't know. Object striking hand would cause fracture. So Brandi not hitting something would be enough to fracture it. So it was objects striking her hand would cause those fractures. That's interesting. I would think you could fracture your hand if you punch something, but maybe not. Bless you. You would expect to see injuries on the attacker, but not if they had long sleeves or clothing on that would cover them. So if whoever did this had long sleeves on, you wouldn't expect to see injuries to them. There was food in her stomach still, so that indicates that she had eaten just a few hours. The ME couldn't determine how long because everybody metabolizes differently, but she said there was definitely food in her stomach, which again means that they estimated that they ate around 5 or 6. So this did not happen at 12 or 1 o'clock. This happened within 2 or 3 hours. So the cause of death is blunt traumatic injuries to head and face. The main cause is the open wound to the face and traumatic injuries to the brain. So then we get to the cartel. Okay, so would a cartel be this sloppy? Brat, I think, talked about this, one of our mods, Brat, that cartel is very public. Like when they execute somebody, they're very public. They hang you from a overpass. They put you in the street square. They make it very, very public. So this was not, even though she was outside at one point, because there's blood on the outside of the house and the door. She was dragged back in and shot, but I don't necessarily, this to me does not seem like an execution. I think a cartel would just go in, a couple bullets to the back of the head, and she's done. And then if they want to mess her up, they mess her up. But this just seems really, really sloppy. So, all right, we'll bring up a couple comments. Let me go here, full screen. Let's see. Yeah, Burger King, they ate at Burger King. Pammy. Cajun Bayou Queen, this had to be personal. I agree. Taylor says, definitely personal with this much damage. I agree. Julie says, the oblong could have come from the backside of the shovel, but the shovel didn't have any, that's we were kind of wondering about that. The shovel didn't have any blood on it. So could have come from the backside of the shovel, yeah, or the handle, but there was no blood on that. Because don't forget, I mean, there's all this splatter going on, so whoever's doing whatever they're doing, it's just casting off left and right? Curvio says, yeah, the violence of it leads me to think it was more personal, so him and perhaps the other injuries were on purpose to make it look like a cartel hit. That could be. Here, let me open this up a little bit. Okay, there. Yeah. And Pauline, Pammy says, hello, meow meow, whoever you are. She's already gone. The little freak is gone. So Cajun Bayou Queen Krista, I haven't heard any mule evidence yet. That is true. They talked about it. Yes, Pammy, defense. Oops, wait. Oh. Brett says, not in evidence yet, but claimed by defense in opening statements. And that is the This is Krista. Is there any evidence she was a mule for the cartel? Not yet. So the opening statements. So Santos, who works with the Vice Lords, he worked with Brandi as a mule. Santos orchestrated this and hired 2 drug traffickers. He's going to take the stand and explain why he needs to take care of the problem of Brandi. He needed a clean face, which means to show the cartel he had taken care of the problem. And the problem apparently was that Brandi was fronted some drugs, and I guess she didn't pay back. So that's the theory that the defense is going with. All right. What does Taylor say? Taylor says, one of the witnesses testified there were no phones found in the house. That is correct. Yeah, there was one. The landline was cut. The line was cut, and landline was cut, and that it was ripped from its jack. And they showed a picture of that. That was in her bedroom. Yeah, Pammy, I think that's what the state was trying to figure, or that's what they were saying. They said the oblong and or the circular could have been from the butt of the gun. So they shot her, or they pounded her. I don't know what the heck they did to this poor girl. Yeesh. Okay. I don't think the cartel would have taken her phone. Didn't realize her phone was taken. Well, no phones were found. So, yeah, where was her phone? Okay. Let's move on to more of Lisa Flanagan, who is our ME. So we'll go back to that. Oh, that was funny. Oh, look how small I am. Okay. Let's get back. Let's go back into the courtroom. Okay. And, all right, let's get back.
All right, everybody be seated, please. You may proceed, Ms. Dugan.
Yes, sir. Just have a couple more questions for you on Brandi Peters before we move on to our next autopsy. So you said before we took a break that the main cause of death was the trauma to her head, and that she still would have been functioning or able to run after receiving all of these gunshots to her body, right?
Yes.
We saw that she had 2 gunshots to her head, one in the ear, one in the back of the head. Could these have stunned her or put her out for some period of time, and then she be functioning or able to run again?
It's possible. I don't know how it would affect her. I mean, she is shot in the back of the head, so the bullet did strike her. Mm-hmm. It just wasn't with enough force to penetrate the bone, but I'm not sure. It may have dazed her.
Okay. And then you said, though, that after this trauma to her head that you showed us, she would not have been able to get away, run after that, after those blows to her head.
That's correct.
Okay. And looking at what's been admitted into evidence as State 70P, you were able to see this photo before court today, correct?
Yes, I have seen it.
All right. And after she received this trauma to her head, would she have immediately died or immediately been unconscious?
At some point, she would have lost consciousness. There were multiple injuries to her head. The final series of impacts to her face, I believe, were what happened at the end.
If she were beaten after sustaining these gunshot wounds, and she's unconscious here in the foyer, but her heart's still beating, would that explain the pool of blood around her, underneath her?
Yes, if her heart still would beat for a few minutes, her heart beating would have the blood pour out, but also she has multiple open defects of the scalp, which would also be oozing blood.
Okay. Can you give us a time of death?
I cannot the official time of death was when she was found. I cannot put a time on when all this occurred.
I guess the only thing that you were able to tell us was it occurred within a few hours of her last meal.
Yes.
Or with her, from her eating. And how would we determine a cause of death then? Would we have to look to other things like change in routine, when she was last known to be alive, those types of things?
Yes, for the time of death.
Okay.
We would generally start with when she was last known to be alive, and then other factors of when her routine would have changed, such as, she uses her cell phone all the time. When did that stop? What they're wearing. Were they ready for bed? Or,
But that's not something that you can tell us from the actual autopsy.
Right. Looking at their bodies, I can't determine and narrow it down a specific time of the injury having occurred.
Okay, thank you. All right, looking at 104A, what do we see here?
This is a photograph of Tamiyah. This was how she was when I first saw her. So she was fully clothed.
Okay. And did you receive her body in an evidence bag the same way as Brandi's?
Yes, I did.
And what is she wearing when you received her body?
She had on this long sleeve shirt and black leggings.
Okay. Looking at 104B, what do we see here?
This is her lower body, so she also had sandals on.
And in 104C?
This is her identification photo. She's showing her face.
And in 104D?
This was documenting her teeth. Since the girls were twins, I just wanted to make sure we knew which one was which, so she did have these metal caps on her teeth.
And 104E?
This is showing her hand, the back of her right hand.
Okay, and in 104F?
This is showing the palmar surface, and when someone's in water or there's moisture on the skin after death, then we will see this change of the skin. So that's why the skin here is wrinkled, because she was in the water.
And then 104G?
This is just showing the back of her left hand.
And 104H?
And this is showing the palmar surface of her left hand.
And what did you notice about her nails on her hand?
Just her nails were short.
I want to show you, before we get to the gunshot wound, I want to show you your body diagram you did in this case. Stage 133B. What do we see here?
This is, if you can slide it up a little bit, the bottom. Okay. This is showing she had a gunshot wound to her head. So this is a diagram of the skull. And so here is the entry that was in the back of the skull, and then it traveled through her cranial cavity and exited this part of her skull.
Okay. I'm looking at 133A. Where do we see the gunshot wound entry on this diagram?
I drew it right here on her head.
Did you notice any other injuries on Tamiyah's body?
No.
Okay. Up here, I guess, did you note her skin wrinkling like you told us about and her nails being very short?
Yes.
All right. What do we see in 104I?
This is a photograph of the back of her head. And it shows how her hair was styled in these braids, or little ponytails.
What about 104J?
This is a photograph showing the entry wound.
And 104K?
This is another photograph of the entry wound, and it's showing that there is actually stippling around that wound as well.
In the same way that we just saw photos of the inside of Brandi Peters' head, did you also do the same thing for Tamiyah to try to show the path of this projectile?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What do we see in 104L?
This is a photograph that shows here where the entry is.
And in 104M?
Yes, and then where the wound exited. So it passed through the brain here where the brain stem would be, which is a vital area of the brain.
And in 104N?
This has a probe showing the path that the bullet took through her head.
In 104O?
This is a photograph of the x-ray, and it shows the projectile that was recovered.
In 104P?
And this is a photograph of the projectile where it was situated.
In 104Q?
This is a photograph of the actual projectile after I removed it, and it says I recovered it from the left cheek.
And then 104R?
Just another view of the projectile.
Were you able to see any type of soot or stippling on Tamiyah's gunshot wound to her head?
Yes, there is stippling here that you can see around the entry wound.
And so that would tell you that the gun was within a couple of feet from her head?
Yes.
Did you examine Tamiyah Peters' stomach contents?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see?
I described it as tan flocculent with partially digested food. There was very little liquid. It was mainly food substance, and there was about, I'd say, 3/4 cup of stomach contents.
So you said very little liquid, so that means, I guess, more eating than drinking at her last meal? Or less liquid than solid food?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And we're able to determine a cause of death for Tamiyah Peters?
Yes.
And what was it?
She died from the gunshot wound to her head.
Right, I'm going to show you next the photos, 106A through I for Tamiyah Peters' autopsy. And she and Tamiyah were both, I believe, 6 years old at the time of their autopsies?
Yes.
What do we see in 106A?
This is Taniyah, her initial autopsy photograph, and she was clad in this outfit. You can see the wrinkling of her hand very prominent, and some froth around her nose.
So she had wrinkling on her skin, much like Tamiyah, but more wrinkling.
That's correct.
Okay. 106B, what do we see here?
This is just showing the lower part of her body, and she did not have any shoes on.
106C?
This is a photograph of her face, and it's showing this white froth from her nose.
Did you take a photo inside her mouth as you did Tamiyah's?
Yes, I did. So this is showing her teeth, and she did not have the silver caps that her sister had.
What do we see in 106E?
This is a photograph of the back of her right hand.
And then 106F?
This is showing the palm of her right hand, showing the wrinkling.
In 106G?
This is the back of her left hand.
In 106H?
And this is the palmar surface of her left hand, showing the wrinkling.
And did you do an internal examination of Taniyah, much like you did for Brandi and Tamiyah?
Yes.
Looking at 106I, what do we see here?
This is showing froth in her airway. She did not have any gunshot wounds, and so this was leading me to believe that she drowned, because when someone drowns, we can see this frothy material that's in her airway.
So you saw no gunshot wounds on her, no injuries on her, but the froth causes you to believe that she died of drowning?
Yes.
Okay. And did you determine a cause of death in this case?
Yes, I ruled the cause of death as drowning.
Okay. Did you also look at Taniyah's stomach contents?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what did you see?
Hers was very similar to her sister's. It was about the same amount, and partially digested food and minimal fluid.
Okay, so they had about the same amount and less fluid than solid content. So whenever they were eating, probably less liquid, more solid food.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so since they're the same age, they're twins, they likely ate about the same thing at the same time, you would say?
It appears that way.
Okay. All right, finally I'm going to move on to the final autopsy. I'm going to show you the photos of JaVonte Segura. How old was he when you received his body?
He was 3.
What do we see in 108A?
This is his initial photograph, and all he was wearing were these pants and some underwear.
In 108B?
This is his identification photograph, and he also has some of the moisture around his nose.
108C?
This is showing the back of his right hand.
And in 108D?
And the palmar surface of his, where you can see the wrinkling of the fingers and his fingernails.
In 108E?
This is the back of his left hand, and there is a healing injury here on the ring finger, but that didn't happen at the time of his death. That was there previously.
So it doesn't appear it appears consistent with being a previous injury?
Yes, it's healing.
Okay. And in 108F?
This is showing the palmar surface of his left hand.
And in 108G?
This is showing a photograph of his feet.
And his hands and feet have the wrinkling from being submerged in water, similar to his sister's?
Yes.
What do we see in 108H?
There was a small injury here by his eye. But again, it looked like it was healing.
Okay. Was it consistent with happening at the time of the incident, which would have been a day or two before these autopsies, or previous to that?
No, I think it was likely previous to the incident.
And in the same way for Taniyah, did you look in JaVonte's airway?
Yes.
Okay, what do we see in 108I?
This is showing the same type of frothy material in his airway that Taniyah had in hers.
Did you examine JaVonte's stomach contents?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see?
He had a smaller amount of food, but he also had some partially digested food in his stomach.
Okay. So a smaller amount than the girls?
Yes.
Back up here because that's all the pictures I have. Have a couple more questions for you though. Were you able to determine a cause of death for JaVonte Segura?
I ruled his cause of death drowning.
Drowning?
Drowning, yes.
Okay. And what does death by drowning involve?
Drowning is basically an asphyxial type death where an individual dies because they cannot get enough oxygen into their system.
Okay, so they're not getting enough oxygen to their brain?
That's correct.
Okay. How much time does it take for someone to drown?
I can't put a specific time on it, but if their head's underwater, there's a period they may hold their breath for a period of time or they may not. And once they inhale and the water's in their lungs, they would not be conscious very long after that, and then they would go on to die.
Do you know about how long it would take them to go unconscious?
Probably within 10 to 20 seconds or so.
So about 10 to 20 seconds before you go unconscious after you inhale the water?
Around that, or if someone holds their breath, then it would delay the time if their head's underwater of when they would lose consciousness.
Okay. And how long before they would die, before their heart stops beating?
The heart can continue to beat for minutes, and then it would finally stop.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Minutes.
And when you say minutes, like 2-3 minutes, 10 minutes, how long are you talking?
It varies. It's hard to put a specific number on that. If someone drowned and then their body's removed from the water, then within a certain time frame, then there's a chance they could be resuscitated. But once they are never removed from the water, then they could go on to die.
So if after that 10 or 20 seconds they're unconscious and they're remaining in the water, then at that point, within minutes, they're going to die?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of these children have any other injuries besides what you told us about?
No.
Did they have defensive injuries of any kind?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross.
Good morning, Dr. Flanagan.
Good morning.
I want to make sure that we're clear. You're not here opining as an expert in blood spatter, correct?
No, I have not testified on any blood spatter issues.
And you're not here testifying as an expert in scene reconstruction, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you can't offer this jury an expert opinion that it was actually a gun that caused the wounds to the head of Miss Peters, correct?
Well, looking at her body, they are consistent with the gun. I can't exclude that some other object was used to create some of those injuries.
Exactly. So you're only able to say that the wounds sustained to the head of Miss Peters are consistent with an object like a gun.
Yes, that's correct.
What other objects are those wounds consistent with?
Well, looking at the depressed fractures, it would have to be some object that had a roughly round surface for where it would impact the head, and the other somewhat oblong. I can't think of a specific object that would have that shape.
Like the head of a bat?
No, I don't think it was a bat.
What about a ball-peen hammer?
The one, depending on the size of the hammer, the circle was somewhat big, so I can't say for sure for that.
I can't say for sure. And to be clear, you only considered the wound patterns of the head of Miss Peters. You didn't consider any type of, you didn't consider the scene, you didn't consider any spatter that would have been at the scene, correct?
As far as saying that it could be a gun causing the injuries to her head?
Correct.
Well, I'm saying that we know there's a gun present, and if someone is shooting at her, and
Right.
that's an object that is readily available, and there are depressed fractures that are consistent with it being a gun. But like I said, I can't exclude that at sometime during the attack, some other object was used.
Now let's go to the examination of Miss Peters' hand. Okay. You stated that in your report, she sustained a fracture to her left middle finger.
Yes, I think she had fractures of the left middle finger, and then the tip of the little finger, and then fractures of her middle finger and ring finger on the right side.
On the right side. And the fracture just means they were broken.
The bones broke, yes.
Correct. Now, you also stated in your report that the webbing between the left index and middle finger were torn.
Yes.
Okay. And that several of her acrylic nails were torn off, correct?
There were some didn't have acrylic nails, but ones that did have acrylic nails, there were some that were torn, yes.
Okay. And you determined that she was in a violent struggle.
Yes.
Okay. And that she did the best she could to save her own life.
Yes.
Okay. Now you stated on direct the defensive, or how you characterized her fighting, she put up her hands to maybe to protect her face.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But you can't say whether or not she extended her hands when she was being attacked.
That's correct.
Okay. You also can't say whether or not she grabbed a hold to her attacker or her attackers, correct?
Yes, I don't know if she at some point held on to the attacker or not. I don't know.
Okay. But it's certainly possible, you would agree?
Yes.
Now, you also examined Miss Peters' her fingernails, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And from your examination of her fingernails, you could see that she was wearing acrylic nails.
Yes, on some of them.
Okay. And you stated in your report that there was a visible gap between the acrylic nails and the base of her nail cuticle, correct?
Yes, they had grown out some.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You might.
Let the record reflect that I am showing you what has previously been pre-marked as defense exhibit.
Defense exhibit what?
Madam Clerk, what would this be? 13. Thank you. Dr. Flanagan, what is this a picture of?
This is a photograph of one of her fingers. I believe it's a thumb, showing her nail.
Okay, and does this photograph, without showing it to the jury, does this photograph truly and accurately depict a picture of Miss Brandi Peters' fingernail on November the 21st when you took the examination of her body?
Yes, this photograph was taken at the time of the autopsy.
And did you take this photograph?
If you got it from our office, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to move this photo into evidence.
Is there any question? There's one of the autopsy photos.
I don't have any objection to the photo.
Okay, it'll be admitted.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Dr. Flanagan, you stated that there is a visible gap between the acrylic nail and the nail cuticle of Miss Peters, correct?
Right, I was describing this, that the nail had grown out, so there's a gap here.
Okay, and what does that indicate to you?
Just that she'd had the nails on for some period of time.
Okay, and that the acrylic nail had grown out some?
Her fingernail grew.
I'm sorry, yes. Okay, that's all the questions that I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect. Any juror have a question of this witness? I'm sorry, you said none, right?
No, I do, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought you said none. I'm sorry.
So as the medical examiner and as an expert in forensic pathology, I mean, it's your job to come into court and offer opinions about how injuries are sustained, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that these injuries could be caused by a gun because we know a gun was present. She was shot, right?
Yes, she was shot.
Okay, and that a gun is an object that has multiple surfaces that could cause these different types of lacerations that she has on her head.
That's correct.
Okay, and you specifically showed us two of the fractures that are consistent with being from a butt of a gun.
Yes, the depressed fractures where I can actually see a shape of the offending object.
Okay, when you say a violent struggle, what do you mean by that?
Just the degree and severity of her injuries with her, involving her head and face, also her hands, and that she's been shot multiple times.
So she was getting beaten violently.
She was being beaten violently with around the head and neck.
I'm sorry.
I mean, around the head and face.
Yes, ma'am. And that the injuries to her hands were consistent with her putting her hands over her head in defense of herself.
Yes, they are similar injuries as to what we see on her head.
And you said that her injuries are consistent with her hands being struck by an object, not her hands striking out at another person.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that even if she were, or as far as extending her arms, did she have any injuries on her arms?
Not other than the gunshot wound.
Right. Did she have any trauma type injuries to her arms?
No, it's mainly on the hands.
Okay. So if she had extended her arm out to her attacker wasn't hitting her at that time on the arms to cause an injury.
I didn't see any contusions on her arms
Okay.
or lacerations.
And you said that even if she were to have been able to strike out or reach out at her attacker at some point, that doesn't automatically mean that that attacker would have injuries, right?
That's correct.
Okay. That's all, thank you.
All right, any juror have a question of this witness? All right, write your question down. We'll go sidebar. All right, you can step down, Dr. Flanagan. We can keep her subject to recall. Ms. Dugan,
Yep.
we're going to keep her subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
All right, call your next witness, please. And let me say that the questions have to relate to what this particular witness did. You know, once another witness is off the stand, we can't go back and ask her something some other witness did. You'd be subject to recall, Dr. Flanagan, but you're free to go about your business.
All right, thank you.
Call the Brandi Peters, just
Okay.
a minute of evidence.
Come on up here, please. If you'd face the clerk and be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Slide up the rail, please, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Henderson. Can you introduce yourself to our jury and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
My name is Vernon Henderson. That's VERNONHENDERSON. And I am a forensic specialist 2 and latent print examiner with the Tallahassee Police Department.
Thank you, sir. How long have you worked at TPD?
About 11 years.
Okay. And were you working in your same capacity there at TPD in November of 2010?
Yes, I was.
Did you respond to the morgue at TMH on November 21st, 2010?
Yes, I did.
Did you attend the autopsies of Tamiyah, Taniyah Peters, and JaVonte Segura?
I did.
And did you collect some evidence from those autopsies of those 3 children?
I did.
All right, I want to turn your attention to the items there in front of you on the witness stand. Can you tell me what items 112, 113, and 114 are?
State's exhibit number 112 would be a buccal swab from Tamiyah Peters.
Okay, and did you take that buccal swab?
Yes, I did.
How did you take the buccal swab?
The buccal swab is just a cotton swab that you go inside the cheek. It's just a dry swab, and you just swab inside the cheek.
And did you do that in the same manner for all 3 children?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And looking at 113, what is states 113?
That is a buccal swab from Taniyah Peters.
Okay. And what is states 114?
And that is a buccal swab of JaVonte Segura.
Do those appear to be in the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, they do, with the addition of the FDLE sticker.
Okay. And by stipulation, those are entered into evidence already. I want to turn your attention to other items that you collected during the autopsy. Did you collect clothing from the autopsies of these children?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what Tamiyah Peters was wearing?
Yes, I can, if I can refer to my notes.
You may.
Tamiyah, with the M, had on a black plaid long sleeve shirt, black pants, red underwear, white sandals, and that is it.
And what about Taniyah? What was Taniyah wearing?
A sleeveless shirt with a strawberry print, pink shorts, white underwear, and that is it.
Okay, and what about JaVonte Segura? What was he wearing?
Gray pants and Spider-Man underwear.
Judge, may I retrieve our evidence?
Certainly.
Thank you. All right. Do you recognize States 105A through here?
Yes, that's the clothing from Tamiyah.
And obviously it's been taken out of its packaging and repackaged for viewing purposes of the jury, but is this the clothing how you appear it to, the same as it appeared to look when you impounded it?
Yes.
Okay. By stipulation, this is already in evidence. Some questions for you on 107 and 109. Besides being repackaged for the purposes of viewing, do they appear to be in the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, with the addition of the FDLE sticker.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I want to ask you about one other item. Did you collect a projectile during the autopsy of Tamiyah Peters?
Yes, I did.
And she would have been the child in the black jeans, black hooded sweatshirt, and white sandals?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you see it there in front of you on the witness stand?
Yes, I do.
And can you give us that state's exhibit number?
105B.
Okay. And 105B, that's the projectile that you recovered from her during the autopsy?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Or the projectile, I guess, that the medical examiner recovered?
Yes.
All right. And by stipulation, that's already in evidence. Did you also try to use an alternate light source during the autopsies of these children?
Yes, I did.
And what is that?
An alternate light source with just a different wavelength, and you're able to see things that the normal eye or with normal lighting you cannot see. And this particular situation, I was looking for bruising up under the skin, and on all three of the children I had found none.
So with the alternate light source, that would allow you to see injuries or bruising under the skin that happened so recently it hadn't been able to show up yet to the...
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you were not able to find any?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Cross. There. All right, any juror have a question of this witness? All right, write your question down, please. We'll go sidebar. Mr. Henderson, which autopsies did you attend?
Well, that was Tamiyah Peters, and JaVonte Segura.
Okay, so you were not present at Brandi Peters' autopsy?
No, sir.
Okay, any follow-up?
Just a moment. I know that the children in this case didn't have any trauma wounds to them, but in general, if a person has a bloody wound on them, meaning that they have a wound on their body that they're bleeding from, do y'all typically swab around that wound?
It depends on what type of wound. In a gunshot wound, we would not.
Okay. And if it's their own blood there, would you suspect that it would be kind of saturated with their own DNA there? Would that be a place that you would swab?
No, ma'am.
Okay. That's all. Well, no to which question there? Can you explain what you mean?
If it's their own blood, I would not swab it.
So if they have a wound on them that they're actively bleeding from or have blood all over them from around the wound, that's not somewhere you would swab?
No.
Okay. And why not?
I had already gotten their buccal swab, which would have their DNA on it.
Okay. So that would be an area that you thought would be saturated with their own DNA from their own blood?
Right.
Okay, that's all.
Defense. All right. You can step down. We want to keep him subject to recall. All right. You need him for any reason, Mr. Brent? You're excused. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness, please.
This time, I'm going to ask you for lunch break to take care of the matter we have to do in front of court.
Okay, so earlier than I envisioned, was there some problem with having another witness?
Your Honor, the next witness we anticipate being after lunch, so that we could in fact have the hearing. That person is in fact here and ready to go. That way we can start after lunch at the normal time.
Okay. No, let's go sidebar. All right, we have a legal matter that we need to resolve. I was hoping to get one more witness out of the way before we did that, but apparently they've run out of witnesses this morning, except for the legal matter we need to take care of. So we're going to give you a little bit of a longer lunch break. I don't think we're goofing off. We've got some work to do, and there's no sense you sitting in the jury room while we take care of that. So I want you to be back and ready to go at 1 o'clock. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you. Have a nice lunch. So, you want to take 5 minutes before we start into this?
Yes, Rob, you're on his way down.
All right, we'll take 5 minutes.
All right, so let's recap what we've gotten so far. So Julie, you had, we'll start off with you had a question, okay. The wounds on the kids in the swabbing, weren't the kids found in the tub? Yes. Were they submerged? Yes. If that is the case, there would be no more bleeding as they were unalived. Yes. I think, well, let's go to, I forget the order. JaVonte definitely was to the side of the tub, but he was submerged. I don't remember who was on the bottom. Let me see. So Tamiyah was on top, Taniyah was on the bottom, and I think Tamiyah's hand was on the outside. And Tamiyah had been shot. So Taniyah and JaVonte was towards the end. So Taniyah and JaVonte were submerged and drowned. Tamiyah was shot and then thrown into the tub, or she was shot in the tub, however that happened. But she, I think her arm was partially out of the tub. I don't know if that helps or not. Julie, not sure if that helps. Oh, this is just so brutal going through, but we have to. We're doing it for these kids. All right, so Dr. Lisa Flanagan, the ME continued. She determined the main cause of death for Brandi was trauma to her head. The gunshots did not kill her. The gunshots to her head could have stunned her. She could not have continued to run after the blows to her head. At some point, the blows to her head would have knocked her unconscious, and then the blows to her face happened last, because that's what caused her passing. Can't put a time of death or when it occurred other than a few hours after eating. So cause of death was basically her head being exposed, smashed in, brain matter, all of that. So then next up was Tamiyah. Her nails were shorter, her skin was wrinkled due to being in water. She had silver metal caps on her teeth. She had the gunshot wound to the back of the skull, and it traveled through her brain into her left cheek, and that's when they pulled it out. There was stippling to her wound, which means it was close. See, that's kind of what I expected Brandi to be, just, back of the head, you're gone, not this just ripped her apart. There was food in her stomach. Cause of death was gunshot wound to the head. Then Taniyah was next. She had more wrinkled hands than Tamiyah. She had froth around her nose. She did not have silver caps, and the froth indicated drowning, and that was her cause of death. And then JaVonte, who they said JaVonte Segura. So again, I don't know if Henry knew that was his son or not. I mean, if he knew, that's really brutal. If he found out later, either way, that just stinks. So he had moisture around his nose. He had wrinkled skin on his hands and fingers. He had several small injuries, but they were not caused by the incident. Frothy material in his airway, similar to Taniyah, and that cause of death was drowning. He had a smaller amount of partially digested food, smaller than the girls. Death by drowning is she said asphyxial. So asphyxiation, basically no oxygen getting to the brain. Time it takes is not specific because you may hold your breath, but once you do go unconscious, it's within 10 to 20 seconds after inhaling water. Then your heart will stop beating after a few minutes, and he had no defensive injuries. So, geez, I'm just trying to imagine, I always try to imagine how these things happen. I mean, here's this woman just getting the crap beat out of her, fighting for herself, fighting for her kids. Were the kids dead at that point, and if not, they're screaming. They're probably either, if they are allowed, they're probably helping their mom. Well, the 3-year-old, he's probably just huddled in a corner crying, but the girls, they're 6, they're probably helping if they can. If not, are they locked in a bathroom? But then how did they get locked in the bathroom and then mom didn't know about? Mom would have fought, Brandi would have fought. So I'm just trying to figure out how this all went down. So the cross was bizarre, but the ME was not there to opine about blood spatter or scene reconstruction. She can't exclude another object caused the wounds. What other objects are the wounds consistent with oblong or round wounds? And they said a bat. She floated out a bat. ME said no. A hammer. Can't say for sure. Just look at the wounds on the hands. I'm sorry. She just looked at the wounds on the head. She didn't consider, the blood spatter. So that's not what she was there for. But ME did say can't exclude some other object was used. She thinks it was the butt of the gun, but she can't exclude there was another object. Brandi's hand, so fracture to the left middle finger and the right middle finger and ring finger, and the left index and middle finger webbing was torn. So there was torn in between there. Some fingernails were torn off. The ME indicated Brandi was in a violent struggle. characterized fighting to maybe protect her face. She says she can't say she extended her arms because, because they were talking about, did she grab her attacker? Can't say that Brandi grabbed hold of her attacker. It's possible Brandi did try to grab a hold. Of course, she can't say for sure. And then this was really weird. Wearing acrylic fingernails, there was a visible gap between the cuticle and the nails, and they showed a photo of the thumb. Visible gap is described. What does that indicate? She had them on for some time. I didn't understand that at all, but that is what it is. Then redirect was she was beaten violently around her face and head. Defensive wounds on hands indicated it was an object. So, she's trying to protect herself, and she's just getting pounded. No injuries on arm other than the gunshot wound. So if she was holding on to her attacker, that attacker would be, pounding on her arms. There were no injuries there. So if she extended her hands out to her attacker, there were no wounds on her arms. And then the jury had a question, but it was related to another witness. So the judge said, needs to relate to the current witness. Then Vernon Henderson, who is a forensic specialist and latent print examiner, came on, and he got buccal swabs of the 3 kids, and he collected the projectile from Tamiyah, and he used alternate light source to look for bruising under the skin, and there were none found. So, and then the jury did have a question: which autopsy did you attend? And he said the 3 kids. He was not at Brandi's. So. All right, so that's that. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, here, Pammy. I think they were just shut up in the bathroom while they did Mom. She would have either ran out or fought, then finished the kids afterwards. But if there were more than one perp, maybe all at the same time. Yeah, those kids were screaming, yelling. I mean, you have to hold 2 kids down if you're going to drown them, or hold them down at, either at the same time or individually. So if you're doing it individually, what are the other ones doing? If you're doing it at the same time, those kids are going to be struggling for sure. And then Taniyah was shot, so I'm sorry, Tamiyah was shot. So she was shot in the back of the head, gone instantly. So she's out of the way. Yeah. Cajun Bayou Queen, I think it was the butt. Yeah, I think so too. Seems like it. Yeah, siblings watching the others go. I hope not. I certainly hope not. Via a text, Brandi had mentioned he was a baby daddy, I thought. Yeah, I'm not sure. We're not 100% sure. Pammy says, I doubt they were all totally submerged, but Taniyah was. I thought that they said that they were fully submerged. Well, it just says they were submerged in our description. So I don't know if they were, fully submerged, partially submerged. Well, Tamiyah was underneath. She was underneath, right? I gotta get these straight. Tamiyah. Okay, Taniyah. Oh, so Tamiyah was shot. Taniyah and JaVonte were drowned. So Taniyah with the N. They were. So Taniyah's on the bottom. So she's fully under probably. Well, who knows? Maybe some part of her body was out. And JaVonte was on towards the end, and then Tamiyah, who was also shot. So it sounds like maybe. Maybe they drowned the kids first, but Mom, Brandi, would have been fighting like a, just a banshee, I am sure. I mean, yeah. So, all right. Let's move on. Continue on. So the next one I have notes, it says outside of jury's presence. So let's see what that's about. Yeah, Cajun. The police only saw 2 kids at first. Yeah. Oh, you're welcome, Julie. Thank you. Therapist says, Taniyah was drowned. Both have the letter N. As morbid and terrible as that is, it's the only way I will remember it. Oh, yeah. Taniyah and JaVonte. Oh, they have the N. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, got to remember it somehow. Cajun Bio Queen. Then they went back in and saw the third. Yeah, at the bottom. Yep. Yeah. Pammy, it's so hard to imagine the physicality of it all. I know. All right, let's get back to more testimony. All right. Make sure that this is in the right order. Okay. All right, so this is outside the presence of the jury, so that's interesting. Let's find out why this is outside the presence of the jury. That's what the note says. Interesting. Uh-oh, why didn't that come up? Oh, that's why. I gotta grab the URL. All right.
Everybody good?
Okay, see you on the other side.
Witness would have a seat, please. The clerk will swear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat, please, sir. And to clarify the record, this is a proffer. The jury is not present.
I'm Dr. McAfresh. I'm not going to go into all your credentials again. I don't think the courts are well aware of what your credentials were. But I'm talking about, at this point, after performing your DNA analysis, did you do a calculation to determine the likelihood of obtaining a similar DNA match?
I did.
Okay. What specific training experience allows you to do that?
Well, it started with undergraduate school and then graduate school, where these calculations are routinely used for lots of different applications other than forensics. Following that, then after my doctoral work in population genetics, working in forensic analysis, beginning all the way back in the 1980s, likelihood ratios were part of what we considered when we did analysis then. And then in 1996, the National Research Council put forth their guidelines and suggested that likelihood ratio and the multiplication rule were the appropriate way to do the kind of analysis that I did. I have taught graduate classes that use the likelihood ratio. I've attended seminars and other things where other people have talked about the likelihood ratio, and I've taught workshops on a national level about how to analyze samples and then set up likelihood ratio calculations based on that analysis.
Okay. And it sounds like you've maintained that kind of education, continuing education, keep updated with this kind of stuff.
Yes, certainly, and I continue to this day to work on various developing things like, computer programs to help analyze these things, and, it requires an awful lot of study to make sure you're up on all of those things.
Okay. And based upon that, have you ever been able to give your opinion regarding statistical frequencies in a court of law?
Yes, sir, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I think the first time I gave my opinion on statistics in a court of law was 1987. And I've used the same calculations, and I gave my opinion just a few weeks ago. So continually for the last 32 years, it's a lot. I must admit I've lost count.
Okay, that's fine. Is there a specific methodology, and I think you just talked about this, is there a specific methodology that you utilize to do your statistical analysis?
Yes, it's called the likelihood ratio, and it's a very standard calculation. It allows you to ask two questions and compare the probability of one or the other question being more likely. And we do something like that all the time, right? We
we get up in the morning, we look out the window, is it more likely to rain or more likely to be a sunny day? And we take the data that we have from it being cloudy or, clear sky or whatever, and we combine that information and we do a probability. We basically say it's more likely today when I landed in Tallahassee, it was gray and cloudy. That's indicative of rainy weather. So what the likelihood ratio is, the formal math behind that. You can say, is this collection of data more likely if I explain it this way, or is this collection of data more likely if I explain it a different way? And you do that calculation and you get an answer that says this explanation or the other is more likely. And then you do that multiple times for each locus that you have data for in this case, and you multiply them together. But this has been the standard of practice since the 1980s. The likelihood ratio is something that's been used in mathematics and medical testing and science for decades and decades before that.
Okay. And does that methodology utilize a specific database, or did you utilize a specific database to determine the calculations correctly?
I did. We have to decide how to evaluate the data collection that we have. That is it common or less common? And we do that. The database that we use now is maintained by the National Institute of Standards and Technology. This is the old Bureau of Standards. And they maintain the standardized database that everybody in the country uses. It's published online, it's published in peer-reviewed journals, and made available to the scientific community, but maintained by the National Institute of Standards and Technology.
Okay. Are you familiar with that database and how it was obtained?
Yes, I am.
Can you please explain that?
Sure. Basically, it is a collection of individuals, approximately 1,036 individuals, and they're divided up into 300 or so, 340 to 280 to 340 between African American, Caucasian, Hispanic, and also some Asian population. And you simply run their DNA against the current kits, and you collect that data and you create frequencies of occurrence, just as if you had a bucket of marbles and you pulled out the individual marbles, counted all the whites and the reds and the blues and the blacks, totaled them up and did the percentage. But back in the late 1990s and early 2000s, we did a lot of database building in this country for various police agencies, and it all is very similar.
Okay. And is that same calculations you just talked about and that database you just talked about what you utilize in making your calculations as it relates to this particular analysis?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that analysis. The analysis that you made and the calculations you made, are you making the calculation based upon Henry Segura being included, or is it based upon the group of individuals that is included in that sample being included as opposed to the rest of the population?
It's the group of individuals. So basically when you interpret the data, you look at the raw data first, then you take the data from reference samples and you say which person or group of persons best explains the data that I see. And then based on that explanation, is it more likely that that group of individuals explains the data or an unknown group of individuals that explains the data? And Henry Segura and the children and Brandi Peters were the group that best explained that data.
How would that be affected by a database based upon unrelated individuals?
Well, the database that that we use is unrelated individuals. But what we're asking the question here is, does this group of individuals explain the data, or does an unknown group explain the data? We're not asking about relationship at this point, because in the situation where the people that explain the data are being tested, that probability is 1. They explain all the data. So the question then becomes, what do unknown individuals have that might explain the data, and what's more likely? So this isn't a question about relationship at all. This is a question about explaining the data. If we wanted to ask the relationship question, that would be a different question and a different calculation.
So you're really not worried, when you're doing this calculation, you're not talking about the relationship between the group of persons that you're talking about there is irrelevant essentially when you're doing the database calculation, because you're talking, those are going to be unrelated persons, correct?
Correct.
Frequency outside of that group is what you're looking at.
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions, sir?
Well, let's hear what his opinion is going to be.
All right. And what was your calculation and opinion regarding frequency?
The probability is that it's 700 billion times more likely that the data is explained by Brandi Peters, the children, and Henry Segura, rather than 3 untested individuals.
You keep saying 3 untested individuals, and you keep saying children. There are 3 children involved here, Tamiyah and Taniyah, who are twins, so we would expect them to be the same, correct?
Correct, that's what I meant. The twins, Brandi Peters and Henry Segura.
Okay. Then that brings another question. Did you exclude JaVonte Segura from that calculation?
I did. There are a couple of instances where his DNA doesn't explain, it doesn't fit in the pattern that we saw.
Yeah, and then talking about the pattern of the analysis, not what you're trying, not the calculation you're
That's correct.
Okay. And we'll get into that a lot more. So you're really talking about, when you're talking about the group of 3 individuals, you're talking about Henry Segura, JaVonte Taniyah, because they are effectively, for your analysis, 1 person.
Correct.
And then Brandi Peters.
Correct.
Okay. And that would be what your opinion is based on, your calculation is based upon.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross.
Dr. McIntosh, you indicated you excluded JaVonte from your calculations. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Are you saying that he's excluded as a potential contributor to this mixture?
It's difficult to say, but there are instances where Henry Segura explains the missing data that the children and Brandi don't have, and JaVonte doesn't explain. So it would appear that he's excluded, and so I used the 3 individuals, Henry and the twins and Brandi.
Okay. So I guess let me break this down into a few different questions. First of all, there's only 2 foreign allele. That is, allele that are foreign to Brandi, JaVonte, and the twins. Is that correct?
Yes. Let me pull my file here so that I don't have to do that from memory.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ask your question again, please,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Prince.
And I'll direct you to specifically what I'm looking at. The only 2 allele, if we're going to call them allele, in this mixture that are foreign to Brandi Peters, the twins, and JaVonte are the 14 at D5 and the 16 at D8. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And those are both low RFU or starred allele, correct?
Well, yes, there's a lot. This is a very low-level mixture. It's complex. It makes interpretation difficult. That's certainly true.
And this is, because it's a low-volume sample, we have dropout throughout. Is that correct?
There are instances of dropout, yes.
Okay. Down at D5, was that 9 there, one of the peaks that you called as an allele?
I did not call it because of its overall morphology as a peak. Mm-hmm. And they had it starred and removed for that very reason.
Right. JaVonte, one of JaVonte's allele numbers at D5 would have been the 9 though, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So if we're acknowledging that this is a low volume sample with dropout prevalent throughout, can't we say that it's possible that JaVonte is still contributing at some at some loci and not at others, or at least that we're not able to see his DNA at other loci?
I think the issue is that in the instance like here, you have a much larger picture to consider, right? And that is that at D5, you have, for what is intents and purposes here, a prominent 7 and 11. which the twins and Brandi have. Brandi has an 11-11, the twins have a 7-11, and that leaves the two peaks at 12 and 14 to be explained. And Henry has the 12 and 14. JaVonte doesn't have a 12, and the 12 is clearly there. So that leaves him out as one of the people who explains the data, right? 9 or not, he doesn't have the 12. So, we're having, what you have to do at that point is you have to start backtracking and making exceptions. Whereas if you use the 3 individuals that I did, you don't have to make any exceptions at all. It all fits the data quite nicely. And further, Henry, being a 12 and 14, has exactly those 2 alleles that are low level and different from Brandi and the twins. So that's one of those issues where you have to be careful not to sort of cherry pick what you're looking at, but look at more of the holistic explanation.
Okay, so if we're looking at D5, for example, where JaVonte is a 7-9, correct?
At D5.
Right.
Let me just check. You're talking about JaVonte Segura?
Yes.
At D5.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's a 11-14.
He's an 11-14, that's correct.
Okay. So that start allele there that you were using at D5, JaVonte's a 14 there as well, correct?
Well, he's a 14, but he's not a 12.
Okay, so it's the 12 and the 16 that are foreign, not the 14 and the 16. I think I asked that wrong before.
Okay, my explanation is the same. It's the same explanation I just gave you a moment ago because the interpretation stays the same. Henry has the 12 and 14 that stand apart. JaVonte has the 11, 14, but not the 12. Mm-hmm. So we have to start creating exceptions at that point.
What do you mean when you say creating exceptions?
Well, you have to start invoking explanations of either dropout or a low level or other things, whereas with the 3 individuals that we look at, we don't have to do any of that. They're all there.
Well, you say we have to start invoking dropout, but you've already acknowledged dropout is prevalent throughout the sample. Is that right?
Again, yes, that's true. But in this particular instance, what we're looking for when you're working with low-level samples, especially because they're more difficult than samples where you have tons of DNA, you have to begin looking for places where you can identify, for example, individuals that have a particular genotype that only they have represented in that sample that's different from others. And that's what we have here.
The point I'm really trying to get to, though, is that if JaVonte is contributing to this mixture, and you're using frequency of occurrence tables that take into account how often we would expect to see a particular genetic profile in a given population set of unrelated individuals, numbers that you're attributing to Mr. Segura could be showing up because of JaVonte. Do you disagree with that?
Yes.
And why do you disagree with that?
Because your explanation wound around a couple of things that just aren't true. First of all, I'm not trying to explain just Mr. Segura here. I'm explaining all 3 individuals together as a group. So I'm not trying to explain one person in the group, but rather the group together, because they explain the data together. So this takes into account all of those people together. I'm not trying to use any one specific individual's genotype as the frequency of occurrence, but rather all the alleles that we see together in the group to explain the probability. This is a probability of the group, not the individual.
And how would it impact your calculations as to the frequency of occurrence for Mr. Segura or for the group as a whole if JaVonte is contributing?
Well, the numbers would be incredibly low because we would have places where he doesn't exist. So, D8's another example where his marker's missing, so we wouldn't be able to use that. So it would make the data much harder to explain, and therefore the probability would be very low.
Right, and we already know that even Mr. Segura, for example, according to you, isn't showing up at every allele, at every locus. Isn't that correct?
Everybody from Brandi Peters and the twins and other people aren't showing up at every allele. This is a very low-level mixture, so that's true for everybody.
And that's kind of my point, that there's prevalent dropout, and if JaVonte is contributing, that would completely skew the statistics.
It would make the statistics lower. So and that's the advantage here. What we've done, and by we, I guess I mean me, the fact of the matter is, what I did was go through this, generate the best explanation for the data, and use the data that was complete enough to come up with an explanation to generate the statistics. If I were to use JaVonte, then that group of data that's usable would be so much lower that the statistics would be meaningless. And that's exactly what we're trying to come to an answer on here, is what's the best explanation of that data and what's the statistic for it. If you want to invoke other explanations, you can do that, and you can recalculate, but the number is going to be low.
And so I guess this is my problem. You keep saying that we have to invoke another explanation or invoke an exception, but we're not invoking dropout. We know dropout is present. You've testified to that yourself.
Right, I have, and dropout exists, but you're invoking dropout as an exception in certain places to explain data that already exists, and that's the problem. I'm using data that exists. Where I see dropout, I'm not using that data against anybody, not against Henry Segura, not against JaVonte or Brandi or the twins. That data is set aside as being consistent but not complete. Where I have complete data, I can eliminate JaVonte as part of the explanation being the most likely. So you can't just say, well, because I see dropout, therefore I can use it to my advantage wherever I want.
Isn't that what you did, though? For example, at D3, we have only two peaks there of 15, 17 at virtually identical RFU values, 245 and 246, which would, as a general matter, you would agree, indicate only one contributor showing up there. Is that true?
Not necessarily, no.
Well,
if you look at the data, right, we have a much lower likelihood ratio for three individuals being contributors of 15 and 17. If you look at the frequency of those alleles in the population, it's like saying, well, I've got three people together here and all three of them have brown eyes. That's hardly a surprising occurrence. I'm sure we can find a lot more than three people in this courtroom with brown eyes. And that's the situation you're talking about. In a mixture, I've seen mixtures of three individuals with only one peak. And that's because of the frequency of occurrence of that particular allele being very common, again, like brown eyes.
I'm not so concerned about the frequency of occurrence. My point there is that the peak proportions would generally indicate that there's only a single donor showing up there. Isn't that generally true?
No, not in this situation. You're pulling one locus away and saying, well, this only means this. And you're trying to interpret without the rest of the data. And the importance in all of this is one of the basic things I teach, is that you have to look at all of the data and come up to a conclusion that explains the data and explains what you're looking at, and then go back, determine which data is complete enough to use as calculation, use that data and make sure that the rest is you can develop explanations for. And if you look at D3, so at D3, the three, Brandi Peters is 15-17, the twins are 15-17, and Mr. Segura is 17-17. And we know he's a minor part of that mixture. That all makes perfect sense. All those three individuals, between them, only have 15 and 17, and that's what we see in the data.
But the values themselves don't give you indication that either the twins or Mr. Segura showing up there. Isn't that true?
Again, you have to use all of the interpretation, right? That's a completely consistent explanation for the data based on what they have.
So you're saying that because you expect to find Mr. Segura, because you're looking at the 12 and the 16, you're going to find him present, or at least do calculations to include him as present at a locus, which in a vacuum wouldn't indicate contribution by him or any other person.
Well, you said it yourself, in a vacuum. That's not the way you get to do this. That leads to problems. And so once I've determined, by looking at the electropharogram, as we've just done, that there's only a 15 and a 17 there, and it's a low molecular weight locus because it's on the left, then the question is, when I begin to look at the group of people that could be contributors, 15s and 17s are the only ones that get to play.
What do you mean by that?
Well, somebody who's a 19 and a 20 is somebody who's going to be eliminated or possibly excluded, but I'm going to have to find a reason. I have to begin invoking exceptions, as I talked about earlier.
As a general matter, would you agree that if you know a parent and child are both included in a mixture, it would make doing statistics very, very difficult, perhaps impossible, and lower them to the point that they may not even be probative?
No, I wouldn't agree.
So what were you talking about before when you said if we knew JaVonte was included, that would basically take a wrecking ball to your statistics?
If we knew he was included and we have loci where we don't have data for him that we otherwise used in our calculation, we would have to invoke an explanation that removed that locus entirely from the calculation, which would drop the calculation by a multiplication value of 200 in one instance, and I can tell you, just a moment. It would drop the calculation by a multiplication value of almost 1,200 and a multiplication value of 600. Right? So now instead of 700 billion, we're going to have a number in the hundreds or the thousands. And that's what I was talking about, not relationship.
I understand. No further questions.
And redirect.
They are.
I hear you, Mr. Prince. It's your objection.
I'm sorry?
You wish to be heard on your objection to his testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I also have Mr. Bundy standing by to testify telephonically.
Okay. We'll let the witness step down then.
How do we logistically need to handle getting Mr. Bundy? I have his number here to call. We're going to do that.
I'll put out here. Takes a little pre-planning, Mr. Prince. You haven't made any arrangements at all to get him on the phone?
I have. I spoke to him and let him know that we'd be calling him.
I mean, in the court.
I can go again.
Do we have a speakerphone in there? What?
Business.
Okay. Put it up here. We'll do the best we can, but a little forethought would help, Mr. Prince. We have better phones that we could have brought in here. Phone interest. Just need to turn around. I'm having my eyes from making sure. Good. When you come dialing, get him out and have her line.
Dr. Mack, for you.
Okay.
Eddie's gonna go eat lunch.
Okay. Where do you want me?
Just so you can go.
Mr. Bundy, good afternoon. This is Nick Prince up here in Tallahassee regarding the Henry Segura case which you previously testified in. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
And you're on speakerphone in open court here.
I guess I've seen him before, so. Raise your right hand, solemnly swear your testimony about presented to be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right. State your name for the record.
My name is Jason Bundy.
Go ahead, Mr. Prince.
Mr. Bundy, regarding the interpretation of FDLE Exhibit 126, PB 116, States Exhibit 63, swallowed the bath bar. Do you have the electropharogram and the information relative to that evidentiary exhibit accessible to you and available?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I first want to ask you some general questions about doing statistics or statistical inclusion in a data set where related persons are contributors. Can you tell me if that's problematic and if so, why?
Okay, so when it comes to creating a statistic, you have to designate what restriction may be based on assumption to make the math work appropriately. So the type of statistics that are generally used in forensics, such as the random match probability or combined probability of inclusion, would give you a result that would say something on the lines of 1 out of so many people. You would expect a random individual that this person would contribute to DNA profile necessary. Because we say random individual, if we are aware that they're related individuals, that's not random. And so therefore, as a result, the statistic should go much lower because if there's a known entity of people, it's not really random when you know that they are related. So there are other statistics that can be done, although I don't think we really have the ability to do them in the state of Florida, simply because it would require significant census results and the ability to have an average number of children per family. And I don't think that data is readily available, which is why most forensics statisticians or results that you see do not include that type of data.
So the frequency of occurrence tables that are used by FDLE in compliance with their interpretive guidelines, those are based on frequency of occurrence amongst unrelated individuals. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when a data set contains individuals that are related, do FDLE interpretive guidelines permit you to do inclusion statistics for those individuals?
If we're aware that they're related individuals, we take that into account, but we always report that the statistic that we're reporting is based on unrelated individuals. So it really, again, like a lot of situations, it would depend on the information that we have available. Many times we may not know, but if we do, we would try not to report statistics with related individuals.
Okay, and if you are reporting frequency of occurrence or likelihood ratio in a data set with individuals known to be related, how is that going to impact your statistical report? Maybe that question's not clear. If with known individuals you're using frequency of occurrence ratios for unrelated individuals, how is it going to skew your findings or your statistics, if at all?
I'm not sure if I understand your question, but let me ask this. Are you saying
Let him ask another question.
or related to the statistic?
The judge was just indicating that I should react.
That's the problem with this phone. When somebody's talking, they can't hear you. So, but anyway, ask a little clearer question, please, Mr. Prince.
Yes, sir. Basically what I'm trying to figure out is if you have contribution to a data set by related individuals and you use your frequency of occurrence statistics for unrelated individuals, are your results, your reported statistics going to be skewed?
They are not as accurate as they could be. So yes, they were very skewed. The difference would be that if the resulting statistic, for instance, was 1 in 10 million for unrelated individuals, the actual statistical relation, if we could calculate it for when we know that they are potentially related individuals in the data set, would be much more common.
top of the complications added in doing statistics by the presence of multiple related individuals, how is that problem compounded when you have a data set with prevalent dropout throughout?
That's actually a very good question. That's the biggest concern, is that when you have a complete profile, you have all the loads that we're looking at and all the data readily available, we can identify an individual because we know, based on lots and lots of research, that no two people should have the same DNA profile, complete DNA profile, except identical twins. But when you have partial information, we absolutely know and expect, especially people that are related, that they share a certain amount of the same DNA. And this is the basis of all genetic genealogy and how people create family trees genetically. Because they know that they have shared information passed down from one generation to the next. So the closer you are in a familiar relationship, the more likely you have similar DNA profiles.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Fuchs, if you want a question, you have to come up here.
Give me 1 second, please.
Okay.
Mr. Bundy, the calculations you just talked about is based upon doing a calculation of a single individual included within a result of DNA in that frequency, correct?
I'm sorry, can you just reiterate that one more time for me?
Yeah, the calculations that Mr. Prince was just asking about was based upon doing a calculation of a single individual as contained in a DNA profile as opposed to frequency of occurrence in the rest of the world, correct?
Yes, you're making a comparison as far as what are the expectations of the probability for this person versus a random individual.
Correct. All right, but you're not talking about the frequency of occurrence of a group of individuals. The frequency of occurrence as a group can be done. So for instance, in this particular case, we have 3 individuals for argument purposes. You have Brandi, Tamiyah, Taniyah, and Henry Segura. A calculation can be done as far as that group of individuals against the rest of the world, though, can it?
The statistic that we'd be able to do, I think you're referring to, is a mixed profile inclusion statistic, and that statistic would be specific to, can one individual be included in a mixed set of information? So even if there's donors for 3 or 4 people in the mixture, I would potentially be able to produce a statistic that would say the probability of one person being in that mixture versus the random person.
Okay, can you do a probability of the mixture as an entirety as opposed to the rest of a statistical calculation of that group of individuals as opposed to everybody else?
The only statistic that comes to mind that you would have to make assumptions to who would be in there. So for instance, if I wanted to do a statistic called the likelihood ratio, I can make assumptions that multiple people are in that, or that requires these 3 people versus all random individuals.
Okay. And that
ratio that you can do that.
So the likelihood calculation can be done in that circumstance, correct?
It can be postulated that way, yeah.
Okay. And going back to what Mr. Prince was talking to you about, if JaVonte is, and I think we even covered this actually when you were up here last week, if JaVonte is in fact excluded out of that sample, then really the aspect of them being unrelated or related is moot, because at that point Henry Segura is not related to the twins nor Brandi Peters as far as genetically, correct?
Genetically, that is, well, outside of the mother, Henry Segura is not related to the mother or the 2 other children, if that's what you're asking.
Correct. So therefore a statistic based upon unrelated individuals is entirely proper.
If no relationships are included, yes.
Okay.
I don't know that's true for 126 based on the reports that we have.
I understand that, but I mean, you would agree that that's entirely proper if that was the case?
Correct.
All right, no further questions.
Further, Mr. Prince?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bundy, if it is not the case that JaVonte is excluded, which is to say that if JaVonte is included, talk more about the assumptions you're making by trying to do inclusion to the mixture for Mr. Segura where his son's DNA is known to be present.
So, because the relationship that we're looking at here for related individuals is a parent to a child, that the expectation is that half of all the child's DNA came from that father. So it's absolutely expected, and so there is no statistic that would be really supportive of identifying who gave that half of the DNA, the child or the father. So anything that the child has in here, it's not easily determined what would come from the father versus what would come from the son. So the only way that you can really look and see what statistically would be significant to Henry Segura would be to see anything that the related child does not have.
Okay.
Either half, so to speak.
And again, you indicated before, if I understood you correctly, that prevalent dropout impacts that even further. Is that correct?
True, when it comes to creating statistics in general, we don't have much information. We generally do not do statistics due to it becomes inconclusive that too many people kind of donated that information.
Thank you. I have no further questions. All right, thank you, Mr. Bundy. We're hanging up.
Further testimony, Mr. Prince.
No, Your Honor.
You can be heard.
Your Honor, the finding by FDLE was that JaVonte is included in the mixture. And with JaVonte being included in the mixture, we already detailed a variety of reasons why the mixture should be deemed interpretable in the first place. The problem that we have here is that he's doing statistics based on inclusion to a mixture in instances where there is no evidence of contribution by Mr. Segura or anybody else. The only potential allele that are foreign to the four victims here are at locus D5 and locus D8. Both of those are starred alleles, which is already a problematic situation and violative of the interpretive guidelines that FDLE follows. And again, these are not just suggestions for overly cautious preventative measures. As we discussed Friday, the process of validating results from instruments in a particular lab is required at each lab, and anybody interpreting data out of that lab is supposed to comply with those guidelines. I understand the court's ruled that Mr. McElfresh is going to be permitted to say that Mr. Segura is included, but to then report statistically where there's only two even potential foreign allele to the victim, and to use data sets that don't indicate he or anyone else being present just compounds the error of doing the interpretation in the first place. And I would say, based on the combined evidence from the various FDLE and private experts here, that Dr. McElfresh's interpretation is not consistent with scientific norms and should be prevented.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Really, it's a renewed attack on my prior ruling, not really a statistical issue. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I guess if there's a conviction, the District Court of Appeal or Supreme Court will get to decide that. But the real issue is not the statistics. It's that Dr. McElfresh has excluded JaVonte from the mixture. That opinion can be attacked. That really goes back to the initial ruling. It's not about the statistics, as statistics are accepted. Even Mr. Bundy accepted the statistics. I understand your argument that what he has done is not what FDLE has done. I don't think it causes confusion among the jury to say that if his son is included in the mixture, the probabilities are much less and probably not statistically significant. The jury can understand that. That's not confusing. what this witness is saying is that the son is not included and has developed statistics based upon that. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Anything else we need to resolve on this?
No, Your Honor. No, not from the defense.
Are we going to? So what we're going to do next, Mr. Duke?
No, actually, Your Honor, we're going to go to Mrs. Jeffrey Foggy, then we're going to do Ms. Brown, who obviously did all the analysis, and then we'll move into Dr. McFresh.
Well, better make sure we don't run out of time today.
I plan on it, Your Honor. That's been a debate we've had.
We've got, you need to consider the length of cross-examination, because if we run out of time, it's going to be Tuesday, and he's going to have to be back here.
Okay.
All right. All right, we'll be in recess till 1 o'clock.
All right, chat, I was completely focused on something else. I got off of that, so I really have no idea what happened with that proffer. So I'll just rely on you guys to talk amongst yourselves while we move on to the next section of the trial. I know it was Kevin McElfrish. He was a DNA analyst, but I'll let you guys sort that out amongst yourselves while I pull up the next part of the feed, or the next part of the trial.
Be seated. You can call your next witness.
Your Honor, it's time to stay with Dr. Foggy.
Everybody have a good lunch? Yes. All right, you found out all the places downtown by now, I guess. I don't know. There aren't too many of them, but let's... Chief Police Clerk can be sworn, please, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat and slide up the rail, please, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jeff Foggy. First name Jeff, last name Foggy.
Mr. Foggy, where are you employed?
I work for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement as a special agent, currently assigned to the cybercrime unit.
How long have you been an agent?
I've been an agent since 2012.
Okay. Prior to 2012, where were you employed?
I was employed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement as a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
What were you doing in the crime laboratory?
I did firearms identification. I worked in the firearms identification section.
What does that mean?
Essentially, the role of the firearms examiner is to examine firearms and their components to determine if a firearm works properly or functions properly. Also to look at components, whether they're fired or unfired, to determine if they're suitable for use in a firearm or if they're fired from or within a firearm. I also did serial number restorations, muzzle to target distance determinations, and tool mark identifications.
I assume that you had some sort of specialized training or experience that allowed you to do such things.
Yes, sir.
And could you please explain that to the jury?
I have 2 bachelor's degrees, one in chemical sciences from Florida State University and one in forensic science from the University of Central Florida. Aside from that, I also went through a 2-year-long training program at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that introduced me into the area of firearms identification.
Okay. And how long had you worked in the firearm lab before becoming a special agent?
Approximately 13 years.
During those 13 years, had you ever had an opportunity to testify in court and offer your opinion as to firearm analysis and whether or not projectiles were fired from the same weapons and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay, approximately how many times?
In excess of 150 times.
Your Honor, this time I tend to witness.
Any board, all right. All right, you may proceed.
So let's talk a little bit about that. How do you go about making a comparison of, well, let's talk, back up a step. Let's talk about firearms in general. How does a firearm function?
Depending on the type of firearm, essentially what a firearm is it's a tool. It needs some ammunition or a bullet. You'll put the ammunition bullet into the tool. You'll pull the trigger of the firing mechanism. A small, we don't call it an explosion, but as the cartridge is impacted by parts inside the firearm, it causes gunpowder to burn and causes a projectile or a bullet to be fired down the barrel of the firearm and down towards its target.
And you mentioned something about different kinds of guns. Specifically, let's talk about handheld guns.
Okay.
Are there different types of handheld guns?
The two main types are pistols and revolvers.
Okay. What are the difference? A pistol is being what?
For a pistol, mainly semi-automatic pistols, what that means is that with each one pull of the trigger, a bullet will be fired downrange. Now, a semi-automatic pistol has what's called a magazine, or in common terms they call it a clip, but we call it a magazine. You put the unfired bullets or the rounds of ammunition in that magazine, insert it into the firearm. Then you work a top mechanism on that firearm called the slide. You'll pull that back and go forward. It'll load that ammunition. You pull the trigger one time, the cartridge will send the bullet downrange. It'll then also kick that cartridge case out of the firearm. Then it'll make the firearm move again, cycle, we call it cycling, reload another round, pull the trigger, it'll do it again. It'll continue doing this as long as you're pulling the trigger one time and until the magazine is empty.
Okay. And you mentioned something about they would eject a cartridge?
That's correct. In a semi-automatic firearm, as you fire the firearm, as long as there's not a malfunction with the gun, a typical normally operating firearm in semi-automatic mode, when you pull the trigger, bullet goes down range, the top of that gun comes backwards and pulls that fired or spent cartridge case out of the gun and ejects it in a pattern mainly to the right. Some of them can go left. It really depends on the firearm.
Okay. A revolver. What is that?
A revolver is also a handheld weapon, but instead of having a cartridge magazine that's inserted, it has a revolving cylinder. So what you do is you'll put a number of bullets or rounds into that revolving cylinder, you'll close that into the firearm, and then as you pull the trigger, depending on which type of firearm, and there are two different types of revolvers, and I can explain that if you want me to. There's a single action and a double action revolver. But essentially when you pull the trigger, the revolver, the cylinder will rotate, it'll fire the round, and then it'll wait for the next one. When you pull the trigger, the cylinder will rotate and it'll fire a round. The main difference between a semi-automatic and a revolver is the cartridges that are fired stay in that revolver until you manually remove them.
Let's talk a little bit, and I understand you work in a lab in firearms, but let's talk about a crime scene type situation. If you're utilizing a semi-automatic weapon that you talked about where it kicks the shell out, you would be expecting to possibly find those casings or cartridges, spent cartridges at the scene, correct?
I'd have to speculate that, yes. A semi-automatic firearm would typically eject cartridge cases at the scene.
Okay. And then as a revolver, it wouldn't.
Correct, unless you manually open the revolver, empty the cylinder, then it could be found at the scene.
In this particular case, were you asked to make an analysis as to certain projectiles that were found at the scene or on a person's body regarding Brandi Peters, murder of Brandi Peters, her two daughters, Tamiyah and Taniyah, and JaVonte Segura?
I was submitted evidence in this case, yes.
Okay. And when you say you were submitted evidence, you're talking about projectiles, correct?
That's correct.
What is a projectile? Let's talk about that.
A projectile is the piece of ammunition that's typically called the bullet. A lot of people in lay terms call a bullet, and when they hear about a bullet, they think of the whole unit of ammunition. In firearms identification, the projectile is that one piece of the cartridge component of the bullet that goes out of the barrel of the firearm and towards its target.
Okay. Whenever you're making comparisons of projectiles, how do you go about doing that?
Well, if you go to the manufacturers, we'll start with the manufacturing firearms. When they manufacture a firearm, they put inside the barrel of the firearms, they put what's called rifling. And what that is it's spiral grooves. It's meant to make the bullet spin as it goes down the barrel. And it's much like a football player throwing a football. If it spirals and spins, it's more accurate. So that was the idea behind putting rifling in the firearm. What that does for us in firearms identification is it creates microscopic imperfections on the inside of that barrel. So when the bullet makes contact with the barrel and starts spinning and going down the barrel, it leaves marks on the bullet, and those can be unique to a specific firearm. So by marking up the bullet, we can then take that bullet that's been fired, take it into our laboratory, and inside our laboratory we have what's called a comparison microscope. Now that's essentially 2 microscopes with 1 eyepiece, and that allows me to look at 2 different objects at one time with varying magnification. So I can start at a low magnification and go up to high magnification. What that allows me to do is I can look at those imperfections that the firearm has put on the projectiles and compare them to any other bullet that is submitted for comparison. Looking at these markings, I can then make an identification or make an opinion whether or not the bullets were fired from a particular firearm.
You have a booklet up here. It's got numerous projectiles. Why don't you take a look through those real quick? And specifically, I'm asking you whether or not those are the projectiles that you compared as it relates to this particular case.
Yes, sir, they are.
So let's start with talking about those particular projectiles and what they are. State's Exhibit number 49, which is TPD number 15. Where is that projectile located at?
Where is it located at? Here?
Well, no, what the packaging, where does it say it was found?
This is State's Exhibit 49, you're saying?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 49, my Exhibit 15 or 15, was on a towel below tub area in the master bedroom. Oh, I'm sorry, master bathroom. Strike that, master bathroom.
Okay. So let's talk about this one for a second and what as relates to firearms. In this particular case, it was testified earlier, this was found, as you just mentioned, on a towel below a shower stall. And we have an impact point there at the shower stall where it appears the bullet, if you will, projectile, bounced off a small piece of metal and onto the floor. Typically when you're talking about a firearm, I would think that when you're talking about a gun and a bullet being fired, they have very high velocity, they go really fast, and they hurt things and they go through things. Is that typically correct?
Well, projectiles are meant to go at a high rate of speed, yes.
Okay. Would it be normal in a situation for a projectile to simply bounce off a small piece of aluminum, such as this?
Oh, that would cause for me to speculate. It really depends on a lot of factors.
Okay. Well, one of those factors in this particular case, these projectiles you did, and ultimately we get to conclusion, but they were from a .32 caliber weapon, correct?
That's correct. The projectiles were .32 caliber.
What would be, as a .32 caliber weapon, is there some problematic issues with a .32 caliber that may cause it to bounce off a small piece of metal when firing a weapon?
I don't know that it would be problematic, but a .32 is not a very powerful round if that's what you're getting at. It's not as powerful, say, as a .45 or a 9mm or a .40.
As a .32, are there also different kinds of .32 ammunition?
There are.
Okay. Could you please explain that?
For a .32 caliber class, you have .32 autos, which is a specific projectile, type of projectile. You also have .32 Smith & Wesson, and you have .32 Smith & Wesson long, and there's a myriad of other .32 caliber projectiles. For this case, these projectiles were .32 auto calibers, and the way that was determined, if you want me to go into that.
You can, okay. Just briefly, and we'll get into your analysis a little bit more.
They were what's called jacketed. For projectiles, jacketing means there's some sort of metal coating put on the outside of it. So it's a lead inside with a metal coating on the outside. That is very consistent, typical with the 32 auto. 32 Smith & Wesson longs, 32 Smith & Wessons typically tend to be lead. The other difference is weight. There's a weight difference between the two.
Okay, so you can actually kind of tell the difference between the auto and the other, and long and the short, the regular Smith & Wesson 32 based upon looking at the projectile.
Typically, yes.
Okay. What would happen if you fired, say, a 32 automatic in something that was designed for, say, a 32 long?
You would see some performance issues. The 32 auto is meant to be fired in a semi-automatic pistol. It's meant to be fired in a pistol that when it's loaded, it's all closed and contained, so all the energy goes down the muzzle of the barrel. When you put a 32 auto in, say, a revolver, there's a gap between the cylinder and the barrel, and so the performance of that round can be affected.
When you talk about the performance of the round, you're talking about how fast it goes and the effectiveness of that round.
Yes, because, like I said, it was meant to be fired in a 32 auto, so there's no gap between the rifling and the bullet when it's fired. With a revolver, there's that little gap, so that bullet has to cross that gap. So it's starting to lose energy right away. Then it has to impact the barrel, which causes it then to be affected as well. Typically, you'll see that there's lower velocity coming out of the muzzle.
Okay. And in that situation, a 32 caliber being fired out of a 32 caliber revolver, would that possibly lead to some sort of performance level here that would result in it bouncing off essentially a thin piece of metal?
Again, cause for speculation, but possibly.
Okay.
Again, I don't have all the factors that for this bullet. I don't know what else it hit.
Certainly. All right, let's turn to State's Exhibit number 50, TPD number 16.
Okay.
And where does it say that one's from?
State's Exhibit 50, my Exhibit 16 says projectile on floor of toilet room below toilet paper rack.
Okay. And next we have State's Exhibit number 26 or TPD 17.
State's Exhibit 26, my Exhibit 17, projectile from third shelf of hallway closet.
State's Exhibit number 71.
State's Exhibit 71, my Exhibit number 38 is projectile from southwest SW, rug area and living room.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 103, your Exhibit number 94.
I don't show a State's Exhibit 103. I have a 103 with some letters.
103W, excuse me.
103W. 103W, State's Exhibit 94, says it's projectile from head, and in parentheses, top of head, close parentheses.
All right. State Exhibit number 103X, your number 95.
103X, projectile from left chest wall.
And 103Z, your Exhibit number 98.
103Z, my Exhibit 98, projectile from right side of jaw.
103AA, your Exhibit number 300.
103AA, Exhibit 300, projectile from left upper arm of Brandi Peters / foreign material from scalp wound of Brandi Peters.
Okay. And finally, 105B, your 105.
105B, State's Exhibit, my Exhibit 105, is projectile removed from the head of Tamiyah.
Okay. I'm also going to show you, so it's been previously introduced, as State's Exhibit number 147. I should take a look at that photograph real quick. It's my understanding that no firearm was actually recovered, or at least none was presented to you for examination, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But that photograph, does that represent what a possible 32 caliber revolver would appear to be? Look like?
It's a type of one, yes, it could be.
Okay. But that's what we're talking about when we talk about a 32 caliber revolver, would look something along those lines.
Correct, that is a revolver and it says it's 32 calibers, yes.
Okay. All right, so let's talk a little bit about your analysis then. State 119A, what are we looking at here?
Those are photographs, it looks like I took of the exhibits as I received them.
Okay, why would you take these particular photographs in your analysis?
Whenever I receive evidence into the crime laboratory, I'll photograph it as its condition and what it looks like so that I have a recollection.
Okay. (119B) appears to be the same kind of thing.
Yes, sir.
And 119C.
Yes, sir.
Now, why is it that there is, if we look at 119B, you've got white envelopes there versus 119C and D, there's the white envelope on top and then the brown envelope underneath?
Typically, and not always, but typically as we receive projectiles from the medical examiner, they will put them into a secondary envelope.
Okay. So this is just basically you unpacking them?
Correct.
Okay. Why are you so careful in making and documenting these through photographs?
Well, it's my court record. It's my record. I mean, and like in this case, it's been a while since I examined this evidence, so it provides me a way to look at it and kind of recollect and recall what I did or what I'm looking at.
Photograph number 119F. What are we looking at here?
That looks like it's exhibit number 94, a photograph that I took.
All right, so this is the actual projectile that we're talking about, correct?
That's correct. Projectile exhibit 94, which I'm not sure what your state's exhibit number is, but that's my exhibit number 94.
Okay, so the 103W state's exhibit number. So this is the actual one from Brandi, top ahead on Brandi Peters, correct?
If that's what the record says, yes, sir.
Projectile number 95, it's your exhibit number 95 from the left chest.
Yep, that's a picture that I took, yes, sir.
And these are the actual projectiles that you were asked to examine, correct?
That is correct.
Number 96.
Yes, sir.
Number 98.
Yes, sir.
Now, looking a little bit different here, go back and look and compare the two between 96 and 98. They obviously appear to be much different. Why is that?
As projectiles enter a target or hit an object, they can become deformed. The projectile you see on the top there, which is I believe 98, has hit something substantially enough that the nose of it, what we call in a projectile, the nose of the projectile has been damaged. Exhibit number 96 on the bottom of that picture is showing a projectile that appears to be mostly intact, is how we say it. It looks like it would look if it was in an unfired form.
Okay. Is there any degree of difficulty to make it hard to examine one or the other?
It can. Damage can cause difficulties in examination depending on where that damage is. And in this case, what you're looking at there is the damage is to the nose of the projectile, which is not where rifling is typically found. So it didn't have much of an impact.
Where is rifling typically found?
If you look at the photograph...
You should have a pointer up there, actually. There
What's
should
that?
be a pointer up there, a laser pointer.
Is this it?
Yep, top one, top button.
All right, there. So if you look at this picture here, the top picture is what I'm highlighting. This is, I believe, exhibit 98. You can see this line right here and this line right here. This right here is the rifling. That's where the inside of the firearm has come into contact with that projectile. The spaces in between are the valleys or the ridges in between the rifling inside the firearm. But the main portion of the firearm, which is the rifling, is right inside this area right here. And the marks that we see are within that area typically.
And 119J appears to be another projectile.
Yes, sir.
And finally 119K.
Yes, sir. That's another photograph I took.
(119L). What are we looking at here?
What you have here in 119L is essentially one of the areas of the projectiles that I'm looking at through the comparison microscope. I'll start with the one on the top left here. It says Exhibit 94 is the exhibit here on the left. You can see there's a black line that goes down the middle. So this is essentially looking down my microscope. So on the left-hand side is Exhibit 94. There's a center line, which is the center line of my microscope. On the right-hand side is Exhibit 15. The notation is 28x, so I'm at 28 times magnification. What you see here is limp. That's a land impression. That's that area I was telling you about that's inside the rifling of the firearm. That's the part that comes into contact with the projectile. And the one north of blue dot index is telling me, as I start looking at these projectiles, when I start cataloging them and looking for marks and looking for those individual characteristics, I put a mark on them to remember where I was. Because in this case, there were 5 different areas to look at. And not only do I look at the base here, but you look all the way down. This is just a representative sample of what I was looking at. And inside there you can see what we call stria. Those are the imperfections that the rifling of the firearm will put onto a projectile. And what I'm showing in these pictures is a representative sample of how that stria is in agreement with each other.
Okay. And it appears as if you've done a comparison that says Exhibit 94, but it looks like you're also comparing to Exhibit 15, 16, 17, and 38, correct?
That's correct.
So you're looking to make sure that these, in fact, how Exhibit 94 compares to all the other items.
Correct. And during my examination, I try and find the projectile that has the most information on it, the least amount of damage, the most stria. And I try to use that, in this case, without a firearm, I try to use that as my standard that I'm looking at. So I want to compare everything to that because it has the most information for me.
119M. Looks like more comparison photographs.
That's correct.
And it appears as if you're comparing exhibit number 94 with other exhibits as well.
That's correct.
(119N). What are we looking at here?
Okay, 119M. This 119M is in Mary?
Nancy.
119N is in Nancy. The top left photo is Exhibit 105, and what I'm showing on that is I'm showing slippage marks. Now, what slippage marks are is when a firearm enters the rifling, it should enter nice and straight. It should enter with no defects to it. Slippage means the bullet has entered into that rifling and slipped a little bit, so it didn't quite engage that rifling perfectly at that time. So there's a little slipping, so it slips a little bit before it engages the rifling. So on this picture, there's little marks down here. It's hard to see how small it is, but there's down here in the bottom of this land impression, there's just a little area where it just quite hasn't grabbed hold of that rifling and it has slipped a little bit. There can also be marks within that slippage area too. The top right picture, as you're looking at it, Exhibit 105, misalignment marks. For misalignment, what that means is that's typically what happens in revolvers. The cylinder doesn't quite align with the barrel properly, so as the bullet enters in, it kind of doesn't enter properly and then slips back on to the proper rifling. In this case, you can see it's hard to see here, but right here there's a little bit of rifling that starts, and then the main part of the rifling starts. So you can see there's a line right. It comes down through here, and then this one down through here, and then it aligns itself back up here and here, and then this is the main part of the rifling.
Okay. You previously talked about and identified these as being 32 caliber autos.
Correct.
Projectiles.
Correct.
It appeared that you were talking about certain markings on Exhibit 105 that indicate that it would possibly be from a revolver.
That's correct, and the slippage marks I saw on all the projectiles I examined, the misalignment marks were on most of the ones that were undamaged. The ones that you saw that were damaged, those areas were damaged, and I couldn't say one way or the other whether it was a misalignment mark. You want me to continue with the bottom two pictures?
Sure.
The bottom two pictures were taken by me in an attempt to try to identify a brand of ammunition that this could have been from. So I just took those for myself to kind of look at them and then compare them to some standards we had in our laboratory and see if I could determine what brand it was.
So if I understand you then correctly, then the top two we're looking at, Exhibit 105, appears to be a 32 caliber auto, but it was actually fired out of, I guess, the wrong gun, a 32 caliber revolver.
Possibly. I mean, again, there's a lot of factors that go into that, but slippage marks and misalignment marks are typically seen when 32 autos are fired in a 32 revolver as opposed to a semi-automatic firearm.
119O.
That appears to be a close-up of the misalignment marks. And again, here, and it comes down through here.
119P.
That's a close-up showing the slippage right here. It's slipped a little bit, and then it's not as there's a little slippage here, but it's slipped a little bit, so it's not really sharp on the edges.
119Q.
Again, that's just a blow-up of the nose of the projectile, seeing if I could identify a brand.
Were you able to identify that?
Not with any certainty, no.
Okay. And 119R.
That's also just the photograph I took to try and identify the brand.
Photograph 119S.
This looks like a close-up of one of the identification photographs.
119T.
Same thing, a close-up of one of the identification photographs.
And when you say identification photograph, you're talking about where you made the alignments and checked to see if they're the same striations and markings.
Correct, and again, I'll stress that this is just a representative sample of what I saw. I don't take a picture of every mark, everything I see, every piece of rifling. What this is showing me is that within this area, it's a good area showing you all the agreement of the stria. That would also carry over into the next area to look at, and then the next area.
And 119U.
Again, looks like a close-up of an identification photo I took.
It looks like the rest of them are going to be similar. 119V, another photograph of the examination.
Yes, sir.
119W, same.
Yes, sir.
Now, you got a big thing here. What is that how does that factor in your comparisons?
That could be material, that could be body fluids, it could be material, it could be plant material, it could be whatever it went through. We take those things into consideration when we are examining projectiles. If need be, we can try to clean the projectile if it tends to get in the way. There are times where things get imparted on the projectile that take away our rifling. In this case, having that little area there didn't affect my examination.
So you're talking about that could possibly be blood from the person that was shot?
Possibly.
Okay. 119X, again, appears to be another comparison photograph.
Yes, sir.
119Y.
Yes, sir.
Appears to be another one of those, some other sort of foreign material.
That may be an area where the rifling didn't, what we'd say, bottom out. The rifling this part of that projectile may not have impacted the rifling inside, and so no marks were placed there. That's not uncommon.
119Z, again, same thing.
Yes, sir.
And finally, 119AA. So doing your examination and looking at those photographs, or at least those photographs exhibiting what it is that you were looking at, were you able to form an opinion as to whether or not these projectiles were fired from the same gun?
Yes, sir, I was.
What was that opinion?
In my opinion, after looking at the microscopic markings and the imperfections on the the projectiles, it was my opinion that the 10 projectiles were fired from the same unknown firearm.
Okay. You say unknown firearm. Are you able to make any kind of determination about the kind of gun or make of gun based upon any of those markings that you had there?
Yes. As I receive the projectile into the laboratory, I fill out an information worksheet on it. What that does is it gives me an idea of what I'm looking at, what caliber it is, what style it is, how much it weighs. And in that rifling, we're able to measure how big that rifling is. What these are called class characteristics. It's a class of firearm. It's like when Ford makes cars, they've got different classes. They have a Mustang, they have a F-150. So it's not identifiable to a specific item. But in those class characteristics, I can measure them. In this case, we had 5 rifling grooves that twisted to the right. Some firearms are 6 left, some are 9 right. So it varies depending on the manufacturer, and they determine that as they manufacture the firearm. So I'm able to see how many of those are. In this case, we had 5 right. Then I can measure how wide they are. And when I measure how wide they are, with that, with other information, I can put it into a database. It's called the General Rifling Characteristic Database. What that allows me to do is gives me an idea what kind of firearms could have fired it. Now, it's not all inclusive. It doesn't include every single firearm ever made, but it gives me a good marker on where to go, how to tell investigators what they're looking for.
Okay. And were you able to make a determination as to based upon those lands and grooves and markings with the twist about what kind of firearm you would typically see from these projectiles being fired from?
Basically, after entering that information into the database, the specifications included revolvers manufactured by Smith & Wesson, both in .32 Smith & Wesson and .32 Smith & Wesson long. And from the characteristics, one of the firearms could possibly have been what's called a top break firearm. And what that means is, if you look at that firearm on the photograph right there, that cylinder comes out, it swings out. A top break, the firearm would actually break open from the top. You put the cartridge in and close it back up. It doesn't mean it is a top break, but that was one of the ones that showed up.
Okay, so it could be either top break or this kind of revolver is what we're talking about.
Correct.
Okay, but it's definitely the lines and grooves, the lands and grooves indicated was probably a Smith & Wesson revolver of some kind.
More like than not. And again, I'll emphasize the list is not all inclusive, doesn't include every single firearm made.
Now let's talk real quick about this gun. Not necessarily this gun, but a revolver in general. We're talking about the cylinder, whether it's top breech or pop open on the side. How many bullets does that hold?
It depends on the firearm. Usually there's no less than 5. Typically they hold 5, and they can go, depending on the caliber, can go up to 9.
Okay. But with 10, you would expect at some point somebody stopped to reload if it was fired from the same gun.
With a .32 caliber, typically they're 5-shot or 6-shot. They can be up to 7-shot. But yeah, I would expect with .32 caliber that you'd have to reload that cylinder, unless, again, there's a firearm I've not seen that holds 10.
Okay, in 13 years though, you did a lot of firearms and familiar with most of them.
That's correct.
One second.
Ross? Did you ever have a question of this witness? All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep him any further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You need him for any reason, Mr. Prince?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to ask this, but we're going to have the computer to play a video for that. We've got to shuffle witnesses around doing the schedule. If we can take a brief break.
Okay. All right, let's step out. Let's take 10 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, Your Honor, before you leave, can we just talk about scheduling real quick, please?
That'd be seated.
And Your Honor, I gave you a list earlier of potential witnesses today. We've actually shuffled some around, given the court schedule over the next couple of days. It's our anticipation now that we're gonna try and fill a whole day Tuesday. We may not be able to due to unavailability of one of the witnesses testifying in another homicide trial in Tampa. So we may end up having to go into Wednesday morning. We're going to do our best to fill up, but we want to make the court aware of that. Obviously, we have to make adjustments without the court tomorrow and things like that. We just ask for a little leeway there. Obviously, I'm going to try to fill it up the best I can, but there is that potential.
Well, how much are you thinking you're going to have, Mr. Prince?
You mean in the defense case?
Length of your presentation, defense case?
As best I can figure, probably 2.5 days. The only caveat to that is depending on when Mr. Keefe finishes next week. It's possible we could finish before the end of the day on Friday. Mr. Knox was going to be unavailable on that day, the 18th. We could discuss when the stuff is.
I thought we figured out something around that.
If it looks like we're going to do that, then I am going to. The problem is he's got a class that he teaches. I've asked him to try and make accommodation to become available if it looks like we're going to finish early. So that's still a possibility as well.
Well, I was hoping to have it to the jury on Friday.
And Your Honor, with all honesty, if Mr. Santos is testifying, there's going to be a lot more involved by the state.
Well, I know, we're getting in a posture, you're leaving no time for the penalty phase. If we're gonna have a penalty phase, we have to have it done. We can't get into the Thanksgiving week. We've told them we weren't gonna be here then. So we can't keep losing time here. It's what you're telling me, we're losing time. We're gonna put it into a scheduling problem.
I think that last time we discussed that the death penalty part would only take, I think, a full day is what we discussed last time. So I still think we're in a posture to finish up by that Friday with the death penalty included.
Every time we lose time, we put it further back. So,
like I said, I'm doing my best to make sure it is. We were anticipating finishing on Wednesday anyway, Wednesday morning as it is. We had some hopes about possibly Tuesday, but in projecting out, we're already talking about Wednesday morning.
I don't remember saying that I was okay with Mr. Knox testifying on Monday. I'm thinking that's not real likely to work. So, what's his problem again?
He's teaching a class every day next week.
Well, I mean, we're here trying a first-degree murder case. You know, he may have to miss a class. That's not acceptable. Just to kick it over to another week just so he can teach a class. That's not acceptable. We're going to need to keep it going. So, you know, don't suggest to him that we're going to do that. I don't know. We'll see, but we need to. We can't keep killing time. All right, we'll take 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Judge got a little upset there. I think he was asking Mr. Prince, the defense attorney, what his thoughts were as far as his case was concerned, or his side. And there was I guess a teacher, a professor, who was teaching a class, and the judge is like, well, we're trying a first-degree murder here. He needs to miss some class. Okay. So we just heard from Special Agent Jeff Foggy, who's firearms identification expert, and he certainly was. 13 years in the department. He talked about the difference between a pistol and a revolver. He talked about the different kinds of ammo that are used in a .32 caliber pistol in this case. Actually, it was a revolver. Was it a revolver? Shoot, no, I can't remember. Revolver is a revolving cylinder. Yeah, I think it was a revolver. Okay. So he was talking about the ammo was different because it didn't fit properly into the cartridge. So there's a gap between the cylinder and the barrel. So when the bullet passes that gap, you know, it catches that gap, and it slows the you lose energy, it lowers the velocity, and theoretically it doesn't come out of the barrel as powerful, thus you're not going to cause as much damage. So that would make sense that Brandi was shot 7 times, and none of the bullets really did much. I found a diagram of her wounds, so we can I'll show that at the end. We can kind of go over that. It's what the ME showed, so I'll show that at the end. But we were talking about DNA, so there was that proffer of Dr. McElfresh. And Julie found jurors also heard from DNA experts who testified that a match to a Colombian drug smuggler's profile was found on a phone cradle. So that's pretty interesting. But the analyst who testifies in day 3 was told to disregard it. Wow. So that's pretty amazing. Yes, Cajun Bayou Queen, it loses propulsion for sure. Yeah, I agree, Brat. Wanting to delay a murder trial because the witness has a job? Come on now. Yeah. Lily Wayne, yeah. His students can have a day off. All right, let's continue on. We have an hour and 16, and then we have a 34 and a 38-minute clip. So that's 2 hours, 3 hours. We got, 2 hours left. So we'll be done around 4:30-ish with my commentary. So we should be done around 4:30, just so you guys know. You can set your schedules accordingly. We should be done around 4:30. Okay. Let's go back into the courtroom. I'll see you on the other side of the break.
Seven jury. Seven jury. Jury's in the courtroom.
Could he be seated, except the witness, face the clerk, and be sworn, please?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Have a seat, slide up the rail, please.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Mark Lewis.
And Mr. Lewis, where are you employed?
I work for the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
What do you do there?
I work in the Criminal Investigations Bureau as a robbery homicide investigator.
All right, so you are a sworn law enforcement officer?
I am.
Okay. You said you're an investigator?
I am.
How long have you been an investigator?
More than half my career, so I'd say about 12, 14 years.
All right, so I'm assuming that means that your career is 24, 25 years?
I'm on 26, sir.
26, working on 26, okay. Back in November of 2010, were you also as an investigator with the homicide unit?
Yes.
As your assignment there, what is the typical duties of an investigator in the homicide unit?
Well, we respond to murders, suicides, suspicious deaths, a myriad of sometimes violent calls.
When you say you respond to, how is it that you would typically get, when you are called to respond, how would you get called out to do that?
Normally the supervisor on scene will evaluate what's going on, and he'll make the call to the on-call investigator, and then the on-call investigator is responding.
And as I understand, the on-call investigator is a rotation between different investigators, and the on-call is one happens to have it that week, correct?
Yes.
All right. Back in November 20th of 2010, were you the on-call investigator?
I was him.
Okay. Because you were the on-call investigator at that time, did you have an occasion to become involved in a homicide involving Brandi Peters, her daughter Tamiyah and Taniyah Peters, and her son JaVonte Segura?
I did.
And was that because you were in fact the on-call?
I was the on-call investigator.
When you're the on-call investigator and you get called out in the scene, what was your role then?
Figure out what happened right then and there, then we have to start assigning tasks to other investigators depending on the type of the situation, which is what we did. Find witnesses, locate evidence, neighborhood canvases, search warrants, lots of stuff is going on.
It kind of sounds like that the on-call investigator is then someone who kind of seizes the rein and takes the investigation as a whole or oversees it. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So you would be, I guess, basically a lead investigator at that point?
Yes.
At some point in your role as a lead investigator, did you have occasion to make contact with Mr. Henry Segura?
I did.
Okay. How was that how was that first contact initiated?
We had to locate him. And, sir?
Why'd you have to locate him?
We couldn't find him, so we went
whatever means we try to locate him. We have information that he was a father of a child that was involved in this incident. We need to find him, talk to him.
Okay, talk to him, let him know son's dead?
Absolutely.
At some point, did you make contact with him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you made contact with him, did you arrange to speak with him?
Yes.
And where was that going to occur?
Tallahassee Police Department.
Why Tallahassee Police Department?
There's a sterile environment and you tell him what was going on. I didn't know if he knew if his son was dead, and we wanted to find out if he had information about this incident.
At that point, Henry Segura was a suspect in any way, shape, or form?
Not at all.
No?
Not at all.
So what was the purpose of bringing him to Tallahassee Police Department and talking to him?
Background information?
Like what? I mean, what's the purpose of getting that background information?
We need to find the victimology, find out what happened to may have information about the victims that would help identify the person or persons that committed the crime.
About who she may have associated with, who the kids associated with, things like that?
Absolutely.
When you're talking to somebody, you said that you're an investigator, have been for a very long time, almost half your career. To be a homicide investigator, do you undergo certain kind of training and experience that you utilize?
Both.
Okay. What kind of training are we talking about?
We go to several homicide schools, but also we learn from other homicides, other experiences, and when we help other investigators out.
Okay. Are any of those things help train you to interview or conversations, I guess, with certain people and what to look for and how to get information from a person?
Yes.
Okay. What are the kind of things you're looking for when you're talking to a person about a particular, in this case, homicide?
Their body language, their mannerisms, talk to them, just even seeing if they're not cooperative or not.
What about truthfulness?
Yes.
So body language, verbal, nonverbal cues, the body language, whether cooperative, truthful.
Yes. Yes.
And did you, in fact, talk to Henry Segura?
I did.
Was that in your office itself, or where do you normally typically talk to a person at the Tallahassee Police Department?
We have interview rooms on the second floor in a criminal investigations bureau.
You call them an interview room. Was he actually being, I guess, interviewed as if he was a suspect?
He was being interviewed, sir, not as a suspect.
Okay. Why do you use an interview room?
Again, it's a sterile environment, so we can talk to persons and the outside isn't interfering with us, and also we do record it.
Why do you record it if he's not a suspect?
Well, we record everything so that we can go back and in case we miss something.
Fair to say, the whole lot going on, you're shuffling a lot of things, and you might miss something, somebody go back and get a fresh eye on it?
Yes.
Did you issue him Miranda? The warnings he had for the Miranda decision?
I don't think I did.
Why would you not?
He wasn't a suspect. He wasn't in custody.
Free to go whenever he wanted to?
Yes.
Prior to coming to court, did you have an opportunity to review the interview or a discussion you had with Mr. Segura that first time?
I have in the past, yes.
Okay. And was it a fair and accurate recording of that?
Yes.
When was that?
The recording?
Yes, sir. The first interview?
Was done on November 20th, 2010.
So the same day that the homicide was discovered?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would move, it's already been in evidence. I would ask to publish State's Exhibit number 122.
You mind?
And we have transcript, Your Honor, permission to hand some out.
All right, if you mark them, just mark the 122A, copy of the transcript for the court record.
Okay.
I assume y'all would like me to instruct on transcripts.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prince,
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
want me to give the instruction on transcript?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me talk about transcripts just a moment. Is this a video recorded conversation?
It is a video recorded conversation, Your Honor. There are a couple portions that have been redacted for appropriate previous court rulings.
Okay. You're about to hear some video recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. May make a comment on one other fact. You're going to see that the recording has been edited to eliminate some irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and listen to and consider this evidence. It's been edited upon agreement of the parties and with the input of the court. You may publish it, Mr. Chief.
How are you? Henry. Mark Lewis. Thinking that investigator Hines over here. Henry, do you have your ID on you? You doing okay?
Yes, sir.
Good. This address on Mustang Drive is this a current address for you?
Yes, sir.
Do you live anywhere else?
I'm everywhere. Actually, I live on the road mostly. I'm a welder.
Okay.
I work different power plant, paper mills everywhere.
Okay.
I normally live in a motel, but that's my house right there.
Okay. What welding company do you work for?
Right now I work for a company called On Site.
Okay, just give me 1 second.
I'm laid off right now. I go back to work on 6.
Okay. Is that routinely that you get laid off and then catch a job somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Do you like work on oil rigs or something like that? You said you're a welder. So
paper mills and power plants.
So you pretty much travel the country?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But Tallahassee is your home base?
Yes, sir.
Since you travel on the road a lot, what are your cell phone numbers or your cell phone number, or how do I get a hold of you to follow up with this case?
850-509-4380.
Are there any other numbers?
No, sir.
What is that?
421-1288.
About your dad or your mom? What are their numbers?
570-8339. That's my mom. 459-3758. That's my dad.
Okay.
I guess I'll
Is this 570-8339, is that cell phone?
Yes, sir. Both of them, the cells.
Cell?
That they have in my house.
Right. Is there a primary home number, or is that 421 the primary number?
That's my home number, yes, sir.
Okay. And while you're on the road, is there a on-site, do they have a cell phone that they provide you, or do they have a hotel, or is there something that they provide you for contact, or mail, or a P.O. box, or? Okay. You say you work for on-site welding?
I think it's just called on-site construction, maybe, I don't know. I only worked with them 3 or 4 weeks, maybe.
Do you have a way of know the phone number off the top of your head?
I got to get my cell phone, but I don't even have the main guy's number. I just got a guy that's my foreman. I have his number.
Mm-hmm. Is your cell phone on you?
No, sir, it's in the truck.
Okay. Do you have any idea why you're here?
Yeah. So, I found out, I'm guessing why, Brandi Peters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the girl who braids my hair. She braided my son's hair. Her daughter is a godchild to a girl that lived right next door to Brandi. And I'm guessing Brandi's, no. The girl braided my hair, her daughter is some girl that lives next door to Brandi, is her god mom or something like that. So she said that Brandi's mom and them came over to their house and told them this morning. When I called her about getting my son's hair, she told me.
Okay, what'd she tell you?
That Brandi and the kids, someone killed him this morning.
That's true.
Your second son I lost.
Second son you lost? What happened to your first son, if I may ask?
He just didn't wake up one morning, 11 months old.
The SIDS or?
He had breathing problems. He was born premature.
Mm-hmm.
He was home doing fine. He was on the breathing machines and all that stuff. One morning he just didn't wake up.
Was that here in Tallahassee?
Yes, sir.
Sorry to hear that. And I'm sorry for what happened today. Do you have any idea who would want to hurt these people?
Girl Pint, the one who does my hair, she was saying somebody, they thought my son was with some other guy, and she said that the 2 girls, the kids, were killed. My son wasn't found in the house, and she said she think that he's with some guy who she's saying is his daddy, and something like that.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
I'm not sure.
Is DeJuan your son? No. JaVonte, is he your son?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How old is JaVonte?
3.
Okay. JaVonte is in the house.
He was in the house. He in the house? Well, I mean, he was in the house, found in the house.
He's in the house.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to tell you, but he has passed away.
Yeah, she told me that they found the girls and the boy wasn't in the house. They think that he's with his dad or some guy she's claiming was his dad or something. So when the girl Pint who's doing my son's hair, then when I went back over there, she said no, they did find him in the house. So I don't know what else she said.
Over there? Do you know Pike's real name? Do you know, how do I get a hold of her?
Well, she's the one she's my son's, she's braiding my son's hair. Her daughter is, I don't know, her daughter is the girl who knows Brandi, godmother. And she knows, I don't know, I guess Brandi's mom must have went over there this morning and told them the news, so she called Pint and told her.
And you just happened to be there today?
No, I called Pint to make an appointment to get my son's hair done.
And show up.
And she told me on the phone. But she said that my son wasn't found there. He wasn't there. But when I got there, she said he was in the house.
Okay. And JaVonte is your child?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It was some paternity issues, but legally he is my son, yeah.
You have my name.
Okay. Tell me about these paternity issues that you have going on.
Well, like the girl Frank was saying, she think that he was with that other guy.
Do you know the other guy's name?
Caleb, that's all I know.
Okay.
That's all I know. Brandi used to tell me that was that he was JaVonte was his son. Then she would come back and tell me that no, he's not. So it's like a little mind game back and forth. So I put myself on child support. Then I went to get a paternity thing done, but they said I couldn't get one because I had to pay $400 something like that to get a paternity test done. I just didn't have the money to do it, so they just moved everything forward without getting a paternity test. So I just kind of wouldn't worry about it.
Okay. So, are you currently paying child support, or are you on it?
I'm on child support. I haven't paid it.
You haven't paid it? No. And any reason why?
Just I haven't had the money to pay.
Okay, because you're out of a job?
No, just bills backed up. I just haven't had the money to put towards it.
Okay.
I got another kid in Orlando. I pay child support too, but I haven't paid it in a while. Just backed up on it.
Okay. How many kids do you have?
2, 3, 4, 3 now. I had 5.
Right, and it's different women?
My 2 sons with my wife, and I had JaVonte with her, and I got a little girl in Orlando.
Okay. How many vehicles do you have?
2, 3. I got a 63 Impala, Monte Carlo SS, and a Chevy truck I got.
Alright.
That's the only one I got registered. I ain't got the other ones, no tag, nothing for me.
You have a 63 Impala. What color is it?
Green.
What else?
The Monte Carlo SS, it's white.
A white Monte Carlo? And what else?
That's it.
What about your wife?
She got an Expedition. A white Expedition.
Okay. What's your wife's name?
Malika.
Can you spell Malika for me?
Malica.
Does she have your last name, Segura?
Yes.
How long have you guys been married?
10 years. Been together 13 years. Been married 10.
You said she has a white Expedition?
Yes.
What color is your Monte Carlo?
What?
White, you said? It's a green Impala, and you have that green Chevy truck. So, do you know or do you not know if you're JaVonte's father? Like, for sure, do you suspect not, or do you suspect, yeah, he's mine?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? But since he has your name, he's your son?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Brandi. What kind of person is she?
Spunky.
Okay.
She's down to earth. She's real sweet. She's a cool person.
Mm-hmm. How'd you guys meet?
At a gas station. She was walking at a gas station. I stopped and started talking to her. And
how long ago?
4 years ago.
You just immediately started dating one another, or
yeah.
Did she know you were married?
Yeah.
She had no problems with that? What about your wife, Malika? Does she know about?
Yeah, eventually.
Okay, eventually. Do you mind elaborating? Tell me about all that.
I don't know, nothing much to say. She caught me on the phone bill one day. Seen my phone bill, saying I was calling this number a lot. After that happened. I don't know what else to say.
So she confronts you with a phone bill and says, "Hey, who's this? What's this all about?"
And you're talking on the phone 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for an hour, 2 hours. This number, there's got to be somebody important.
So did she ever make the phone call, like call a number?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they used to call each other all the time.
Oh really? Malika and Brandi?
That was like before JaVonte was born.
Friends or no? But they were squabbled.
Yeah.
Okay.
She just would tell her, stop messing with me and yada yada yada.
Okay.
Whenever I left to go to Colorado about 2 years ago, I think. No, it was about 3 years ago. It was right when JaVonte was 6 months when I got back. Yeah. I don't know. It was somewhere around when JaVonte was 6 months. I think it was when I left, he was 6 months. I went to Colorado, and that's when me and Brandi stopped talking.
Why'd you guys stop talking?
She texted my wife, I called her something fat, something. And I asked her why she did that, talking about because it was funny. And I said, I'm tired of being disrespectful to my wife. I said, I don't think me and you mess around no more.
Was it the last time you had contact with her?
Well, that was the last time, yeah, until I got back to Tallahassee.
Okay.
I talked to her. Shit, I was at her house Wednesday.
This past Wednesday?
Yeah. What's the day?
Saturday.
Saturday? I think I was at her house Wednesday. Because it was right when she picked JaVonte up. It was around 1:30ish. I got there. And I left. She had to go pick the twins up at 2:50. So I left. It was right before that. That was Wednesday.
May I ask what you're doing there? What was going on?
Just seeing JaVonte.
Okay.
Staying around. Me and her don't have no relationship no more than like that. I was just there seeing her.
Okay. How much do you have to pay a month in child support, if I may ask?
I think it's $800 or something.
To Brandi?
Mm-hmm. The paperwork, what you call it? I guess the paperwork, just everything just got granted to start the child support. I think it's like $800 a month.
And when did the judge tell you had to start paying?
I didn't have to go to court, they just put it in.
Right, so is it like they automatically take it out of your check, or you actually have to write a check?
I think I have to write a check. Okay. They don't take that much check.
Okay. Yeah. But you've fallen on tough times, so you can't make it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I started working, I got to work on the 6th of December. It's a short job. But after that, my boss was telling me that we got a bunch of work. January, February, March, we'll be pretty booked. So I feel I was to catch up on everything then. But the main thing was my mortgage. Going to get it straight. I was going to work on that.
Are you behind on your mortgage?
Yeah.
Okay. So between paying all that child support all over the place behind your mortgage, and money's pretty tight with you, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of tight. Not too tight, but it's kind of tight. I'm not used to having as much as normal because the economy is so messed up. The work is not nothing like it usually is.
Right.
Your wife ever confront Brandi in person?
Nah, they never met in person.
They've never seen each other?
She's seen her. Brandi's seen her. My wife, I don't think she knows what Brandi looked like. Brandi knows what she looked like.
So you describe Brandi as being spunky.
Yeah.
When you were there this past couple days ago with JaVonte, was there any kind of confrontations, any problems?
She was cool.
She's cool. Like what was Brandi doing while you were playing with your son?
Taking some food out to cook for later on in the afternoon. And she sat on the sofa, on that big sofa. Me and JaVonte was on the love seat.
Okay.
Just playing, flipping around, just playing.
Did you try to work something out with Brandi where you didn't have to go onto child support?
No, like I said, I put myself on child support.
So she never filed the paperwork for it? You did it?
I did it myself.
Why would you do that?
Because I wanted to pay child support, let her know that it's over between me and you, and you know, we ain't got to sleep together no more. I'm gonna pay child support, and that's it.
Okay. Before this past Wednesday, when was the last time you were at her house?
That was it.
How often would you visit?
How often?
Like on 7 days, we get 7 days in a week. How many days out of the week would you visit?
Well, that was my first time going there in a while. I was working in Crystal River at one time. That was about a year ago. I used to go like every day because her brother was staying with her. I think his name's Spud.
Her brother, Brandy's brother was staying with her?
Yeah, he was. I don't think he's staying with her now.
Okay.
But it was when he was staying with her. I used to go over there all the time.
How long ago was that?
I said it might have been a year.
Okay.
Probably about a year ago.
So, between today and let's go back a year from today, today's November the 19th, how often would you visit on a weekly basis?
Not
often at all? Count your fingers, 10 fingers, or more than 10 fingers, or less than?
I guess maybe 15 times. Not as much as I should have, I'll say. Excuse me. Not all.
But Brandy never said you gotta pay up, you did it yourself.
Yeah. Well, she used to tell me, you know, when you gonna start paying.
Okay, so she was expecting something out of you.
Yeah, she was expecting it. Like I told her, I said, you know,
okay,
hard times, I'm gonna get straight when I start that work.
Okay.
She was understanding with it. She knows like I said, she's pretty cool down there.
When you were working, how may I ask how much you were paying her?
I ain't paid her nothing in the last year, for sure. Or better.
Okay.
Like when JaVonte was younger, I used to buy him clothes and give him money like that. But then when I put myself on child support, I don't know when it was. You can probably look up and see when I put myself on child support, but I haven't paid her no child support since then.
Does your wife have a cell phone? What's her number?
It's 556-8782.
Does she know that you're here?
Yep, I called her. I told her to pick the kids up because I had to come talk to you guys.
Okay. Is she okay with this?
Yes, sir.
Does she have any other means of contacting you? Is that the only phone she has?
Yes, sir.
Where does she work at?
At Florida State University.
Doing what?
As an accountant.
Is there a special school that she works for, or just?
Yeah, she the mag lab.
As an accountant.
And she goes to school.
Where?
Florida State.
What's she's majoring in?
Accounting.
I guess I should have known that, right?
She got a business administration degree and she comes back to get her account to get more.
Smart one. Do you own any kind of firearms?
No, yeah. I got a 12 gauge single barrel.
Any others? What about your wife?
No.
When was the last time you spoke to Brandi?
Maybe Thursday. She sent me a text message Friday. Asking what I was doing, I didn't respond.
She sent you a text, so she sent you a text message yesterday?
Yeah.
And you did not respond? first found out about Brandi being pregnant, how was that?
It's cool.
You were cool with it? Were you happy?
Yeah.
You had no issues?
I was hoping we were going to have a girl, but...
Okay.
I already had 2 boys. We were looking at a girl, but she wanted a boy. She already had 2 girls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was there with her when she had the baby at the hospital and everything. Watched him come out and everything.
Pretty special moment.
Yeah, it is.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's a miracle.
She had a C-section, so it was like, when he pulled him out, it was like, I just had to sit down.
And
when my last son was born, my wife had a C-section, had an emergency C-section. He was only 1 pound 10 ounces, and that was amazing. It was that big.
It's amazing. It's amazing shot, the whole entire process. You know. Well, we're gonna do everything we can to figure out what happened. Unfortunately, JaVonte is dead, and it wasn't at the hands of God. It was at the hands of a man or a woman, and that's not supposed to happen. Man doesn't have the right to take another person's life.
How was he killed?
I don't know yet. I mean, this is going to be a long, drawn-out investigation process. It's not going to go away in 2 days, 2 months, or 2 weeks. You know, until we figure everything out. And it always stays open forever until someone's arrested for it. How do you feel? How are you feeling now?
It hurt. There was nothing I can do about
it. Did you find it odd that Brandi texted you yesterday?
She used to send me all kinds of text messages, little forwards and stuff like that.
Daily?
Not daily, but every now and then. Like she'd see me at McDonald's in the mornings. I'm on my way bringing my son to school. She'll text me, good morning, or something like that. I see you at McDonald's, something like that. But she used to bring JaVonte to school. He goes to, what's the name of it? It's right off of Orange Avenue by Nams. I forget the name of the school. He goes to daycare right there. She's passed that way to bring him. I stop at McDonald's every morning and I bring him Trey to school. She'll send me a text message, say good morning and stuff.
Were you a victim of a violent crime recently?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
I got robbed, shot in the stomach.
You got shot in the stomach?
Yes, sir.
You had scars and all that stuff?
Yes, sir.
Can I see? That right there is the cut?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other injuries on you or anything like that?
Hurt my leg at work the other day. Ain't nothing major. Slamming down now.
How'd you hurt your leg?
Jumping out of the scissor lift.
Was it cut or something like that?
No, I just swole where I hit the flange. Just got a little knot on it. No cut or nothing.
Do you have any other cuts or any injuries on your person whatsoever? You got a little cut right there.
Right there.
It's scratched.
I did this in St. Pete. I was trying to get into the lady's trunk. It's a burn. It's healing up.
What's that?
I think this is a burn too. It's starting to heal up.
What about this down your pinky right here?
That's what I'm talking about. That was a burn. It's starting to heal up.
But other than that, is that injury right there? Is that the reason why you couldn't pay for child support or something like that? No.
Well, it put me out of work for a while, but
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, no. I was just being damn lazy, pretty much. I could have been paying something, you know. I couldn't have paid the whole thing. I could have been paying something.
Okay. All right. But my question pretty much was, I guess because of the injury, you couldn't pay for your mortgage and all this other stuff. Is that what's going on with all that?
Yes, sir.
So where did that happen at? That wasn't here in Tallahassee.
I was in Mississippi.
In Mississippi. Did they catch the guy?
I don't know. I don't think so. I haven't heard anything from him.
Okay. Wow.
I stopped to ask for some directions.
And you got shot in the stomach.
Yeah, he pulled me out the truck. I was in that truck. Pulled me out the truck. Took all my clothes off.
And shot you in the stomach.
Well, he asked for my keys for the truck. I said, I ain't getting keys for the truck. I don't know where I'm at. By the time he got all my money, it was in my pockets. Because my wallet, I kept it in the center thing. So I like sit on it. I gave him all my money. He had my clothes. And he said, you gonna give me the keys, yada yada. So I threw the keys off to the side. And when he looked at it, I jumped at him and hit him. And when I jumped at him, he ran. And when he ran, I started cursing him out. Pussy, this and that, yada yada. Would I catch you? This and that. And he turned around, he didn't even look. He just started shooting and running. And I jumped around the bumper, front bumper of my truck. I noticed I got hit.
Got caught.
The doctor said, I got to be watching over me. So it was a 45.
Oh my gosh.
Didn't mess anything up. He's expecting my intestines to be all tore up, so that's why they cut me from here to here. They found a bullet down here somewhere.
They said they removed the bullet?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where in Mississippi you were shot?
Yeah, Long Beach.
I'm assuming there's a Long Beach Police Department in Mississippi. How does your wife feel about you having all these children? If I may ask a personal question.
Yeah, she don't like it, but you know, I gotta tell her it's already here. The baby's here. It's not their fault. It's my fault. I slept with another woman and got her pregnant, so we can't be mad at my kids. So she accepts them.
She accepts them.
Yeah.
And Christmas presents, all that stuff. Was she in the hospital when the children were born, all that stuff? Or no? Okay, so
she don't accept them that much.
Okay. All right. Like I said, I don't know. You said she accepts them.
She don't accept them that much.
Okay. All right, but she realizes that there are other children out there.
Like I said, I used to say I can afford to pay for them. You know, I want to have more kids. I want some more girls. I work hard for a living. I want something to show for it. I want somebody to.
May I ask, what does a welder make? Like,
it depends on what company you're working with. Right now, I make $24 an hour.
Okay.
And we work 12 hours a day. Well, lately we've been working 10 hours a day, but normally we'll work 12 hours a day. And everything after 8 be time and a half. And they pay you travel there, travel back. They give you per diem $100 a day. This company here, $100 a day. The last company I worked with was on $50 a day and 21 an hour. So it depends on who you work with. I work with one company making 28 an hour, 100 a day.
Average yearly, what would you make?
60, 55, 60, something like that.
About this year?
This year, I don't really know. This year, I work with AMAC. I can't remember who all I worked with. AMAC, I work with on-site. I work with Zachary. 30. I probably made about 40 grand, maybe better.
It's not a whole lot of money between mortgages, 5 kids and all that stuff, 4 kids and all that. That's
my wife made pretty
tight.
decent.
Right. Tell me about Brandi's lifestyle.
I don't know. I ain't never really been in it lately. I don't know what else she was up to, what kind of
She texts you all the time, so...
Yeah, she'll send me forwards with them crazy text messages. Man with a man having sex with a midget in the sink. Stuff like that.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't know what kind of people she's been dealing with lately. I really don't know who she's been talking to, so I don't have a clue.
You were over there on Wednesday. Did you share anything about like what's going on with her? Any problems she's having or anything like that?
She ain't off from it, an accident.
So she didn't really talk to you about anything? Good.
She's asking me what else to get JaVonte for Christmas, but I don't think she really said towards me.
Was she on the phone or anything while you were there?
I think she was.
Could you, I mean, not that you were listening to conversation, but could you tell if it was just normal conversation or if it was heated or friendly, anything like that?
No, she wasn't yelling at that. She had a raised voice.
So basically you don't know if she's had any issues with anybody recently? Would that be something that she would share with you, or?
No, I doubt it.
Who are the people that she usually hangs out with? I mean, her closest friends.
I don't have a clue.
You know, even girls that she hangs out with, you don't know who she hangs out with at all. Even when you were around her more.
When me and her was together, she had a girl named Deanna. That she used to deal with, but she stayed here down somewhere. She used to talk to her on the phone. They never went nowhere together. But most, I guess, she hung out with her sisters. She got two sisters, one Teresa and I don't know what the other name. I can't think of her name right now. But
Monica and Teresa.
I know Teresa. Her and Teresa used to go to the club and they used to hang out and all that kind of stuff. I never known her to go out with any other female than Teresa.
How does her family feel about you?
I don't know, we've been pretty cool every time I'm around. Okay. I hadn't seen them in a while. And I was debating if I should call her mama and show her my sympathy, or I don't know if she'll cuss me out. And she ain't talked to me in a while, I don't know.
Okay. Right. So they accept you? Because I'm assuming because you, the mutual child you got together.
Yeah, my mom lives out in Cherries. At one time, her and their twins were staying out there. I and my son. I used to go out there all the time to see them.
Be right back.
Because that was back when me and her was dating. When me and her stopped dating, we didn't see each other all that much. I see JaVonte sporadically when I'm in town or something like that. Nothing really scheduled or nothing like that.
You said you were over there Wednesday, right?
Yes.
About what time?
About 1:30.
1:30 in the afternoon?
Yes.
For about how long?
I know she had to pick the kids up 250. When I was leaving, the mailman was just passing. Not finna give her mail, but on the other side of the street going that way. He just passed in front of the house when I was driving up.
Okay.
What time that is? I know it couldn't have been 250. She said she had to pick them up at 250.
Okay, so you're maybe there in an hour then?
Probably.
Okay. So yesterday, you said you don't work, right?
Not right now.
Okay. So what do you usually do during the day?
That's my cars. I'm trying to restore a car.
Okay.
2 of them actually.
All right. So, like, say yesterday, Friday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just take me through your day. You get up. What time about you get up in the morning?
7. Then I gotta bring the kids to school tonight.
Okay. So this just yesterday, Friday. Did you take the kids to school?
Yep.
Okay. So what time would that have been?
I left home at probably 7:30, 7:45. I got a son goes to Woodville Elementary.
Okay.
And I got another son goes to Cobb Elementary. I mean, middle school. Cobb Middle School.
Okay.
I dropped him off at Woodville. Went to Southside McDonald's. Dropped him off at Cobb. Went to McDonald's on Magnolia. And went home.
Okay, so after you dropped your son off at Cobb, you went to McDonald's?
Yep.
On Magnolia?
Yep.
Okay. Then you went home?
Yep.
You have any idea what time that was around? Then you went home?
9:30 maybe.
Okay.
It was before 10 o'clock because I was still listening to Steve Harvey morning show.
Okay.
It go off at 10.
Alright. So you get back between 9:30 and 10. Then what'd you do? Head home?
I went outside and started taking my fenders and doors off the car.
Okay.
I'm trying to do an off-frame restoration.
Okay.
On my car.
So you're working on your car from 10 something to what, like in the afternoon? You have to pick your kids up too, or?
No, my wife picks one.
Okay. So when does your wife usually get home?
5:15, 20, something like that.
Okay. Were you home until then? Until she got home? Okay. Alright. What about after she came home? Did you stay at the house the rest of the night, or?
Yes.
You did? Okay. And she texted you on Friday around, you remember what time that was, when you were working on your car?
It was about 1:20.
Okay.
Or 2:20. It was 7:20. I think it was 1 or 2:20.
Okay. I'll say 1:20 or 2:20. Doesn't really make any difference.
I didn't.
We'll just say that. Okay. So you were there until your wife came home at 5:15, and then you guys didn't go out for dinner or anything. You stayed there. Okay. And you were there through the night. Okay. So this morning, Saturday, you don't have to get up to get the kids to school. You still get up that early?
No.
I don't blame you. What time do you think you got up this morning?
About 8 o'clock probably.
Okay.
Probably did wake up 7:30, 8 o'clock. So I went to Walmart. And whatchamacallit, Carterville.
Okay. Yesterday, Friday night, you said you were home until you went to bed. About what time do you think you went to bed? You stay up late, or
Get better, fell asleep around 10 or so.
Okay.
What was I watching? I think I was watching the movie I had on that 7 years on the bed.
Okay.
I don't know what time it was I went to sleep, but it was on the part where he just broke out of prison camp. Last thing I remember.
Your wife go to bed about the same time, or she go to bed earlier than you, or later? Or?
I don't know what time she went to bed.
Okay. You don't know if she was asleep before or after you? Okay. Did you sleep in the bed, or you in the family room watching TV, or
on the sofa?
Okay. Was she out there too, or was she in the bedroom?
She was in the bedroom. Okay. I know when I woke up this morning, the TV was off.
Oh, okay, so she got to turn the TV off. Okay. So when you got up this morning, was she gone, or was she still there? Or?
She was still.
Okay. All right. So after Walmart, Crawfordville, what did you do after that?
Went to my buddy Adam house, the guy I work with.
Okay.
My dad shooting a bow and arrow.
Okay.
Helping him run a cable for his dog. Runner, whatever you call it.
All right. Do you have any idea when you were at his house? Just guessing the time frame.
I left Walmart. I went out that way. When I left there, I got home. It was about 5 o'clock maybe. Whenever I did get home, I called the girl Pink to find out I get my son hair braided.
Okay.
And what time of day was that?
Sorry?
What time of day was that when you called Pine?
I don't know, probably about 6, maybe 5:30, 6 o'clock whenever I got home. Whatever time it was I got home.
Does Adam live out in Crawfordville too?
Yes, sir. He stayed at, what's it called? Soft Shopping.
Soft Shopping. Okay. Alright, so you called between 5 and 6. Called Pint. And then, what did she say? Y'all could come on over? Or?
Yeah, matter of fact, I remember I was supposed to be there at 5:30 to get his hair done. So I must have got home around 4:30. So I want to give myself out. I didn't get to the house till like 5:40.
Do you normally take your son to get his hair done?
Normally my wife would do it, or I would bring him to do it, or she'll bring him to do it.
No,
she got her nails done, so she could do it. So bring him.
So what time did you take your son to? You said the appointment?
About 5:40.
Okay.
When we got over.
And then you were there with him since that 5:40?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When we pulled up and talked to you, that's where you were since 5:40? Okay. Do you know what Adam's last name is?
Thornton.
Do you work with him, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He does the same thing you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you have a number for him on your phone, probably?
Yes, sir.
You said you helped him run cable or something like that himself?
He ran a dog line for his dog. He just got a new dog.
Okay.
And shoot the boy down. Okay. Show me how to shoot the boy down.
Alright.
Football around. I ate. Went home.
Alright. Okay. Do you have any idea, just whenever you came home, or I'm sorry, whenever you had dinner or whatever with your family on Friday night with him, you know, your wife, and does she put the kids to bed? You both do it, or?
No, they fell asleep in the living room with me watching TV. They fell asleep before I did. I put them in the bed. Okay. I went back to watching the movie, and then I fell asleep.
Okay. Would you have checked on your wife to see if she was asleep or not, or just said anything to her or anything? So you don't know what she was doing in the bedroom? Okay. So is it like right after dinner she goes in the bedroom and you go in the family room, or?
No, we sat in the living room, talk.
Okay.
Watch TV, and talking about what we were going to cook for Thanksgiving and stuff like that.
Okay. But you fell asleep with the TV on, and you woke up in the morning, the TV was off. Yeah. Okay. It's not on any kind of timer or anything that goes off by itself. Okay.
And she always turn it off. I always fall asleep with it on. That's what I'm saying. She'll turn it off, wake me up, put me in the bed.
Okay. All right.
Have you ever done any work for Adam before, or was this the first time you've ever done it? Kind of that work, help run dog line, or help fix a pipe, or have you ever been in his house more than once?
Yeah.
To help him out with these stuff?
I think what last time I went out there he made something. I don't know, it was a while ago. I haven't been out there in a while. But I don't normally go out there to help him fix nothing or do nothing. Last time I was there, he was showing me how to shoot the bow and arrow.
So today you say pick it back up again, try to learn how to do it?
But nah, he wanted me to help him do that, whatchamacallit?
Dog line.
Yeah.
When you called Pike to get your son's hair done, and that's when you found out about what happened?
Yes.
Okay. Did you call your wife or anybody and tell them?
Yes.
So your wife doesn't know what happened?
Yes. Okay. Well, she probably know now. She had Pythons.
Okay.
Whatever news is happening, she knows.
Okay. Alright, so you didn't make any calls to anybody about what happened after you heard? Okay. When we were there, when I was there with the other two officers, and you called your wife to have her Right. Kids. What did you tell her why you were going with us?
Oh, yeah, I did tell her.
Okay, so she knew kind of what was going on then.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I did tell her someone killed Brandi and the kids.
Okay, so that right then is when you told her?
Yeah.
Okay, how did she react on the phone?
She said, "Are you serious?" I was like, "Yeah, just go pick the kids up and I'll talk to you when I get done."
Okay. Until that phone call, did you talk to your wife at all today? Seen her or talked to her at all?
Yeah. She was home when I got home. So,
after Adam's house?
Yeah. Okay. And then she said she had to go to Marshall's to get some clothes off the doorway.
Okay.
Where does Adam live?
That's all.
Do you know where? Or street, road?
I know how to get there. I can't tell you how to get there.
Okay. So did he call you up this morning and say, "Hey dude, can you help me run a dog line," or was it something pre-planned?
No, it was pre-planned. We was talking about it on the way home.
Yesterday, or?
No, when we come back from work the other day. We just got back from St. Pete.
Okay. So when did you get back from St. Pete?
Monday.
So when you said you were unemployed, you've only been unemployed for 4 days?
Yeah.
Okay.
I went down to St. Pete. We worked 3.5 days. Before that, I was in Atlanta. 2.5 days, 3 days. Worked 3 days in Atlanta. Before that, I was home for a while. The job varies.
Being that you know her, at least used to know her, I guess, a lot better. If you were in our shoes, who would you say, you know what, I need to talk to this person. This person might be able to help us out. Nobody.
Her mom.
Her mom.
She tell her mom everything. They real close.
Okay.
You have no idea who would want to hurt Brandi. And you were there just a couple of days ago, and she hasn't expressed that she was in any form of danger whatsoever. I have no idea why someone would kill her and her children.
Anybody in your family been sick recently that's been going around? You, your wife, your kids?
My wife.
Your wife's been sick? Is she sick now?
Yeah.
Okay. Like just like a cold?
Yeah.
Okay. Kids didn't get sick though?
She been sick the last couple days. This kid's not sick. So I'm sitting on the sofa.
Okay. I got you. Just about for anybody seen a drink or anything, man? Okay. Get you something.
stuff on it. Just remember plain old. It's a Ford, right?
Yes.
Expedition. Any tent windows on it?
The back windows, the front windows aren't tinted.
What color's the interior?
Beige leather.
Your wife doesn't like Brandi, does she?
She didn't like me that much, no. She don't like my baby mama that much either. Unless she wouldn't kill her.
Okay. I never said that. Yeah. This is a tragedy. This is a real tragedy, and the communities have a lot of questions and a lot of concern about what's going on with this case. Yeah, the pressure has been turned up.
Yeah, she stays in a pretty nice neighborhood, it seems like.
Yeah. Just can't figure out why. Why would someone want to kill children? Do you have any idea why someone would want to do that? Yeah, I understand it's one thing, you're pissed off at somebody for something, but children.
I said a prayer for when I first heard it. I know it's going to be hard on the family. I know how it is to lose somebody like that. My mama called me today, told me one of my cousins got shot and killed last night.
Really?
In Louisiana.
So y'all heading out to Louisiana?
I don't know when. He just got killed last night, I guess. We're going to find out when the funeral or whatever.
Are you going to go to JaVonte's funeral?
Yeah.
Are you going to make the arrangements?
I don't know. I'll talk to her mom. I'm sure I'll be the one paying for it.
Investigator Lewis, it just goes on and on repeating, I'll go back and talk to him another time, saying the same thing over and over again, correct?
Yes.
Essentially what he told you, if I can't correct it, I'm sorry. As I understand it, in Washington, of course, it essentially told you I was home all day on Friday, the day that Brandi was murdered, correct?
That's correct.
said he never really left the house, correct?
Correct.
And then he went on to describe what he did on the Saturday where he went down to his friend Adam, which was also Silas Thornton, correct?
That's correct.
Mrs. Segura, you asked him for his phone number.
Yes.
And the phone number he gave you was what?
I'm sorry, I didn't write it down, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
If I were to refresh your recollection with what that number was, would that help?
Sure. (509-4380).
And that's the phone number he gave you, correct?
Yes.
At some point, you were talking about Silas Thornton, and there was a question about Silas Thornton and what his phone number was.
Yes.
Did he give you a phone number for Silas Thornton?
Yes.
Where did he give you that phone number?
It was outside of the Tallahassee Police Department.
And what phone number did he give you on that one?
It was 408-8669.
At the conclusion of this interview, you also took some photographs of Mr. Segura, correct?
Yes.
For the purpose of if he had any injuries?
He did.
Did he have scratches?
He did.
Where were they?
They're on his biceps.
Showing some previously introduced into evidence that states 121A through G, photograph A.
It's Henry Segura.
And B. These are the photographs we're talking about that you took?
Yes.
C.
Scratch.
And that's one of the scratches you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And D.
Again, a scratch.
Different scratch, not the same one, correct?
Correct.
E.
Again, a scratch.
F.
Yes, it's another scratch.
And G.
The injury to his hand.
Looks like an older injury though?
Yes.
At some point out in the parking lot, did he give you, and what did he tell you about that 408-8669 number?
He told me it didn't work.
Okay, did he give you a different number at that point?
Yes.
A different number for Silas Thornton?
Yes.
Okay. You remember what the phone number that was?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that number.
Or to show your report, would that help refresh your recollection?
Please do. One day, well, 459-2072.
Did you attempt to call that number?
I did.
And what happened?
It didn't work.
So that one was not working?
Correct.
Did you attempt to call that 408-8669 number?
I did.
What happened there?
It worked.
Did it ring?
Yes.
Did you able to get hold of Mr. Thornton on that phone number?
No.
At some point, now you're the lead investigator, correct?
Yes.
And do you ever go out and talk to the other investigators that are involved in this crime and they're helping you out?
Yes, multiple times.
Do y'all have regular meetings, or how does that work?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Regular meetings, or how does that work?
Well, yes, we had regular meetings. We met every day. We were on phone calls. There was a lot going on.
Whole lot of stuff.
Yes, sir.
At some point, that 408-8669 number that he gave you for Silas Thornton, did that become important in the investigation?
Oh, yes.
How'd that happen?
When we were reviewing the victim's phone records, that number popped up a lot right before her death.
By right before her death, what are we talking about? Like right before her death, days or day of, or how?
If I recall correctly, I want to say it was a day of.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, Chris Corbin's the one that actually did the detailed analysis of that. He's the one that can testify to that a little bit more in depth.
Yes.
But at that point, it became significant.
Very.
after you called that 408-8669 number, and didn't get an answer, anybody call you back?
No,
So you never got any answers from that?
I got nothing.
At some point, did you learn that 408-8669 number was actually Henry Segura?
Yes.
Following learning that, did you call Mr. Segura back in for a second interview?
Yes, I did.
At that point, had he become a potential suspect?
Yes.
Did you issue him Miranda warnings at that time?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about issuing him those warnings?
They were read to him on a pre-printed paper.
And what are those warnings?
I can read it. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to an attorney and have him present with you if you are being questioned. At any given time, you can not answer any rights or not answer any questions. And do you understand his rights? And are you going to talk to us now?
Did he appear to be under the influence of any alcohol or drugs at the time?
None whatsoever.
Did he appear to understand the warnings that you gave him?
Yes.
Did he agree to talk to you after this?
Yes.
I understand that video was also recorded.
Yes, it was.
I think it was rather long, in excess of like 4 hours, correct?
Yes, it was.
Rather than play the entirety, I have a couple of clips here. Have you an opportunity to go back and review those prior?
We need to take a break at some point in here, Mr. Hughes.
Just a good time then before we start playing, Your Honor.
What's that?
Just be a good time before we start playing.
All right. Why don't we take 10 minutes, let the jury step out? Either side, anything?
They are.
Okay.
All right, I'm not going to recap that. I'm going to wait till this is all over with, because that's well, yeah. You know what? Let's recap. Let's recap, because that is a lot. Okay, so we're listening to Mark Lewis, who is a robbery and homicide investigator. So he had an initial interview with Henry the day of the incident. So that would have been November 20th of 2010, and he talked to him at the Tallahassee Police Department. Okay. He looked at his body language, his truthfulness. He got verbal cues. He talked about JaVonte being premature. And he knew he was the dad, and he was going to get a paternity test kit, but it was too much money. So that kind of puts to bed that was JaVonte his son. Yes. So initially they said that they found the girls, and the boy was with the dad or someone Brandi was hanging out with, but then afterwards he found out that it was actually JaVonte. Granted, he didn't seem very emotional, finding out that his son had just been like brutally murdered, or Brandi had been. But Caleb was the other guy that Brandi used to tell Henry JaVonte was his son, just to play mind games. He had another child he doesn't pay child support for. So he had 5, 2 with his wife, a girl with someone in Orlando, and JaVonte. So 2, 3, 4, and I guess the one child passed away. So, but he had 3 boys, right? 2 boys with his wife, JaVonte obviously, and then a girl, he said, with someone in Orlando. His wife's name is Malika. They've been married for 10 years. Then he says he's not sure if JaVonte is his, but then I think he went back to, well, it seemed like he knew, but then he's saying he doesn't know, so he's kind of flip-flopping. They talked about Brandi for a while. He says Brandi is spunky. Brandi's cool and she's sweet. Malika and Brandi used to call each other all the time and squabble. Stopped talking because Brandi texted Malika and he wanted her to stop messing with Malika. He says he got to Brandi's about 1:30ish. Brandi had to go to get the twins around 2:30. He talked about he had fallen on tough times, so he couldn't make child support, but he had this huge project coming up between January and March. And I guess that was this Afghanistan thing. He didn't say specifically Afghanistan, but that's what they said in the opening. He's behind in mortgage payment. Money is tight, but not too tight. And he says because the economy is messed up. Brandi knows what his wife looks like, but Malika does not know what Brandi looks like. The last time he saw Brandi, she was cool. He was playing with JaVonte, and she was just sitting on the sofa watching. That's the first time he had visited in about a year. Last time, he would go there all the time when Brandi's brother was staying there. He said he went about 15 times in total. He says he does own a 12-gun single-barrel shotgun. 12-gauge shotgun, single barrel. So they spoke last on Thursday. Brandi sent him a text on Friday. Brandi sent text on Friday, but he didn't respond to that. The last son that was born, his wife had an emergency C-section. And then the officer said, or the agent said, how are you feeling? And he says, it hurts. He talks about being shot in the stomach, and he shows the scar. He got jumped while doing a job in Mississippi. He says he makes about $24 an hour. He says he averages about $55,000 to $60,000 a year. This past year he made about $40,000. Then he says maybe better. They talk about Brandi's lifestyle. He's not sure because he hasn't been a part of it. He's not sure what kind of people she's dealing with lately. They didn't talk about anything on Wednesday. Just he was asked what he's getting JaVonte for Christmas. She was on the phone with somebody, but it wasn't a raised voice. He has no clue who her close friends are. So let's see. He said, he got there around 1:30 that Wednesday, and he left around 2:50. Brandi had to leave at 2:50 because the kids had to get picked up. So sometime between 1:30 and 2:50, they were there. He was there. Not a whole heck of a lot there. He talked a little bit about his. He can't think about anybody who would off her and her children. He said talk to Brandi's mom because Brandi tells her everything. He said it's going to be hard on my family. I know what it's like to lose someone. His mom had just called him because one of his cousins had just gotten shot, and he was offed in Louisiana. He says he is going to go to JaVonte's funeral, but he's not sure who's going to make the arrangements. And then they talk about the phone number. The phone number didn't work, but the other one, the phone number didn't work. Oh, that's right. They took pictures of Henry, and he had 4 scratches on his biceps. So that could have been from Brandi fighting. So the phone number didn't work. The other number did, but couldn't get a hold of Henry. The day of the incident, the phone number, this one phone number kept popping up, and it turned out to be Henry's phone number. Then they read him his rights, and the interview lasted 4 hours. That's the one we're about to see, but they're only going to show clips of it. They're not going to show 4 hours of it. Now this is 34 minutes. This particular clip here is 34 minutes. So let's get to that. Yeah, Trial Junkies United, not even making arrangements for his own kid. He says he would, but Taylor says doesn't visit for a year, shows up a couple of days before Brandi and the kids are brutally offed. Yep. Yeah, Brandi was not his wife, guys. No, Brandi was not his wife. What did I just say? What was her? Malika. Malika was his wife. Brandi's just a side. He messed around. He had like five kids with at least three different women. Yeah, Brandi's not his wife. She's just a. I think he said I want to say he met at a gas station. I think that's what he said. And I checked this closed captioning. It didn't really help, but yes, she was the baby mama. Sure, you are welcome for the clarification. All right, let's get to this next clip. Okay, this one is 34 minutes, guys.
Everybody be seated, please. Happy to see you, Mr. Keith.
One quick question before we move on to the second interview. During this time period, did you get familiar with Miss Brandi Peters' mother?
I did.
What was her name?
Mary Richard Williams.
What kind of vehicle does she drive?
She drives a white Yukon.
White Yukon?
Yes, sir.
So a larger SUV?
Yes.
All right. Let's turn the hand now to the second interview. When was that?
I believe it was on the 20th, November 20th. I'm sorry. Don't recall the exact day. I know it was about 10 days after, so about the 30th.
Okay, so November 30th?
Something like that, yes.
Okay.
Before coming to court and testifying, you had an opportunity to go back and watch some of those clips to make sure they were an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Who was with you during this interview?
Investigator Johnson.
Okay.
I don't know what all he's talking about, because like I said, I wasn't here last week. But let me get all your numbers and stuff in case something happens. I'll have them so that I can call you. Okay.
Cell phone is 850 509 4380.
Do you have an alternate number?
Home number Eric Hossain.
Okay.
421 1288.
288. Do you work or?
Yeah.
Do you have a number there?
I don't know. I work different places.
Okay. If you're not on either of those two numbers, do you have any other number I can call you on?
No, I'm always on my cell phone.
Okay. All right.
I'm sending the call shoulder right now. But the net always good.
Okay. All right.
So again, it was inquired as to what phone number he has. And again, he gave the 509-4380 and not that 408-8669 number, correct?
That's correct.
Gave multiple opportunities.
Multiple.
When actually did you speak to her last?
Well, that Wednesday.
You went to her house on Wednesday?
I seen her and JaVonte Wednesday about 1:30 till 2:30 probably.
Again, said last time he saw him or talked to her was Wednesday before, correct?
That's correct.
Murder happened on a Thursday, correct?
No, the murder happened on Friday.
On Friday.
That's correct. So I guess I'm just going to say Friday he was at the house all day.
So you're verifying that he was at his house on Friday?
Yes.
And he just stared at you?
Yes.
Did he eventually say, yes, I was at the house?
Yes.
His house?
Yes.
Friday when you were, I know you said you were at your house. Did you go anywhere? Did you go to the store or anything like that? No. Okay. Anybody come over and help you? What would the best way for us to verify where you were Friday? Like I said, we're just.
When Friday? All day Friday?
Yeah.
I was. I already talked to my neighbors. My neighbor might have been home. I got one guy that lives right next door to me. Another guy that lives next door to him. They're normally outside working on lawnmowers and stuff like that. I don't really talk to them. That's way you want that by. But
You guys like live in a subdivision or something?
still on a dirt road.
Okay.
As including my house, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses on my block. Like I say, my neighbor right next door and the one next to him, I think someone's always home there. All the rest of the houses, I don't think no one's home during the day.
So again, he still is saying that he was at home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then one of the other days, I think you said Friday, she sent you a text just asking what's up. That was it. Friday, you were at home all day? You were at home all night?
Yep.
Did you ever leave your house Friday? Okay. Was your wife with you?
Yeah, she worked till about 5. She got home around 5, so she picked Malachi up.
Were you home when she got home?
Yeah, I was in the backyard.
Okay. Did you guys go to dinner? You guys watch a movie? Anything like that?
Yeah, she wasn't feeling good. We went in the house. We talked for a little while. She went to the back, and I watched TV.
When was the first time you left the house after that?
Saturday morning, I went to my buddy Adam's house. We went both showing me how to shoot a bow and arrow.
Again, home all day, home all night, didn't leave until Saturday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Question. What would you say if I told you that people are telling us that you weren't home on Friday?
I was there.
And like I said, I want to believe everything you said. I have to try to verify that you're at your house on Friday. Okay. Any suggestion on how I did it? Did you go to a store to pick up a part? Did you talk to anybody? Did anybody come visit you? Anything like that? Did a neighbor stop in your house? Anything like that that could help me?
Buy lunch.
I ate a Lunchable at the refrigerator. Check my phone.
You would?
My phone. I talked to my wife. She knew I was there. She called me.
So you talked to your wife?
Yeah.
Did she call you at your house or on your cell phone?
She called me on my cell phone, like before she left work.
Okay. All right. About what time was that?
I don't know. Might have been 4 or something.
Okay. What did you guys talk about? Like if I talk to your wife, she's gonna remember that.
I don't remember. She just called.
Okay. All right.
I just remember she called because I went in the house to use the bathroom, and that's the only reason I got the call, because the phone was in the house in the cabinet.
Okay.
So I didn't want to get it messed up out of it.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody else that day or anything?
Again, I was home all the entire time. You can check my cell phone records.
Yes, sir.
Challenge you to check the cell phone records, right? And verify where it was?
Sure did.
Did you communicate with anybody else besides your wife Friday night?
No. I really didn't even use my phone that day. I talked to her on the phone early that afternoon. I seen that text message. Brandi texted me. I didn't use the phone. Did I use my house phone? I think I might have called my cousin from my house phone.
Again, didn't go anywhere, didn't even really use my phone, but you can check my phone records, but I used my house phone.
That's correct, sir.
Alright. Because like I said, and why people say things, I don't know. We talked to a lot of people, and people are saying you weren't at home Friday night. And if you happen to go out, see somebody, or to talk to somebody, that's why I'm urging you, it's best that we know ahead of time. That way it doesn't come up later and there's an issue with it. Okay? Did you go anywhere at all Friday? You didn't leave your house from the time you woke up to the time you went to bed that night?
I didn't leave the house Friday. I don't leave for nothing. I'm trying to even remember that Friday. I don't think I left for nothing.
Didn't you take the kids to school?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I did leave the house.
Okay. To take them to school, did you pick them up from school?
No.
Or And so you took the kids to school. So from the time you got back home, from dropping them off, you never left.
Right.
Okay. So what time do your kids get home?
My oldest son gets home at like 4:45.
What about your youngest?
5:30.
Did you go?
5:30. He goes to Wood Elementary.
Did you go get them? Did you pick them up?
No. Bus got him. My oldest son catch the bus home. My other son's out. I'll pick him up, or Malika pick him up.
Okay.
But I was in the middle of something, so she picked him up.
Okay, so she picked him up. What time did she get home?
Probably about after 5.
And you were home when she got home?
I was in the backyard working on the car.
Okay. Did you see her get home? Did you talk to her?
No, she went in the house before I went in the house, but I was back there. She seen me back there. Said, hi, hey baby, how you doing? How was work? Yada yada, good. She went in, and shortly after I came in when I was there.
Who cooked dinner?
I think she cooked anything that night. I think she brought something home, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I know we didn't cook. I didn't cook. I know she didn't cook. She wasn't feeling good.
Did the kids cook?
No, they didn't.
Did you go over to Brandy's at all on Friday?
Someone seen me at Brandy's house on Friday?
I've got to ask the question.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Would somebody tell us that?
I don't know. I've been seeing a bunch of stuff on the. I've been hearing about a bunch of stuff on the news and on the internet, but.
Okay. Like what kind of stuff have you been reading?
Someone said something about I had a key to her house, and I couldn't afford to pay the child support, so I killed her before my wife would find out about her, because my wife didn't know about her, and just a bunch of stupid stuff.
So he denies being there at all, says he was home, but he's concerned about somebody seeing him at Brandy's house that night on Friday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why would people tell us that they communicate with you other ways than what you told us about? You gotta know that we're talking to people, you know, and I'm telling you, you're seeing somebody else, you're talking to somebody else, okay? And people tell us about different communications they might have with you, whether that's via phone, mail, email, text messages, any of those ways, okay? So why would they tell us these things, and why are you not telling us about that?
Who would tell you something like that?
Is there any way for you to talk to somebody else besides the phones that you got?
Email, text message.
What's your email address?
Why?
Why? Because we're investigating a homicide.
I didn't have a homicide that I didn't have anything to do with. Okay. A homicide that the people who I know, say people I work with, live in Texas, they don't know Brandi. They don't have any idea about my relationship that I had with Brandi. They don't know her children or her child.
Do the people
what would they have to do with this? No. What would they have to do with it? That's why I can't figure out, why would you want Adam's phone number? Why would you want my cousin's number in Spring Hill? They don't have anything to do with it. Brandi, or they don't know anything about our relationship that we had. But
Henry, I already explained this thing to you earlier. I said there is no stone that's being unturned. And you're not the only person that's been confronted with these hard-hitting questions, so to speak.
It's not
right?
hard-hitting questions. It's just that I just don't see I don't see where is it going to get you.
Because
they don't know her. They didn't have any dealings with her, so they're not gonna.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate that information, but I have to know this. I have to go down every single road. Every single road. And like I explained to you last weekend, this isn't a case that's going to get solved in 2 days, 2 hours, 2 weeks, maybe even 2 years. I have to go to everything. I have to know everything about everyone. And you have a child with a dead lady. And this turns out that your child with that dead lady happens to be dead. That is serious. Understand? That's why I need to know everything about Henry Segura. I need to know everything about Henry Segura's children. I need to know about your parents. Everything. I need to know what makes you tick.
You can know that nothing will make me tick enough to kill anybody, especially Brandi and her kids.
Well, you know what?
I think nothing will make me tick like that.
I have to know this. I have to feel comfortable with it, and then I have to explain that to my higher ups. Because if you really think that they're going to let this one go and let me off the hook, no, they're not. So for me to keep my job, to keep the roof over my head and the food in my kid's stomach, I'm going to do the best job I can. That's why she's helping me. So when I'm away, it still goes forward. And if something happens to her and something happens to me, there'll be another person. And you'll be right back here talking to them if we don't have all our stuff together. That's how this works. A homicide case never, ever goes away until someone is in custody. Ever. Doesn't mean if it's 10 minutes, 10 hours, 10 days, 10 years. 100 years. Never goes away.
Well, what I don't understand is, like I keep telling you, I don't know what type of people Brandi's been dealing with.
And I appreciate that.
I don't know who she's been talking to.
Right. And I
what she's been doing.
I understand that.
There's no telling. I don't know.
I understand that.
I don't see where my personal lifestyle has anything to do with Brandi's personal lifestyle, because we live two totally different personal lifestyles.
And I appreciate that. And I appreciate everything you're helping and doing for us. And I want you to continue to do that. But right now, we're looking on you. The microscope is on Henry. There's a team of 8 other investigators that are talking to all sorts of people. People you probably never even heard of. Understand? Nothing gets uncovered in this case. Nothing whatsoever. The who, what, when, where, how, and whys will be answered. And obviously you know why. And you should want me to know why. You were a victim of this.
I want you to know why, but what I'm telling you is...
Well then I'm asking for your cooperation.
Let me ask you this.
My cooperation.
What's your other cell phone number?
I don't have no other cell phone.
You got a second phone?
No.
You do have a second phone. I know you have a second phone. Okay. I'm 100% positive you have a second phone. Okay. The reason I'm wondering why, the only thing I don't know is why you don't want to tell us about the second phone.
I don't have a second phone. I had a second phone, I don't have one.
Well, where was the other phone? What's the other phone number?
4087. I don't even remember it by heart.
Okay.
I didn't know it.
Okay.
I don't have another phone though. I got rid of the phone.
What'd you do with it? I mean...
Throw it away.
Why do you throw a phone away?
Because I don't need it.
Is that the phone you use to talk to other people?
Yeah.
Okay. Who are you talking to?
Nobody. I said nobody.
Well, I said you use the phone to talk to other people. He said, yeah, and I said, who are you talking to? He said, nobody. So you're either talking to other people or you're not. I mean...
I'm not talking to anyone. That's why I say I don't have a phone number.
But you did at one point.
Yeah.
Okay. So who are you talking to?
Friends, females.
Okay. What are the females?
I think that's irrelevant. And that was a while ago. That was before Brandi passed away, or before, that was a long time ago. That don't have anything to do with today. I don't think that's irrelevant. Honestly. I was talking to a girl that lived in Georgia, Atlanta, Texas. What she got to do with this? Nothing. I don't see no reason for you to call her or her family or. It's just, you understand what I'm saying? I don't think that has anything to do with anything. If there's anything I can do to help y'all solve this case, I'm here for you. But I don't think that got anything to do with it.
And I appreciate that. But that's where I'm getting at when I'm telling you it's important for you to be honest with us, because we got people talking. We're not just, we don't, like you said, we're not just letting it go. We've got to talk to everybody. And we're talking to everybody who knows everybody. Okay? And if you don't think that we're getting people telling us saying, hey, I talked to so-and-so, I talked to such and such, and this is actually how I talked to them. This is the number that I talked to them on. That kind of stuff. This is what they told me. This is what we talked about. Okay? This is when we talked. Okay? So, I mean, we're doing as much as we possibly can on it, all right? And you're not being truthful about it with us. You're hiding things from us. And why? And if you were sitting in our shoes, what would you think? I mean, if I go in and I start lying to you, what are you going to think of me? That I'm a liar. Okay? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we had to get past that. Okay? We know you have a second phone. We know you're talking to other people. Okay? So let's get past that. Okay? Where is that phone now?
I don't have
it. Is it done in your car, or is it?
The phone is not active. I don't have a phone no more. So I'm telling you.
When did it go inactive?
I don't know how long it's been off, to be honest with you.
Because you talked to people on it. When did they say they talked to you? Monday.
That ain't possible.
Monday of, not yesterday, Monday. Monday, the week of Thanksgiving. Monday, after all this happened. So it had to have gone inactive after that. Is that right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So, does Malika know about that phone?
Nope.
Okay. Why doesn't
I got rid of it. It just don't exist no more. Like I said, I don't have a phone no more.
Okay. But why did, I mean, you're using it to talk to girls, right? And I'm assuming that's why you're keeping it from Malika. Is that right? Okay. So, you ain't gonna stop talking to other girls.
Well, like I said, I'm not in a
phone?
relationship with no other females. I haven't cheated on my wife, so it's all good.
But how'd you get rid of the phone? I mean, you said it went inactive, but I mean, who's paying for the phone?
I was paying for the phone.
Okay, so is it on your phone plan, or?
No, it was a prepaid phone.
Okay. So you could put more minutes on it. So where's the phone? Because you didn't just get rid of the phone.
I got rid of the phone.
Okay. Then where'd you get rid of it at?
I throw it in the trash.
Okay. Where? I'm assuming not at your house, because Malik would find it.
No, put it in the dumpster at the house.
The dumpster at the house? Okay. You got a big dumpster at your house?
It's a regular trash can. You put all the trash in.
Okay. When did you do that?
I don't know. I know the trash has been dumped since then. I don't have it. Trash come on Wednesday.
Okay, so was it
I didn't
the day before Thanksgiving?
No, I don't remember. I just remember getting rid of the phone. I didn't want her to find the phone.
Okay.
But like I say, I don't see where that has anything to do with this.
Well, it shows that you're not being completely truthful with us.
I'm being completely truthful with you, but like I said, I don't see where this has anything to do with this.
Well, because you're telling us all about you, and you're not telling us all about this other part. Okay, and that's one of the things that's part of our job, is to get down to everything that we know, so that way when push comes to shove at the end of the day, we can say we've done our job. Okay, and you're not being truthful. Okay, there's other stuff that you're not being truthful about as well. Okay, we know you weren't at home on Friday. Okay. We know you weren't at home all day Friday. Where'd you go?
I didn't go anywhere.
Okay. Again, I need you to be 100% truthful with me, okay? I can guarantee that you were not at your house on Friday. Talked to a lot of people. All right? Just think about that. Think about the people you talked to. Think about the places you went. Think about things that you might have done that Friday. Okay? Where did you go?
Nowhere.
Okay. You left your house. I'm telling you, you left your house. I know that you left your house.
Okay.
Okay? Where all did you go?
I didn't go anywhere.
Okay. You understand the importance of all this, right?
So again, Nye's having a second phone. Y'all start confronting him with it. He says, yeah, it's 408 number, but I got rid of it before Brandi was killed.
That's correct.
Eventually comes off of it when you confront him with that inconsistency and says, no, I got rid of it after.
That's correct.
Totally irrelevant. And again, denies being at the house.
Yes, sir.
Being at Brandi's house, excuse me. Said he was home the entire time.
Yes, sir.
What happened on Friday?
Talking about Brandi?
Yes.
I had anything to do with whatever happened with Brandi.
You were there Friday. Okay.
I was at her house Friday.
You were there Friday.
How you figure this?
Okay. I'm telling you, you were there Friday. Okay. You can't think that when something like this happens, that they're not going to find evidence. Okay. You can't think that. All right. We have to get past that. There's no question here. Okay. We have to get past that. Okay. What happened. What we have to do is we have to tell the whole story. We have to tell your story. Because when I stand up there and I start telling people what happened, they're not going to understand. Okay? They're not going to understand how anybody can do it.
I don't understand.
Okay?
I didn't kill Brandi and my kid and her kids.
You were there. Okay?
What did Brandi do to hurt you, to upset you?
Nothing. Just it. Nothing. You wasn't upset with each other. Nothing.
You were there. We have to get past that. Okay? You were there.
I wasn't there.
Okay. You were there.
Friday. No, I wasn't.
Okay, when were you there?
Wednesday.
Okay. You weren't at home Friday.
Yes, I was.
I'm telling you, you were not at home Friday. You were over at Brandi's on Friday. Okay. Like I said, we've talked to a lot of people. We've done a lot of evidence gathering. We've done our jobs. Okay. And that's why I'm urging you to be as honest as you possibly can be, because all it can do is help you in the long run. All right. You've got to think about Malachi, and you've got to think about Henry, okay? And you've got to think about Malika. Because your decisions today affect the rest of their lives, just like it affects the rest of yours. And when you're in 10 years from now, when you have to sit back and think about today, I don't want you to sit back and think, I could have changed their life. I could have changed my life. Things may be different if I had been completely honest that day. Because what happens is when people have to sit back and decide what happens to the person who did this, when they have to judge you, they have to determine what happens to you. Okay?
I didn't do this.
Let me finish. Okay? They can understand people's mistakes. They can. They can understand snapping. They can understand not enough money. They can understand, people hounding you for child support. What they don't understand is given the opportunity to do the right thing and to be remorseful for what happened and you not being.
People do have compassion, forgiveness.
They want to believe, people truly want to believe that people who do these kind of things are not evil, that there is some good left in the person. And I do believe that. I do believe that. I don't believe that people who do things are evil. I don't think, I think that people are human. I think people make mistakes. I think people, do things in a panic sometimes, and it's not till later that they realize what happened, and that they realize what they may have done. And at that point, it's too late. And that doesn't define them as a person. It's what happens from that point on that defines them as a person. And I believe that about you. I've talked to you for some time now, and I don't believe that you're an evil person.
I'm not.
And I agree, okay? I believe, like I said, you've got Henry, you've got Malachi, and you've got Malika. And from what I'm gathering about Brandi wasn't the nicest of people. Okay? I've talked to other people about her. She had no problem, like you said. She didn't hold her tongue for anybody. All right? She said what she thought. There was no filter. She had no qualms about ruining other people's lives. She had no qualms about ruining people's marriages, about ruining their relationship with their kids. She cared about what was for her and what money she was going to get. I understand all of that. I empathize with you. I do.
What you empathize with me for?
Because I can understand the position that you're in, that she placed you in.
I wasn't in no position.
Well,
I just had to pay some child support.
Mm-hmm. You had to pay. You were paying what? You were ordered to pay $700, $800, something like that.
Like $700 a month.
Fair to say, y'all say things trying to get somebody to talk to you.
Yes.
That's what that last little clip was at, trying to get him to talk to you?
Yes, sir.
And talking to him, how many times in that second interview did he say he wasn't at Brandi's house?
23.
23 times in the second interview. Never, always said he was not there.
Yes, sir.
And y'all went back and checked cell phones, correct?
We did.
Both that 509, his 4380 that he challenged you to check?
Yes.
As well as the 408-8669 number?
Yes.
And Investigator Corbett's the one that's going to testify to that, correct?
Yes, sir.
That person that you interviewed, Henry Segura, here in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Please indicate, please want him to indicate article clothing he's wearing, please.
Gentleman at the defense table wearing a black jacket.
May the record please indicate the defendant, Mr. Henry Segura. Answer the question.
Cross.
No, Your Honor.
Did you ever have a question of this witness? All right, you can step down. I assume he's subject to recall.
He is, Your Honor.
All right, call your next one.
Your Honor, this time we'd call Natasha Hawthorne.
All right, we have one more clip to show, but before we do that, we'll finish up with Mr. Mark Lewis's testimony. This was the second interview, which was on November 30th. So Henry's first interview was the 10th, which was the day of the incident, and then this was 20 days later. So first off, they said Brandi's mom drives a white Yukon. They confirmed, well, they knew the murder was Thursday. So he says he was home all day and all night. So that was a lie from his first interview. And then that comes back around. The officers keep hammering him on that. He says his wife got home around 5. He was in the backyard. He keeps saying, check my phone records, check my phone records. Oh, and they do. Did you talk to anyone else besides your wife on Saturday night? He says no. Then he says, I didn't really use my phone that day. Then he says, I might have called my cousin on my house phone. He was confronted by, you took the kids to school. Then he laughs and he's like, oh yeah, that's right. I guess I did leave. Then he denies being there at all. But he was concerned someone saw him at Brandi's. But then the first interview he said he was there. So now he's saying he wasn't there. So he's kind of all over the map. He says his wife didn't know about her, which tracks because he said Brandi knew about Malika, but Malika didn't know about Brandi. He asked, then they said, the law enforcement say, we need your email address. He's like, why do you need my email address? And they kind of got testy with him. They kept, questioning about all of the information, why they need this information, leave no stone unturned. He says, well, Brandi and I had two different lifestyles. She had one lifestyle, I had another. I don't know who the one guy was Mark Lewis. I'm not sure who the one officer was Mark Lewis. I'm not sure who the woman was. I'm pretty sure that was a female. Says the mother of your child is passed away, gone, unalived, along with your son. Don't you want to cooperate? Like, why don't you want to cooperate? And I would think that he would want to cooperate and find out what happened and why. It's at this point he was confronted with the fact that there is a second phone. Why don't you tell us about the other phone? He didn't really answer that. Who were you talking to? He's like, I'm not talking to anyone. Then he finally admits to the other phone. You're not telling us everything about yourself. We know you weren't home all day. Or we know you weren't home alone all day on Friday. Where did you go? No answer. What did you do and who did you talk to? Where did you go? He says, nowhere. He's like, I don't know. Who did you talk to? I don't know. No one. Then he says, girls or women. They say, I know that you left your house. He says, I didn't go anywhere. You were at Brandi's on Friday. He keeps denying he was there on Friday, which I don't know if he was there on Friday because that's when she was discovered Friday morning. So yeah, this happened like Thursday because her phone died at like 10:30. Shoot, when did her phone die? Crap. It happened between 6:53 and 8:21. So it takes place between 7 and 8:30. So I don't know why they kept hammering about him being there on Friday because it was Thursday night, but okay. He does say now, he says I was there on Wednesday. And he was ordered to pay $700 a month in child support, and 23 times he says he wasn't at Brandi's house, even though he said the first interview he was there. That they hung out, he was playing with JaVonte. So, all right, we're going to go on to this last bit. This is 38 minutes, and then after this, Lori Vallow had a status hearing the other day, so we're going to play that on another stream after this. So stick around for that if you're interested in the whole Lori Daybell Vallow saga. It's only like 15 minutes. It's real short, but this one is 38 minutes. So we'll get to this one, and then class will be dismissed for the day. If you guys want to come hang out with us at Lori Vallow, please do. All right, last clip for day 2 of Florida versus Henry Segura.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Have a seat. Slide up the rail, please, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Natasha Hawthorne.
Okay. And did you formerly go by Hawthorne Smith?
Smith Hawthorne.
Smith Hawthorne, excuse me.
That's okay.
I apologize. And where do you live? You don't give me your address, just general state.
Florida.
You do live in Florida?
Yes.
Or you live in North Florida?
I live in South Florida.
Okay. Do you know Henry Segura?
I do.
How do you know Henry Segura?
We were dating for some time.
Back in 2010, talking about November 2010, how long had you known Henry Segura at that time?
Close to a year.
Were you living in South Florida at that time as well?
I was not. I was living in Tallahassee.
Okay. Did you talk to him on the phone?
Yes.
Do you remember what phone number it was you were talking to him in November 2010?
There were two.
Okay.
I don't remember the numbers though.
All right. If I were to show you, could that possibly refresh your recollection?
Possibly.
Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Not as far as the number is concerned, but definitely that we communicated.
Okay. Do you remember one of the numbers being a 509 number?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the other one? Would that be a 408-8669?
Possibly, yes.
Does that sound familiar?
It sounds familiar.
Okay. And that's the number you would normally use to communicate with him? Or a combination thereof, excuse me.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about his kids in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you about JaVonte?
Not that at some point he mentioned that there was a child that the mother said was his child. He didn't know, it was a very brief conversation.
Did he ever tell you he was murdered? We're talking about November 2010 now, not today. But did he ever tell you that child was murdered?
He did.
Okay. Do you remember talking to him back on November 19th, would have been a Friday night, getting a text message or a call from him around 10:30 that evening?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time it was roughly?
It would have been later in the evening. I was preparing to go to a party that night. So it would have been probably, I don't know, somewhere between 9 and 11, I'm not sure.
Okay. Fair to say, obviously, it's been a long time since
It's been a long time.
Okay. Do you remember anything about where he said he was?
I'm not sure that he told me he was anywhere. I don't recall that he told me he was anywhere. I recall that somehow I got the impression he wasn't at home or he was headed home. He may have said something. To be honest, I don't remember.
Did he remember anything about him saying about passing Publix or going to Publix or anything along those lines?
Vaguely, yes.
So possibly that he was talking to you about possibly on that evening going by a Publix or in the general vicinity of a Publix?
I remember that I was getting my nails done at a Publix, and so that could have been where the comment came from. I just don't remember specifically.
Okay. All right, but that doesn't sound incorrect.
Doesn't sound incorrect, no.
Okay. The person, Henry Segura, that you see, that you're talking about, that you had the communications with the two different phone numbers, including the 408-8669, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to him and indicate an article of clothing, please?
He's here sitting at the defense table and he's wearing a black blazer.
Okay. May the record please reflect he's indicated the defendant, Mr. Segura. No further questions, ma'am. Cross. Fair briefly.
Now, at the time of the murders in this case back in 2010, you were in a sexual relationship with Mr. Segura, correct?
Correct.
And when you were interviewed by the police and you told them y'all were just friends, why was that?
Well, there were a number of reasons, but primarily because he was married.
And do you recall specifically that after his son passed away the year prior, he made a promise to his wife that he wasn't going to run around anymore, so y'all were trying to keep the affair more secret than he had been in the past?
Your Honor, I object to hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't recall that happening because I didn't know him then, but I recall him telling me that, yes.
You do you recall him telling you that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Right. And juror, I have a question at this point. All right, you can step down.
Around this time today, we'll call Tyra Willcoxon.
Your Honor, can I approach very briefly with Mr. Pugh?
Yep. You face the clerk and raise your right hand to be sworn, please, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat. Slide up to the railing, please, ma'am.
Sorry, Your Honor, I need to get that witness man. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Tyra Willcoxon.
Okay. And Ms. Willcoxon?
Spell your first and last name, please,
First
ma'am.
name Tyra, last name Wilcoxson.
Thank you.
And Ms. Willcoxon, back in November of 2010, did you know someone, Henry Segura?
Yes.
How did you know Mr. Segura?
We were dating.
When you say you were dating, you were in a sexual relationship with him? As well as going out on dates and things?
Wait, 2010. No, but around 2010, I think we were. Like, we were, but then we kind of stopped. Around November, we wasn't.
Okay, so by November, you had stopped seeing each other?
Yeah, we went.
When were y'all seeing each other then?
Probably like 09. Well, we were still cool, but we wasn't like how we used to be.
All right, so y'all were still talking,
Right.
but you weren't dating and in a sexual relationship then in November 2010?
No, we wasn't.
Okay, all right. Did you talk to him regularly around that time?
Not regular. He kind of like was popping up.
I'm sorry?
It's more like a pop-up.
More like a what?
Popping up.
What does that mean?
That mean like, bringing food or talking, check.
So it wasn't a regular thing, it was just on occasional, just pop up out of the blue, all of a sudden start talking again?
Yeah, we was cool. When he was bored or probably in town.
Okay, all right. Was one of the phone numbers you talked to him on was 408-8669?
I know it started with 408. I can't tell you the last. There's a 509 and a 408 number.
Okay, so you
10 years ago.
You remember all right, okay. Long time ago, but you
Right.
remember a 509 and a 408 number?
Right.
Okay, all right. If I were to show you something, would that help refresh your recollection on that 408 number real quick? Maybe?
Maybe.
All right, tell you what, take a look at it and let me know if it does or not. And hold on 1 second. Does that help refresh your
Yes.
recollection at all?
Mm-hmm.
What was that number?
408-8669.
Okay. Do you know whether his wife knew of y'all dating?
Yes, she knew.
How do you know that?
I told her, and there's so many incidents. He had her on speakerphone. He asked her for a divorce, and me and him was there. She was like crying and said, another incident, we was in Savannah, Georgia, when I did a restraining order on him. Another incident when we was in the car.
I talked about a whole bunch of incidents, but
What?
she knew about it.
Yeah, I mean, we was in the, yeah.
Okay. Just prior to the murders that we're here for today, did you talk to him about a gun?
Yes.
What did he say?
He came to my house and asked could he use my gun.
You have a gun?
I have several.
All right. Did you let him use your gun?
Of course not. My name on it.
And that was right around the time these murders occurred?
Yeah, it was around the time it was, well, I don't know when the murders occurred. I was getting ready to pack to go to Orlando to the Classic for that weekend. It was like towards the end of the week because I know I was packing up my clothes, and he asked me did I want to go make some money in Minnesota or whatever he was going to work at. I was like, nah, because I ain't really trust him no more after the Savannah. If I don't got my own ride or whatever, I wasn't going nowhere with him.
Alright.
It's like it only take one time.
So it was as you were packing to go to the Classic in Orlando,
Right.
back in November of 2010, that he asked?
Yes.
Okay. All right, the murders occurred on November 20th of 19th, 2010, would have been a Friday. That help refresh your recollection about when it was in relation to the murder? I know it was a long time ago.
I was just getting ready to go out of town, and he came over there, lip quivering. He was red. He asked me, could he use one of my guns? And I told him, like, if I come across something in the street, like a burner gun, I'll let him know. Because, of course, we were cool.
Like a what?
A burner gun is like, my name ain't on it. Somebody in the street selling a gun, or, just a gun in the street.
So you're talking about a street gun, one that's not connected in your mind?
Not connected to me, yeah.
And you told him you let him know, but did you ever give him a gun like that?
No.
Do you see Mr. Segura here in courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point him and indicate an article of clothing, please?
What now?
Could you please point to him and indicate an article of clothing? What color suit is he wearing?
Black suit with a cream shirt and tie.
May the record please reflect as indicated the defendant, Mr. Henry Segura. Thank you.
Cross.
Ms. Willcoxon, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Isn't it true that when you and Mr. Segura were in Savannah, Georgia, he ended up putting you out of the car? Isn't that correct?
Yes, it is.
Not only did he put you out of the car, he also put your belongings out of the car, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you two were there together having a romantic relationship, were you not?
We was there working.
You were working together?
Yes, we were.
But you were staying in the same quarters?
Yes.
And you previously had a romantic relationship?
Yes, we did.
So it's safe to say that when you left, well, let's first establish, how did you get back to Tallahassee?
That's my personal business.
I'm sorry?
That was kind of my business, how I got back.
Was it an Uber?
Call it what you may.
I mean, you tell me. You tell this jury. How did you get back to Tallahassee?
For a friend.
A friend brought you back from Georgia?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, actually, when I met a guy over there, and he took me to the Greyhound. I caught a bus back.
So you had to catch a bus back to Tallahassee?
Yes, I did.
It's safe to say you were quite upset with Mr. Segura, were you not?
No, I was fine. I had a big check. I was good.
You had a big check. You were good.
I knew that my actions was going to be a reaction because he told me that. He said, you do what you do and I'm going to do what I was doing. Before I even acted, I already had a plan in place. Somebody told me do what I want. I had met another guy there. He was like, I got you, whatever you want to do. So he was like, I had an option to tell Henry's wife or not tell. I had met like a new guy there that was kind of part of the problems.
Oh, okay. So I understand. You had met a new guy in Georgia.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so you were ready to break it off with Mr. Segura.
Not really.
You weren't?
I wasn't married to nobody.
I understand that. Mr. Segura was the one who was married.
Yes.
And it's true that you actually called Mr. Segura's wife while you were in Savannah, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you told Mr. Segura's wife that the two of you were messing around, correct?
Correct. I told him I was going to tell her.
Okay, and that is why he got upset with you, correct?
He was upset before I called her.
Well, he was certainly upset after you called her, right?
Yes.
And that's why he left you in Georgia, correct?
Yes.
Now, after you became aware that Miss Peters and her children were murdered, you didn't call the police, did you?
I didn't call the police. Why would I call the police when I found out somebody got killed? Why? I'm confused.
Okay, well, let's clear it up. you contacted Crime Stoppers, correct?
I didn't call Crime Stoppers. I anonymously wrote. To make it make sense, what I learned at school, what I was doing is, I know that Crime Stoppers don't read emails. They don't reply. I changed the IP address. I sent an email of everything I know. That's what I did. I didn't talk to anyone. And that was going to be my, if something was ever to hit the fan with me or him, that was my alibi, that was my discovery, that was everything. On that day that I found out, that's what I did.
You contacted Crime Stoppers,
yes,
that's correct?
I wrote a letter, an email.
You read a letter. So you contacted a national organization that pays people for information.
Yes.
And so the information that you provided to Crime Stoppers, you didn't contact the local law enforcement.
No.
You contacted Crime Stoppers.
Yes, I did.
And you did that so that you could get paid money, correct?
Wrong. I did that for discovery or for if something was to happen to me or him. If I ended up in this situation, that was my thing that I was going to have with the date on it.
So you expected Crime Stoppers to protect you?
I didn't expect Crime Stoppers to do anything. That was my document. You always document anything that's going on and that's happening. When I found out something happened to Brandi, all of my neighbors knew that Henry didn't belong there. All my sisters knew. That's what I did. That's the smart thing to do. You let everybody around you know what's going on.
Okay, so let's be clear. You didn't go to the Leon County or the Tallahassee Police Department to document anything, did you?
Of course not.
You didn't go to the Leon County Sheriff's Department to document anything, did you?
No.
You didn't go to any other...
I didn't want to be involved, period.
I'm sorry?
I didn't want to be involved, period.
Except for with Crime Stoppers, an organization that pays you money.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argument.
Yeah, let's not argue with the witness, please.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
I did that in secret. I know for a fact that they don't read and they don't do the emails because an incident that happened with someone else that I know. I tried to stop somebody from doing something stupid. So I secretly did an email because they went to the police who shot them. So I noticed that this guy never got picked up, nothing never happened. So with me doing the Crime Stoppers, no one would know. That's just my thing that I did. That had nothing to do with Crime Stoppers or the police contacted me. I didn't want anything to do with this case, the police, or nobody.
Okay, so, but it's your testimony that you wanted it to remain in secret.
That is my document with the date on it of everything that, if anything ever had to occur or happen.
Except you hired an attorney to help.
Sustained.
I didn't.
Sustained.
Hired.
Ask another question. Be quiet, Ms. Willcoxon.
Oh, okay.
She'll ask you another question.
Okay.
Did you continue to, let me rephrase it. Crime Stoppers to this day still has not paid you anything, correct?
They don't owe me anything. They didn't use the information.
Right. And so they have not paid you anything, correct?
No, they didn't.
Just a second, Your Honor. Your Honor, may we approach?
We have a little microphone that I'm supposed to talk to there at the sidebar. Sometimes I forget. Sometimes I rustle papers on top of it and drive the court reporters crazy. But anyway, you may inquire, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Willcoxon, you stated that you wanted to keep your involvement secret, correct?
I didn't have any involvement.
You stated...
My involvement in what?
Earlier, you stated that when you provided information to Crime Stoppers, you chose Crime Stoppers instead of law enforcement in order to keep your involvement secret.
My involvement? You still saying my involvement? I wasn't there. I didn't commit anything.
Okay, the information that you knew, you wanted to keep that. The information that you knew, the fact that the information came from you You wanted to keep
I was
your
following
identity
instructions.
secret.
My sister told me that's what she said, contact Crime Stoppers. She said if it was her husband, she'll turn him in. So I was like, nah, what I want to do, I made my document, like I did what I thought was best for me to do.
Right, and so you agreed with your sister that you should keep your identity secret.
My sister didn't say anything about keeping my identity secret. She told me I should contact Crime Stoppers.
Okay. And do you recall retaining an attorney by the name of, let's see. Bill Waters?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you hired Bill Waters in order to help you get your money from Crime Stoppers, correct?
I hired him because I was doing a lease or rental. He was helping me with something else. And then I asked him about that, about this case. We had other things going on. And also with my sister divorce, we was hollering at him. He's a family lawyer, attorney, or something like that. I don't think he do criminal.
So at the time you hired Bill Waters, it's your testimony that Crime Stoppers was not giving you a hard time with paying you any money.
No, they weren't.
And you're saying that Bill Waters was not hired in order to help you get this money.
Well, I was mad at Crime Stoppers because I was kind of dumb at the moment. I feel like the reason investigators and people would come to my house, I thought it was because Crime Stoppers. I thought that they outsmarted me. I was like, I kept getting like cards in my door. The investigators kept coming by. I kept ignoring them because I didn't know what they wanted. Then they caught me. They finally caught me home, and I thought that all of this was because of Crime Stoppers, but Crime Stoppers didn't have anything to do with it. It was because I had a restraining order on Henry while the investigators was trying to talk to me about this case. It was other stuff going on in my life. It's not just this. So like for the people to keep coming to my house, I thought they was trying to come to talk to me about, I don't know, but I didn't know that it had anything. I thought that it was Crime Stoppers' fault that I'm here, like right now. Like, the investigators wanted to talk to me about this case. I thought that the whole reason why they was at my house and all of that, until I got downtown, they told me why they said because of the restraining order.
And to be clear, that was a temporary restraining order, correct?
Yeah, it was.
And it was never a permanent restraining order put in place, correct?
No, correct.
And because you dropped the petition, correct?
Yes, I did.
No further questions.
Pretty correct.
Yes, Your Honor. Trying to make a little bit of, figure out what we're talking about. You initially reported to Crime Stoppers and you were trying to remain anonymous, correct?
Correct.
But you were trying to document what you knew and pass it along, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point you talked to an attorney because you thought Crime Stoppers, and when you contact Crime Stoppers, were you of the belief that they keep things anonymous? They wouldn't tell you they wouldn't find out your name or know your name?
I don't think I put my name on there.
Okay. So you felt at that point you would remain anonymous?
Yes.
And in fact, that's kind of what Crime Stoppers does. If you report us, we're not going to say who you are.
I don't even know who Crime Stoppers are.
Okay. All right, fair enough. But then you talked to, then officers started showing up at your door.
Yes.
And it was after they started showing up at your door, you talked to the attorney because you felt that Crime Stoppers had caused this problem.
Yes. It was like 2 days later they started showing up. It was cards and everything, but Crime Stoppers say they didn't even use my information because I was trying to figure out what I kept ignoring the cards, the little business cards that were stuck in the door. I wasn't home anyway, but my neighbors were giving it to me. It was like, what's going on? It's like a thing, like in the street, they say like making the block hot or whatever. Because the police just kept coming by, so we trying to figure out like what's going on, like why they.
Let me stop you right there, okay? Bottom line though is you contacted Crime Stoppers anonymously.
Right. Yes.
Told them the information you had.
Right.
Okay. At that point, were you afraid of Mr. Segura? You had a restraining order on him.
I was uncomfortable. I'm not gonna say I was afraid, because when you're afraid, you make mistakes. You got to always. I was taught to not. When you're afraid, you don't think clearly. It's like I was uncomfortable. Like one time when he showed up at my house, I was very uncomfortable.
Okay. You were uncomfortable with him coming over and requesting the gun.
No, I wasn't uncomfortable then.
Were you uncomfortable with the fact he came over all red-faced and angry?
That's when I think that's the time when he asked for the gun, when he was red-faced and angry.
So you were uncomfortable for other reasons?
No, he came back after that.
Okay. So he came back after that, and that
Yes.
made you uncomfortable.
I
And
didn't
as a
want to do
result, you contacted Crime Stoppers.
No, I contacted Crime Stoppers. It was on a Tuesday. I know exactly when I contacted them because I went. It was on Facebook when I found out. The day that I found out she died, I was probably later than everybody else. I found out like on a Tuesday because we had a mutual friend. I had one of those like Obama phones, like it don't do like all the fancy iPhone stuff. That I think I had 2 phones, but I got home and got on my computer and I contacted my friend and I told her to call me now. This message is still on my Facebook.
All right, we got it. So it was on Tuesday.
Right.
You decided, we found out about the murders.
Right.
And you decided to contact Crime Stoppers and tell them about what you knew.
After I talked to my sister, yes, I did.
Okay. All right. No further questions.
Any juror have a question of this witness? All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep her further?
No, Your Honor.
You're excused. Thank you for being here. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time stay at Calvin Moore.
What was that name?
Calvin Moore.
Come on up here, please, sir. Would you face the clerk and be sworn, please?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat. Slide up the rail, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Calvin Moore.
Mr. Moore, do you live here in Tallahassee?
I live in Wakulla County.
How long have you lived in this area?
Born and raised in Tallahassee, mostly.
Do you know Henry Segura?
Yes.
How do you know Henry Segura?
We grew up together.
I take it means you obviously known him for a while then.
Yes, sir.
If I can draw your attention to November of 2010. Y'all hanging out during that time period on a pretty regular basis?
Yes, sir.
At some point, what do you do for a living? Or let me ask you a question. What do you do for a living now?
Fire and security.
I'm sorry?
Fire and security for contracting, supporting the military.
Okay. Back in November of 2010, what were you doing?
Around that time, I think I was back home. I came back home from spending time overseas. Spent about, I think I had a week home, probably about 2 weeks home.
Okay. You were doing stuff overseas?
I was contracting overseas.
Doing what?
Firefighting.
Okay. Now, Mr. Segura, I believe, was a welder by trade at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you say you were overseas, where are you talking about?
Afghanistan.
Good work over in Afghanistan at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Segura about possibly working over in Afghanistan and using his welding skills?
Yes, sir.
What were y'all talking about?
Just going over making good money.
By good money, what are we talking about?
6 figures.
Okay. So, was that what you were making, or what you felt that he could make?
That's what I thought that everyone can make if you get a job contracting overseas.
So you're talking about doing that, correct?
Yes, sir.
In order to get that job overseas, do you have to go through any, I guess, hoops when it comes to having obviously a passport or anything additional to that?
Yes, sir. You will have to go through a extensive background check. You can't have any large amounts of debt or any kind of child support or anything like that to get your passport.
You also have to get a visa in order to do this traveling.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were these the things that you were talking about with Mr. Segura when you were talking about going to Afghanistan and working in a 6-figure job?
Yes, sir.
Warning him about all those things?
Yes, sir.
Did he seem interested in doing that?
Yes, sir.
Seemed like, I know a whole lot of people that don't want to earn 6-figure salaries.
Exactly.
Okay. And again, this was around November 2010?
Prior to that.
Okay.
Prior to that time frame.
About how much prior to that time frame?
Before I even left, we always talked about going overseas, making money and stuff like that. So that was prior to that, me leaving.
Okay.
Months before.
All right. What about when you came back? Was he asking you, when you said you had a little bit of break there when you came back, was he asking you about how it was, or those kind of jobs still existed, things like that?
Briefly, I don't think we talked too much about it. Once I came back on vacation, we didn't get to really talk when I came back home. So.
Okay, but it's something you discussed sometime 2000.
Prior to.
Before that and all
Yes.
that stuff. Okay. Now you keep talking about how you do military and fire and stuff. Were you a military man?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What branch did you serve?
Army.
When was that?
97 to 2001.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Based upon, I guess, not only Army, I know that a lot of people that aren't in the military are familiar with firearms. Are you familiar with firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in part because of your military experience?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever known Henry Segura to have a gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with handguns?
Yes, sir.
Semi-auto versus revolver?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of gun did you know Henry Segura to have?
32 revolver.
A 32 revolver?
Yes.
You sure about that?
I'm positive.
I'm showing you previously introduced in evidence of 147, and I'm not saying that this is the gun, but is that similar to the gun that Henry Segura had?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looks familiar?
Yes, sir.
Long barrel like that?
Yes, sir.
Rounded butt?
It was a little squared off, but somewhat like that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. When did you see him with this gun?
He was getting ready to go on a job, and I seen it in the front seat of this vehicle, this Buick he used to own. He was getting ready for a job to head out. That's when I seen it.
Would it have been around 2010?
It was prior to that. It was before that, months before that.
Months before November 2010?
Yes.
All right, so in the summertime 2010?
Probably so.
June, July, somewhere in there.
Somewhere up in that time frame. It's been a while since we had that. You know.
And that would have been about the same time you're talking now about the jobs in Afghanistan and stuff, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Segura, do you see him here in courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him and indicate an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's in sitting up front in a black suit and tie.
No further questions, Your Honor. Cross.
You've already made it pretty clear, but I just want to make certain about it. You never saw him with that gun after you saw him in the summertime, correct?
Correct.
And that was before he got shot, before he got that injury.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
There you are.
All right, you can step, I'm sorry. Any juror have a question? Sometimes I forget, but any juror have a question? All right, you can step down. We need to keep him any further.
No, Your Honor.
You're excused. Thank you for being here. You're free to go. Call you next witness.
Your Honor, I think this is probably a pretty good time to end for the day.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna have 4 days. We're not meeting tomorrow, as I told you, and we're not meeting Monday. Say maybe we ought to meet Saturday. So that's all right. But anyway, 4 days. Don't let anything occur. Don't talk about the case with anyone. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Need to be backless. You know, y'all are doing great on our schedule, getting here promptly. We appreciate that. So Tuesday morning, 8:45, same place, same time. Anybody have any questions about what's expected of you? Have a real good weekend. Thank y'all.
Everybody be seated, please. Anybody have any issues?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Let's talk about scheduling again. I apologize. I'm a little testy today, but that's all right. I guess you'll expect that, but a little on edge. I think the bottom line is we have to figure out a way to have the evidence done by Tuesday, November 19th. We need to have it to the jury by Wednesday, November 20th. We're going to run into scheduling problems. I mean, it'd be nice we did it before then, but I think those have to be our deadlines. Both of you having some scheduling issues. Strikes me that, y'all might want to have some discussion. There are some of the defense witnesses that are kind of, I know there's some that go together, but then there's some I'm looking back at a transcript from last time about an inconsistent statement here, or inconsistent statement there. The states have a little issue filling in their schedule. You're wanting to have a witness come later. I wonder if y'all could have some discussion maybe of calling some witnesses out of order just to keep everything flowing. I know that probably if Mr. Santos testifies, there's going to be some substantial rebuttal that, there could be some of that done that wouldn't necessarily relate to the DNA stuff. I'm not demanding that you do it. I'm just suggesting it might help ease some scheduling issues for both sides.
As long as you're open to that, I think we can probably make arrangements to do rebuttal in the middle and then go back.
Right. I know it's going to relate to what you're rebutting or what you're, presenting, but it just seems to me there could be some opportunities to do that. If we get to a point where we need to go late, to get on that, to stay on that schedule, we can do that too. If we're going to do that, we probably need to give the jury a heads up ahead of time that we're going to do that. But I want y'all to think about it. And frankly, on that schedule, we're not going to have any time to have a break before a penalty phase. Should there happen to be a penalty phase, we're going to have to roll right into it. So I know there was some discussion of having a day in between or so. That schedule's not going to allow for any delay there. We're just going to have to be ready to push on. So anyway, those are just some thoughts I was having, and I was kind of looking back over what the defense called last time. You did call a lot of witnesses, but I say it's kind of a hodgepodge of things that don't necessarily all have to go together. All right. Any issues from anybody?
No, Your Honor. I think we can probably work with that. No problem at all.
Yeah. No, Mr. Prince?
No issues, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see y'all Tuesday morning, 8:30.
All right. So we'll start at 9 tomorrow.
All right, so that concludes day 2 of Florida versus Segura. So let's go over. We just saw a litany of parade of his past women. So first off the bat was Natasha Hawthorne, and she was off camera. She dated Henry, and she talked to him on 2 phones. He mentioned JaVonte, and he told her that JaVonte had been unalived. She got a phone call or a text between 9 and 10 on November 19th, and something about Publix. She was getting her nails done at Publix. Oh, yes, that's a Yamaha. I have 2 Yamaha acoustics, Trial Junkies. So something about Publix. She was getting her nails done at Publix, and then he was going to Publix. I'm not quite sure. And Publix is just a local food store here in Florida. And then under cross, they said, "Were you in a relationship?" Yes. She left because he was married. After his son had passed, he made a promise to his wife not to run around anymore. And the burner phone. So I think she was more or less brought on to confirm the burner phone. And then next was Tyra Willcoxon, but Willcoxon is the way she spelled it. She also dated Henry, but they were not dating on November 10th. They talked to each other occasionally. She knew about the burner phone as well. He said that she said Malika knew about her. She was packing to go to an event in Orlando, and Henry came over to ask if he could use a burner gun. So we heard about this in the state's opening. So here we heard about it in evidence, I suppose. Hold on a sec, guys. I'm going to reschedule Lori Daybell for 5 o'clock. I'm just going to push that out a little bit because I don't want to rush out of here. So I'm going to push this to 5 o'clock. Okay, 5 o'clock for Lori. We're going to follow up this stream with a Lori, if you guys are interested. Okay, so back to this. Because it got spicy here. So Cross said, and it was a female, and I don't know her name. I'll have to find out her name. It wasn't Prince. Prince is his defense attorney, I think, right? Nate Prince is his defense attorney. So it was not him that was doing the cross of Tyra. So it got spicy. So she comes in firing. Put you and your belongings out of your car in Savannah, Georgia. She's like, yep. Previously, and so we're like, what? Previously had a romantic relationship. How did you get back? And she said, that's my personal business. And then pushed again, well, how did you get back? Tell the jury. So she finally said, a friend brought me back. And then pressed even further. She said, well, I met a guy, and he took me to a Greyhound station that took me back to Tallahassee. Isn't it true that you called Malika while in Savannah and told her you were messing around? She said, Henry was upset and left you in Georgia. She said, well, Henry was upset at me before I called Malika. I didn't call Malika to get Henry upset. Henry was upset at me, then I called Malika. So then this is where we get into this whole Crime Stoppers thing, that she emailed Crime Stoppers because she wanted to stay anonymous, because she said if stuff was going to hit the fan, that was her plan. No rhyme, pun intended there. And then Cross said, you did that so you could get money. And she said, no, I did it if something would happen, if I did it in case something happened to me or to him. So she was including Henry in on this. When I found out something happened to Brandi, I let everybody know in case something happened. So Cross said, why didn't you go just to Tallahassee and document everything? She's like, she didn't want to be involved with anything. But she went to Crime Stoppers. She wanted to stay anonymous. Then she said it was her sister that told her to contact Crime Stoppers. So she did what she thought was right. Then she retained an attorney, Bill Waters, in order to get money out of Crime Stoppers, and she said no. She said she had other things going on with Bill. I guess he was a family attorney, not a criminal attorney, and that she asked him on the side about Crime Stoppers. And then she was mad at Crime Stoppers because she felt that they outsmarted her. It was pretty funny. Investigators kept coming to my home. But she thought it was Crime Stoppers coming to her, but it was actually just straight up investigators, because her name appeared in Henry's burner phone. She had a restraining order on Henry, but it was a temporary order. She had dropped the petition. So then on redirect, they said, okay, she wanted to document everything that she knew and to pass it along. She did contact an attorney. So Henry came to her and asked for a gun. He was red-faced and angry. So I thought he came to her after the incident, but no, I guess he came to her because he asked for the gun, so he couldn't have done it. He couldn't have done it, after the incident. He did it before. Excuse me. So I guess he was red-faced and angry, so he asked for a gun then. Not quite sure what that was about. She found out Tuesday, so this happened on Thursday night. So she found out Tuesday about Brandi, and then that's when she contacted Crime Stoppers. Then Calvin Moore, this one was tough. Calvin Moore, he was a childhood friend. He grew up with Henry. He served in the Army from 97 to 01. And he was contracted. He basically was talking to Henry about going over to Afghanistan and making six figures. But in order to get a visa, you had to go through a background check, and you had to have very little debt, and then you had to have no childhood support. So which Henry did it. He had like $20,000 in debt, and then he also owed back child support. He did talk to Henry about it. He warned Henry about that. He talked to him a few months over the summer about that, and he saw that Henry had a .32 revolver. It was a long barrel, and he was shown a sample of that gun, but he said it was not that gun, but he was just shown a sample. He said, "Yeah, that looks like what it was." He said he was going to go on a job and saw it in the front seat of a vehicle a few months before, so it was June or July. All right, so do you guys have any questions? I have some diagrams of Brandi's wounds if you guys want to see that. Let's see. Nope, don't want to do that. Let me see, how can I sort this out? Okay. Okay. I look worn out. I guess I am a little. I'm really. I had a grilled cheese sandwich, and I'm a little. I'm just a little parched. All right. So these are some wounds that they showed, but they didn't. They showed them at the trial, but they didn't show them to us. So here are some of. So here's where Brandi was wounded. So you can see the ME was saying it. Basically her skull and her face were smashed in. So that's how she died. So there's that. All right, let's look at. Let's pull up another one. So here is. Here's a full diagram of her wounds. So remember they talked about she got shot in the left breast and it went down to her abdomen. She got shot in the left cheek. She got shot in the back of the head. There were 7 shots altogether, but they counted the one in her breast going into her abdomen. I think they counted that twice. Looks like she got shot in her right, her shoulder. Got shot in her shoulder. Got shot in her back. So this is her. I think they just said she was like running away. None of these wounds killed her per se, or would have. But those are her. There's that. Let's see what else. Brandi 3. Okay, and then this one. I have a couple more, but I think this should be enough, obviously, for us to talk about and go over. So this is where she got hit on the top of the head. Now they think these were all with probably the butt of the gun. So yeah, she was just bludgeoned, unfortunately. Just bludgeoned to death. Yeah. It sounds like whoever's shooting her, just kept missing, if you will. Or not missing, I'm sorry, was hitting her, but it was, they were explaining that this gun, this .32 caliber, was just it wasn't loaded. It didn't have the right ammo, right? So it didn't cause the damage that the person was trying to cause. Although there was one bullet in Tamiyah's back of her head. So at least she was kind of spared some of this brutality, so. Julie says, was it stated a hammer was used? No, they don't know what caused this other than it was a blunt object, either oblong or circular. Cross tried to bring up, was it a bat or was it a bat, I think, or a hammer? They did try to bring that up. I'm going to move that out to 510. They tried to bring it up. Was it a bat or was it a hammer? And that was the ME. And she said she didn't know for sure what caused it. So, yeah, Trial Junkies United, I feel as well. It was, here, let me open this up. Okay. That was personal. If you had no feelings, you would have pewed and walked out. Yep. That's why I think, I don't know, I'm really having a tough time if this is Cartel, because I don't think Cartel would do this. I think Cartel would just, 2 to the back of the head, call it a day. So Mandy says, Brandi was up to no good and exposed her children to the Cartel, but nobody deserves this. Julie says, I think it might have been the shovel that was in the kitchen. That shovel didn't have any DNA or any blood on it, though. See, that's the thing. That's what I think is perplexing to the state as well. It was basically clean. It was a clean shovel, and it was small, right? Well, you can't really see. Yeah, it was a small. Well, this window is so small, but it was a smaller shovel. And she was in the foyer, blood all over the place. Dexter, seen out of Dexter, truly. Then the living room, right? So you walk in and then the foyer's there. So there was a plant that had been knocked over, a tree, if you will. And I think they said they found a bullet there, or at least not the bullet itself, but maybe a hole. And then the shovel was right next to that. I should have taken a picture of that. Did I? I don't think I took a picture of that. That would have been a good one. Yes, oblong is like stretched out circle. And Pammy, yes, shovel was clean. For the PI Sam, I agree. If TV is to be believed, then this does not look like Cartel. Well, Brett brought up a good point, Sam, in that the Cartel does things that are very, when they do these kind of things, executions, they make it very public. They hang you from an overpass, or they put you in the town square. They make sure that the public knows that you did something wrong to them. So there was signs of struggle outside because there was some blood outside on the door and on the wall. But she ultimately was dragged back in, because there's no way she'd go out and then willingly come back in, unless her kids were still alive. That would be the only reason she'd come back in. But they would have thrown her on her car, or they would have done something like that, Mandy says, did Brandi tell Henry's wife about her and Henry's son? He threw Super Shady out of his car when she did. Super Shady out of the car. He said, no, let's see. Who said that? Yeah, in the interview, in the police interview, he said that Brandi knew about Malika, who was the wife, but Malika did not know about Brandi. Super Shady out of his car. Trial Junkies United. This was messy, like someone was furious and lost control. I believe, yes, 100%. Cartel doesn't lose control. They plan things out. They are just like the mafia, just like, the Irish, the Chinese, the Italians, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, they don't make things messy. That's the last thing they want to do. They want to just get in, get out, take care of you, and that's it. So Julie says, Cartel's never happy about stolen product or drugs, and for them it is personal. But do you think they would go to the extent of, smashing her face in like this and then leaving her in a house? I don't know, to be quite honest. I don't know. Yeah, Taylor, she was apparently she was outside because there was blood all over. Well, not all over, but there was blood outside. Not as much as in the foyer because that's probably where most of this happened. I can't imagine the fear Brandi and her kids were feeling. Yeah, the kids. Oh, those poor kids being drowned. I mean, 3-year-old. Was there a gang territory down there? Possibly. She was in Section 8 housing, so I'm assuming it's not the best. It's low income, so it's not the best. Julie says to make an example of her. Yeah, always. So Florida PI Sam, so he still owed the estate, but he had passed, his estate would have had to pay her first. But, if he had passed, his estate would have had to pay her first. Right? Florida PI Sam, the MS are similar to Ronnie O'Neill here in Tampa, and he was just not right in the head. That was horrible. Yeah, Henry seems to be okay. Like, he doesn't seem to be off, if you will. He seems pretty chill, but it's always the quiet ones, right? Julie says she was supposedly involved in running drugs for them and took some off the top. She was fronted. That's what defense said. She was fronted drugs and then she didn't pay back. So is that skimming? Is that considered skimming? To me, it's like, hey, here, I'm fronting you some supplies and, you need to pay me back, and then you never paid me back. So I'm not 100% sure about that. You guys have been doing some good investigating, and I haven't been able to keep up with all of that. Did anyone see me there? A question you don't ask investigators. Yeah, check. Again, he kept saying, check the cell phone records. Check the cell phone records. Didn't Tellus say that too? Didn't Robert Tellus say that? I can't remember. How many different guns did they find? I believe just the one, 32 caliber. And it was the wrong ammunition. So that's why, again, would the cartel use wrong ammunition? That seems highly, highly sus. That they would use a 32 caliber. I don't know much about guns, but is that a powerful gun? Is that something that you would use? And then B, it's the wrong ammunition? That seems pretty... That's real sus. But yeah, there was only the one. The only bullets that were found, or whatever you want to call them, projectiles, casings, whatever, they were from a 32 caliber. So that's back to your point, Julie. When it looks like personal, if you're a cartel and losing huge amounts of product or money, it's personal. Do you think that she was taking that much money that they would do that to her? Like, how much money was she? I mean, if she's a mule, if we believe that, and she's running drugs and she's taking money from them, but she's got kids and they know where she is? I don't know. Yeah, Little Miss, that's what confuses me. Such low caliber for a cartel. You mentioned that earlier. Cajun Bayou Queen, the house is not torn apart, so it's not cartel. Is that what they do? Is that part of their MO? Henry, yes, he asked that witness. That's where, the state said that he got a burner gun from one of his girlfriends, and that would have been Tyra. And she said he came over and asked if he could use a burner gun, but I don't think she gave him one. I don't have it in my notes if she actually gave it to him. So now that is a little confusing. If he asked for her, he asked from her for it, but I don't think she actually gave him one. I can't remember now. Well, I didn't write it down, so I don't know. Trial Junkies United, no, I don't think it was the cartel. I have to pull this one up, Pammy. Ugh. Useful tip. Do not put lotion on your hands and use the iPad screen. Dope. Mandy Strong, how would the cartel know she was skimming some? The leftover product wasn't going back to them. Well, that's where this guy gets, this Carlos guy comes in, and he's going to testify. That's where... What's his name? Santos, from the Vice Lords. That's where we found out about this whole thing about Brandi being a mule. And Santos hired 2 drug traffickers. He will take the stand and he'll explain he had to take care of the problem of Brandi. He needed a clean face, which was to show the cartel he had taken care of the problem. So we're going to hear from him. Krista Limited Edition. So glad to see you back in our chat. And so glad you're feeling better. I thought she said she didn't give him the gun. Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. But the state said that he went to one of his girlfriends and he got a 32. So not sure where he got it from. The cartel, Cajun Bayou Queen. The cartel would have searched the house over for the drugs and money. That is true. Lily Wayne says, she said she didn't give him one. He may have just taken it. Oh, that's true. Because his friend then did say, yeah, he saw it. He saw it on the front, his front seat. Vice Lords is a gang, apparently, yeah, and the Carlos Santos, who I think is in jail. I think he's in jail. He comes in and he testifies. Yeah. Trial Junkies United. I don't believe Shady when she said she didn't give him a gun. I know, that's true. Yeah, Mandy, I'm looking forward to hearing from Carlos as well. That's going to be interesting. We'll see. I've seen pictures of him on thumbnails and stuff, so. All right, guys. Thank you for joining us for this Florida versus Segura Day 2. We will definitely pick up. I'm going to try and get through Day 3 and Day 4 on Monday because there's a trial in South Carolina that's starting. I guess jury selection is Monday, and I don't want to get too far behind on that. I want to actually watch a live trial, which will be cool. So we may have to put this one on hold for a little bit because I want to get to a live trial. It's been such a long time since we've done a live trial. So I want to get back to a live trial. So we may put this on hold depending on how long that jury selection is and how fast we can get through. Because I think there's 8 days, at least in the thumbnails it says day 8. So we're only on day 3. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's. I was hoping to start this on Monday and be done by today, but didn't work out because various reasons. So anyway, thank you for joining. Really appreciate it. I'm portaling you guys over. She real quick. Trial Junkies United. Why did she contact? Because she wanted. Why did she contact Crime Stoppers? Because I think in case something came back on her. She wanted to protect herself. Basically, she said in case anything went south, she wanted to protect herself. She wanted to document everything, and she wanted to protect herself. So, all right, guys. I'm portaling us over to Lori Vallow Daybell. I hope you guys join us. It's real short. I think it's only like 15 minutes, but she's gone pro se, and this is her first time in front of the judge, first time in court as pro se. Erin said she watched it. Gets spicy, so it will absolutely be a fun way to end our Friday. So I hope you join us. I'm going to portal us over, and if not, then just go to our YouTube page and definitely join in the crazy that is Lori Vallow Daybell. So thanks for joining us, and if you don't pop on over to Lori, we will see you on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll either pick up on Day 3 or we're going to pick up on that trial in South Carolina. So appreciate you all. Let me go back to here. Appreciate you all, and actually let me go back to here, because I'm going to play some music. All right, guys, thanks so much. Have a great weekend. If you do come over to Lori, we'll pick it up there, and if not, have a great weekend, and we will see you soon. Thanks. Bye.